To celebrate the Silver Jubilee, we are kind of going ahead with celebration at the center and at all the ports in India to mark this historical year. Now, to start, we plan to discuss the challenges that the sector faces in terms of PPP and how to have more engaging involvement with the industry in the PPP agreements. To set the ball rolling, I request the dignitaries to please come forward for the lamp lighting, auspicious lamp lighting. I request the Chairman IWAI, Mr. Gopalakrishna, Mr. Vineet Kumar, Mr. Shambhu Singh, Mr. Dhruv Kotak, Mr. Mehra and Mr. Rahi to come forward for the auspicious lamp lighting. Lamp lighting. Thank you very much. I request the dignitaries of the inaugural session to please take their positions on the dais.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha.
We now would like to felicitate our dignitaries. I would request the Chairman SMPK to please felicitate Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay with Autario, a green certificate and memento. Green certificate is in keeping with our commitment towards sustainability. At this event, instead of presenting a bouquet of flowers, we present our guest a bouquet of trees. Ladies and gentlemen, this certificate is a commitment to plant trees in the name of honorable guest at Sundarban National Park, West Bengal. This certificate has a GIS coding for tracking. Thank you. May I request Mr. Samrat Rathi, Deputy Chairman, SMPK, to please felicitate Mr. Gopalakrishna, former Secretary, Ports and Shipping and Waterways. Next. I request Mr. Rahi to also felicitate Mr. Madhu Nair, CMD, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Thank you. Thank you. May I request Mr. Mehra, Deputy Chairman, SMPK, to please felicitate Mr. Shambhu Singh, former Special Secretary, Financial Advisor, Ministry of Road Transport and Highway, Government of India. Mr. Mehra to also felicitate Mr. Dhruv Kotak, Chairman, Ports and Shipping, FICCI Infrastructure Committee, and also Managing Director, JM Bakshi Group. Thank you very much. With this, we move on to the inaugural session's first part. I request Mr. Vineet Kumar, Chairman SMPK, to please for his welcome remarks and also take this opportunity to elaborate upon the upcoming PPP projects in SMPK. Mr. Vineet Kumar, the dais is yours.
Thank you, Nija ji. Shri Sanjay Bandyopadhyay ji, Chairman IWI, Mr. Madhu Nair, Chairman Cochin Shipyard, Shri Gopal Krishna, Principal Program Advisor, USAID and former Secretary Shipping, Shri Shambhu Singh, ex-Special Secretary and ASNFA, Shri Dhruv Kotak, Chairman, Port and Shipping Committee, FICCI, and MD JM Bakshi Group, senior colleagues in audience from IWI, NHAI and other government organizations, officials from Government of West Bengal, State Maritime Boards, Customs, members of trade and shipping community from Calcutta and other parts of the country, media, press, last but not the least, my colleague officers and staff from Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. I heartily welcome you to today's PPP Conclave organized in Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. As it is already elaborated that it is the silver jubilee of PPP in port sector. 25 years have passed with lots of ups and downs, but I think we have come stronger out of it. As on date, around 20,000 crores rupees have been invested in the port sector in PPP, which amounts to around 30% of the capacity, total capacity in the port sector is under PPP as on date. And if we take an average of, say, last 25 years, it's around 1,000 crores a year kind of average which has been there. But today, if we see, sir, it is around 14,000 crore works are in progress, and another 14,000 crore works are planned to be given in PPP in the next 2 to 3 years by 2025. Thinking that these works will be completed in another 3 to 4 years. So there is a pipeline of around 28,000 crores in the next 7 to 8 years, which raises this average from 1,000 crores in a year to around 4,000 crores in a year. So which is a big boost, which is in the shipping and port sector, and also it gives the confidence to both the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Ports and the private sector that yes, we are going in the right direction. From port side and ministry side, in the vision MIB 2030, the landlord model is the model for the future, wherein the ports will be more of a regulator and the services will be provided by the private sector in the PPP mode. We want to invite the private sector for investment, for efficiency, and from bringing their marketing skill, while as ports we provide them a friendly regulatory atmosphere where we can work together. In this direction, already our ministry has come up with the new model concession agreement, which is a very balanced one as regards the responsibilities and obligations as far as ports as well as the concessionaires are concerned. There is a new tariff guideline which goes towards market determination of the rates. Earlier we had the TAMP regime, so there is flexibility, more flexibility for the PPP operators to come in. There's an alternate dispute resolution mechanism. We have two stalwarts of alternate dispute resolution mechanism on our stage, Mr. Gopal Krishna and Mr. Shambhu Singh. So we may make the best of the document, but still we cannot cover all these situations and eventualities, and an alternate dispute resolution mechanism is very much required, and we are coming with that also. So in all areas there is an effort on the part of the government and the ministry and the ports to make it as friendly as possible, as transparent and clear as possible, and provide invite the private participation in the ports. There are certain challenges which still remain to be handled. We have sessions on these 2-3 topics today. Level playing field as regards the old and the new MCA. There will be certain concessions which are with the old guidelines, and there are certain concessions which are coming up now with the new market-oriented guidelines. Operating in the same port, how to how to ameliorate these two situations, how to work out or bring the old concessions to the new regime, what methodologies to be done. We look forward to suggestions and thoughts from our private partners in the coming sessions. Then to promote inland waterway transport for Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, inland waterway transport is a very important medium because we are a shallow drafted port and we depend on transshipment and use of inland water transportation. We look forward to suggestions and thoughts on how to improve investment in barges, in vessel financing, etc. There are sessions on custom procedures. We have invited senior officials from Ministry of Revenue, from Customs Department, who are coming to understand as to how this can be promoted further. So all these things are going on. Few areas which I feel that as still now the investment or the PPP has been coming mostly in the berth side infrastructure, but I think there are other areas where we can look into. One is the connectivity. With the Gati Shakti program coming in, rail and road connectivity becomes very, very important. So while we have seen a lot of PPP in the berth and terminal side, but I think we need to look for opportunities in the multimodal rail terminals and things like that. There are certain good examples like in Paradeep, Haridaspur Paradeep line, it's a very good example. So like that, we have to think as to how we can have new avenues in the shipping services. Another area which I feel that which is still not touched upon is the shipping services. While abroad, a lot of shipping services are operated by PPP operators. In India, we are yet to make a break in that. So that is another area where I feel that PPP needs to be introduced. This being the conclave for PPP in Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, I'll just like to briefly tell you about what is the status, how we are going about the PPP projects, what is the status and what is coming in the future in Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. I'll request to just start the presentation. I have only 3-4 slides to show as to where we stand and what are our plans for near future. So already there are 3 projects which we have. We are in fact, if not 25 years, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port also has the history of having being 20 years in PPP. Our first PPP concession, ISHPL, was given in 2002. So that completes 20 years, and TMILL, that was also given in 2002. So we have done these, that was not exactly PPP, that was BOT, but it is, the spirit remains the same. Yes, next please. So you are aware that in Calcutta, we have already given a concession for Khidirpur dock, where the entire phase 1 and phase 2 of this is around 180 crores concession. It is primarily for IWT transportation and containers. Till now we were not handling containers in KPD, but now with this concession we will be handling containers in KPD also. Next. Upcoming projects are in NSD, in Netaji Subhash Dock. Our concessions are ending in 2024. So we intend to take 4 berths together, berth number 4, 5 and 7, 8 at one go, and then another second phase outer terminal, river terminal, as well as berth number 2, 3 in the phase 2. So with that, the entire NSD operations will be entirely on PPP mode. There is a proposal to develop an extended gate at Balagad. It is an island which belongs to Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, around 85 kilometers upstream. We intend to develop jetties there for transportation of containers and other material to decongest the port through this terminal. We are developing 2 jetties in the first phase, is costing around 400 crores. So this is also in advanced stage of sanction. Next. We already have 2 floating cranes, and with the help of those floating cranes, we are today able to handle Cape vessels. But we think there is a place for container handling, transshipment of containers also. So we are already, this tender is already out. We are inviting tender for deploying a floating crane with a 15 years concession in Diamond Harbour and Sagar for transshipment of containers. Next. In Haldia, one project, that is berth number 2, is already awarded, and berth number 5 and 10. These two are, we are taking up within this year only, and next berth number 4 and berth number 12 we will be taking very shortly after, maybe in the next year. So in all, 5 berths are coming up in Haldia for PPP in a span of next 2 to 3 years time. Next. Yeah. One more, today we are going to hand over this concession to our PPP partners. Upstream of Haldia dock, there is a place called Shalukhali. We are building a oil and gas terminal there with a total cost of 250 crores. So this terminal is also coming up. This is being awarded in PPP. Thank you. So in all, if you see, there are 3 projects which we are already ongoing around with an investment of 750 crores. And in the next 3 to 4 years, there is a pipeline of around 2,500 crores, which is coming up for investment in Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port in these various projects. On top of that, we are doing a study for making a tunnel under River Hooghly for better evacuation. We can invite private participation in that also. With these words, I look forward to a very enlightening sessions today on all these topics. We have very esteemed panel of speakers, both from the government and the private side. And I look forward that with these insights today which we get, we will be in a position to make a better bond between the private sector and the public sector for a better future for the port sector as well as for the country. In the end, I will also like to place on record my gratitude to our Honorable Minister and Honorable Minister of State, who had come yesterday to attend this function, but because of some urgent meeting, they had to go back to Delhi. With these words, I welcome all of you again, and I look forward to a very enriching session for the next 1.5 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vinit Kumar, for so well articulating government's viewpoint, especially the Shyama Prasad Mukherjee's viewpoint on public-private partnership. I represent FICCI, and FICCI represents the views of private sector in India. And PPP is incomplete until we onboard the private sector for a session like this. In view of that, I invite our chairman, FICCI chairman for shipping, and also managing director of JM Bakshi, Mr. Dhruv Kotak, to set the context from industry perspective.
Shri Sanjay Bandyopadhyay ji, Shri Gopal Krishna ji, Shri Madhu Nair ji, Shri Shambhu Singh ji, and all the dignitaries on the dais, and all my friends and colleagues from the maritime and shipping industry here in Calcutta. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here celebrating 25 years of PPP. And all I can say, sir, is that, I've had, I'm, in a sense, when I look at the PPP framework, sir, I'm second generation. My father was actively involved from the word go in the PPP framework when it was set up originally. And I joke with him, sir, I find that, simply because of over a period of time, and I would say just, Gopal sir, Sanjay sir, sir, yourself, and the environment has become so conducive today that in effect it's not that my father was not a good entrepreneur. I just think that today people like us have the benefit of those 25 years which have passed, which gives makes it a far more enabling environment to execute complex PPP projects. And I think, sir, really, I think we take a lot of encouragement, first of all, from one basic thing to start with, which is the MPA. The Major Ports Authorities Act, I think, sir, has been transformational, because I think from the word go, I think it talks about, the whole framework is actually about the port moving towards being a landlord and, bringing in private participation in all forms of operation, which is therefore right at the Act. Right at Parliament, right at the Act, sir, we are talking about PPP. And we've made PPP at the center of it. I think, sir, the second part of it, sir, is the MCA. And I think the MCA has been transformational, makes life really easy. I think a lot of work has gone in over a period of time to make sure this MCA factors in mistakes, problems, suggestions, improvements over a period of time, and that's there. And that's what, again, gives a lot of confidence to bankers, to investors, international, Indian, to participate and do this in a big way. Sir, I think if I were to add to that, and I just look at the concentrated NMP, sir, I was in Dubai and the UAE last 2 days, meeting with a couple of the global shipping companies, and the first reaction to me was, Dhruv, you're winning a lot of projects in India, and I said, actually, more than anything else is that it's because of the national monetization pipeline. I said, please, be rest assured over the next 24 months, there will be lots of companies in India who will be winning a lot of projects. Because I think it is the national monetization pipeline which has actually been planned and then executed, starting from Ministry of Ports and Shipping and Waterways and then flowing down to each of the port authorities. I think it's just been such a planned, structured program which again creates so much of interest globally, worldwide. Every project so far, sir, bid out has been, I think has seen, right from Kidarpur to Navasheva, sir, Tuticorin, we've seen so much participation that it's just been, I think overwhelming, and I think, sir, again, testimony to the government for, really planning a very robust national monetization pipeline. Sir, I think when we combine this, and sir, you briefly touched upon it in your address, we combine this with the PM Gati Shakti program, whether it's rail terminals, whether it's RoPax, whether it's barging, whether it's inland waters. I think, again, just the way it's coming together, I think it creates a tremendous opportunity, again, for strengthening not only the PPP sort of landscape, but making projects far more viable because everything is far more integrated. In fact, sir, I'm sorry, while this may not be public news yet, but just happy to share, sir, the first PM Gati Shakti railway station, actually Northern Railway, sir, was bid out last week, and sir, just happy to share, sir, JM Bakshi has won the first PM Gati Shakti rail terminal under that, sir. And so there will be many more. So again, it's not about JM Bakshi, sir. I'm fairly confident there is going to be a huge amount of participation across the board in terms of this, sir. Sir, I think the last point, and maybe I think it's very significant. I think it continues to what I mentioned about my trip to the UAE last 2 days. So the interest from global companies, shipping companies, port companies, industrial houses, sir, I think is just tremendous. And we've seen it. We've seen it in the different bids. I think the time is ripe. I think right from how India is placed to how the framework and the enabling environment has been created. So I think the time is right. I can share, sir, in our own way. We believe that, and our actions are speaking, sir. And I'm sure it's the same for all my colleagues in the maritime industry across India and frankly across the world. I think we are emboldened by the steps that the government has taken to make PPP truly a public-private partnership. 25 years back, my father would crib about how it's not a partnership. But sir, really, I think thanks to the initiatives taken by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways over a period of time, has created a very, very conducive environment. And sir, looking forward, and many congratulations for this fantastic event, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhruv, for very well encapsulating the private sector's views on, and also giving it a generation by generation kind of outlook in terms of the achievements that the government of India has made. NIP, NMP, PM Gati Shakti have all been vehicles of change for infrastructure development in the country, and you have clearly put across that private sector is more than ready to participate in this change. With this, now I invite Mr. Madhu Nair, Chairman Managing Director, Cochin Shipyard Limited, for his address, please. Mr. Nair.
Shri Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, Shri Vinit Kumar, Shri Gopala Krishna ji, Shri Shambhu Singh, Dhruv, Shri Mehra and Shri Rahi, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure being in Kolkata again and echo the views and the feeling which Dhruv was bringing out on behalf of Vicky, on behalf of the private sector. There is an all-round feel of goodness, let me use that word. We are here as Cochin Shipyard Limited in Kolkata. Two operations are ongoing. One is a ship repair ecosystem which we are trying to bring out in participation and in close cooperation with the Shyam Prasad Mukherjee Port Authority. The Netaji Subhash Bose docks, we have actually reactivated the ship repair ecosystem. Today, confidently, we can handle vessels of 160 meter length in these docks. We actually, between me and Vinit Kumar, when we started this, we said, let's cooperate on this, but we didn't know where this was going. So we said, let's keep our aspirations low. We were a bit skeptical, but I can actually say that things have gone very well. Last year, we have already done 35 crores of ship repair here in Calcutta. And this year, all going well, we'll cross 50 crores. We never thought that in 2 years this would happen in Kolkata. So actually what we are saying is the ambience is there. And when I'm saying 35 crores and 50 crores, this is a business where the multiplier effect is at least 3 times. Because when we work and when we build, there's a lot of MSMEs, workshops, suppliers, the ecosystem in and around this area that comes in. So the kind of economic growth that comes in, aligned with the port, which we are trying to bring out. I think we seek more partnerships here, we seek more, and all the ecosystem which we are trying to develop is based on the trust and the faith in the private sector and the private institutions. Smaller companies, small companies, large companies, we are keen to team up, and I just want to request the audience here, the companies here, let's work together on building up much more stronger ship repair ecosystem, because this is actually one of the most important enablers for this particular segment that is needed. On the other side, inland waterways. We are talking about the PM Gati Shakti, and Gati Shakti to bloom in its entirety, the inland water transport in this country must actually really bloom. And we are talking, sitting here in Kolkata, both National Waterway number 1, the Ganga, all the way up to through the 4 most populous states of West Bengal, Jharkhand, Bihar, and Uttar Pradesh. 1,600 kilometers. The Inland Water Authority of India has done great with the Jalmarg Vikas Yojana, almost an $850 million project with the World Bank assistance has happened. Multimodal terminals have come in. Fairways have got cleared up. Night navigations initiated. Faraka has a brand new lock. And we will see vessels moving all the way from the river sea vessels moving all the way up, creating impetus on the waterways, transport, connect to Nepal. On to the east, the National Waterway number 2, the Brahmaputra coming up, what is being touted as the Earth Brahmaputra. Again, the 7 sister states, the Bangladesh protocol routes, transport into Chittagong, Mongla port, India's strategic insights into Sitwe port. I think we are talking about very exciting times. And we as Cochin Shipyard, we didn't want to feel let out. We are participating very strongly in Kolkata. The old Hooghly shipyard, which was once the pride of Bengal. Yesterday, we are very happy to inform that at an investment of 175 crore rupees, a brand new company, Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited, has been dedicated to the nation yesterday. It's a brand new modern shipyard, and people like Dhruv, when they actually want to move the cargo, when they actually talk about this model shift that's to happen, together, we need to understand this. This needs this model shift. When the PM Gati Shakti talks about the total logistics cost in India, which is approximately 14% of the GDP today, to come down to about 8-ish% in line with the rest of the world. We are talking about a 6% dip. And let's understand, like, it's not just from the businesses we do, but it's also from the fact that as fellow Indians, as privileged Indians, when we actually work together, we are talking about this country to be a $5 trillion economy, the dream of the country today. So, and 6%, this differential from 14 to 8, 6% of a 5 trillion. We're talking for the country, for the poor people of this country, taking out $300 billion of wastage. I request the shipping fraternity here to really consider this model shift from road largely and from rail to a large extent into the waterways. And when you want to do this, people like us would be ready to build quality vessels from Hooghly Cochin Shipyard Limited. Together we will also reinvent some of the financing models that would be needed, lease models and financing models to enable this ecosystem along with Inland Water Authority of India. I personally feel exciting times in the larger ambience. So wish this conclave and the discussions over the next 2 days all the best. And I should place on record the strong will and support and the sense of direction the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways is setting in through these discourses. All the best. Thanks a lot and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Nair, for showing the larger picture and how the transport infrastructure is putting a brick by brick together to achieve that larger target. Thank you so much for your address. I request Shri Shambhu Singh, former Special Secretary and Finance Advisor, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, for his address, please.
Good morning, everybody. Dignitaries on the dais and participants in this important conference. Let me begin by saying that I'm not very knowledgeable in respect of transport per se, but having worked in the ministry, I realized how important and vital the shipping sector is to the nation, its growth and its in creation of, or rather increasing the gross domestic product of the country. We are talking about PPP today. Let me admit that during the late 90s and early 2000s, when the PPP model was being discussed in the government and the draft model contracts were being prepared, I would not like to name any person, but there were some individuals in the Planning Commission who looked at the private participant as, should I use the word, a leech or a looter? They created a framework in which the private sector was anyway going to lose. That was the most negative approach to a government public policy which I came across. Having participated in many of those meetings, I always used to feel that why are we looking at profit as a dirty word? Fortunately, things changed over time. It took time. And during this time, a lot of business suffered. The port suffered, the road suffered, the participants suffered, the nation suffered. But yes, thank God, thank heavens, things changed because the people sitting in those places gradually came to realize that no, businesses are not carried in this manner. I would today, instead of going on talking about PPP and business, I would like to mention 3 names who are present here and those who have contributed in their own way to the stage where we are today. When Dhruv Kotak mentions that the environment in this country was never so friendly as it is today, it is thanks to, particularly in the port sector and the shipping sector, to certain individuals who have devoted honestly all their time to bring us to the stage we are in. Before I request you to give a big hand, I would like to mention the names and the reasons behind that. One is the ex-secretary, Mr. Gopal Krishna, who is sitting here. The next one is Sanjay, my dear friend. As an additional secretary in Ministry of Shipping, he contributed quite a lot to the law which is in force today, the Major Ports Act. And Mr. Gopal Krishna was and has been the force behind directing those changes. The third person who brought about a revolution in the shipbuilding sector in terms of introducing innovation and high technology and bringing a government shipyard to the level of any world-class shipyard, and which can boast of building the most modern aircraft carriers, Madhu Nair. I worked in finance in the Ministry of Shipping. I was in charge of finance. The much scorned person, the much hated person. So, but anyway, you like it or don't like it, most of the things have to go through finance. And I learned everything. I learned everything out there in the finance wing of the ministry. I would admit that during the 2 years I spent there, the amount of learning I did was probably the high point of my entire career in the service. And I am grateful, I am really, really grateful to the secretary who, not directly, but indirectly, the way he was functioning, the way he was looking at things was indirectly pointing me in the right direction, where we could take really prudent, practical, and quick financial decisions. Objective was never to object, to find a solution to a problem which comes before you. In the process, you learn, your colleagues learn, everybody else ends up learning new things, new ways, how to improve, how to innovate. I congratulate Vineet for having organized this get-together function and discussion today. It was a much needed program, literally shouting to be called for. And he has done it. I congratulate him and I congratulate Vicky. And I thank Vicky for having partnered this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for taking us through down the line in history. Of course, India from when we liberalized from 1990s, from agriculture, we straight went to services. And we somewhere missed the bus of manufacturing in our country. And why did we miss it? Because we were not infrastructure ready. It gives me immense pleasure that the government of India today is extremely focused on developing infrastructure in country, and therefore the various schemes that we're talking about have come into the picture. And there's a attempt, energy, and the will to participate in it from the private sector, as well as the government is very welcoming of the private sector in this change. Well, moving on, some leaders never fail to energize, inspire, or engage. One of them is amongst us today. I invite Mr. Gopalakrishna, former Secretary, Port Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, for his address, please.
Good morning, all of you. At the very outset, let me thank Vineet Kumar, Chairman of Shama Prasad Mukherjee Port Authority, for having invited me here, giving a platform to interact with my old colleagues, Sanjay, Mr. Amal Mehra, Shambhu Singh, Vineet, Madhu, and Samrat. I purposely left out Dhruv, because I think so time has come that we also address Dhruv as our colleague, We work so closely with the private sector now, and with the footprint of, organizations like Dhruv's organization, GM Bakshi, spreading so fast. There won't be a meeting, you go to any port, there won't be a meeting where you'll not find a colleague like Dhruv. And it's not just Dhruv, it's Adani, or it's JSW or DP World. All are now colleagues. We have to change the mindset where we always, see them as, us and they, That the times have gone. And Dhruv was alluding to his father, having, dealt with PPP projects even 20, 25 years back. And I must tell you that when I meet a very old entrepreneur, who's having a major, problem with one of the ports, Mr. Abhijit Rajan of, Gammon India. Gammon India is a very well-known name in the infrastructure sector. When I interact with him, each time I interact with him, only one thing I hear from him, and he says that, Mr. Krishna, I will not remember my interaction with one Mr. Rao, who was chairman of the Visakhapatnam Port Trust. He says, when first time I won a project there, and I landed at Visakhapatnam, he was there standing with a bouquet to welcome me. And he says, this is unbelievable, 15, 20 years. He's the same Mr. Rao who later got Padma Shri, who's known for his work in probably some municipality in Gujarat, probably Surat municipality. So he will always remember him. And he will always say, look, those are the guys who have actually made this whole PPP environment, PPP project, so vibrant, And I think so with that spirit, it's a very good occasion that the Port Ministry has decided to hold this 25 years celebrating. Each port is organizing programs, and I would also like to, start with, I'll raise a few 5 or 6 issues which are very germane, very fundamental, very basic to this whole PPP concept. And I'm sure these issues will come up in the next 1.5 days when you discussed the whole gamut of issues around, working around, PPP. And first is that its partnership word itself has become very old. It's anachronistic now, We have to move forward. See how business organizations changed. They were sole proprietorship. They were then partnership firms. Then we moved on to private limited companies, then public limited companies, And then, so the business organizations have changed. This partnership now should become somewhere like a company companionship, I would say, more stronger than a partner, like a companion, always there with you. Partnership is part-time, Companionship is whole time, So we have to, in our thinking also, as I said, so fundamental point, it was raised by one of my colleagues, that, that fundamental change has to come. Second, when we are in government, I can say about myself, 35 years, we always think from our perspective that governments remain forever. We are too used to contracts, small term, EPC contract, a small service contract, private person comes, builds something, goes away. We are not used to long-term, long-term thinking, and that's most important. Organizations have to change. They have to have a mindset of dealing with people on a very long-term basis. 30 years, PP in some countries go for 50 years, 60 years. So when you have organizations with which you have a partnership, companionship for as long as 50, 60 years, they're part of they're like a department in your own setup, So we have to treat them in a similar way, like a department, like a section in your own big organization. That's a mindset change that we require, So that's the, I would say, number 2 important thing when we discuss PPP. Number 3, again, it's a time frame which is important. Design of a PPP project is extremely important. We design a thing for 30 years, but again, our perspective is very small, just 5 years. We don't even consider what's going to happen 30. And project after project that we are, at least in the port sector, other sectors also, I was involved very intimately with the private sector, and partnership projects. Design is a major problem, And we try to tinker with the design, We see, oh, this can't happen, a tender failed, let me just change this. Fundamentally not thinking that will not work. And let me not, I can quote one example. I find that in a port, they wanted to hire mobile harbor cranes. So they put in a tender. They found that, oh, that tender is no one is bidding out. So what to do? Then they put a clause of first preference, a guarantee of cargo. Guarantee of a cargo without a full berth going to a private sector creates problems. It created problems with the stevedores. They thought their cargo has been taken away by the HMC. So dispute from day one. Here the contract started, the concession started, and next day he goes to the arbitration tribunal, then to the High Court. So fundamentally, we'll have to see design at the design stage. We'll have to be very careful. And I'm sure in some of your sessions, this aspect of design will be very minutely, dealt with. The new, which Dhruv mentioned, which Vineet mentioned, that the new model concession agreement certainly goes much far. It thinks out how to deal with situations even 20, 25 years later on. So that is a very fundamental issue. And third issue is which Shambhu, mentioned about our whole thinking process about the private sector. We feel that if the private sector makes money, he's making money just for himself. If you just see any of us in the government, just take out the 40, 50 PPP projects we have, the revenue share will largely be between the range of 25 to 35%. That's a huge amount of money. He's sharing that money with you. It's with that money that the port survive. In the times to come, the policy of the government is to give all business activities to the private sector. If that is the case, then we have to see that how he grows with us, not how we grow with him. So again, it's an attitude that we have to see. Another important aspect is about, again, someone mentioned about tariffs, that we have to be very light in regulation, but strong in governance. What the PM always says, that less government and more governance, Quickly, we should address issues that crop up in a very time-bound manner. We should be able to address those issues, problems faced by private sector, so that, everything is very smooth. And last but not the least, an important thing that Vineet raised is about the whole issue surrounding the contract management. Organizations like ports are essentially engineering organizations. They were built, even IWI for that matter, were built to create assets. But now, with this whole PPP, we have to manage those assets in a much commercial way, much better way. So organizations have to, and a lot of you are, maybe from the port sector are here, IWI here, we have to have strong legal teams, strong marketing team, strong people who understand contracts, and that's a key to a long-term relationship. That's absolutely key, So I'm sure I've raised some issues, 5, 6 of them. There are a large number of issues. A concept like PPP, started in 90s. There is, it takes usually 4 or 5 days of conference, or a module will take that much time. So it's very difficult to encapsulate everything in just 5 minutes. But I'm sure the next 1.5 days are going to be extremely enriching. All of you will delve on these subjects. But before I end, I must answer back Shambhu. He said such good words about me. Let me also tell a good word about you, about him. I have worked with 2 financial advisors. And both were Singhs, extremely dangerous to work with, Now let me tell you how. First, when I was deputy secretary in a ministry, I suddenly get this, Mr. Singh as my financial advisor. And before that, we used to send proposals, and first it will trickle down to the last, it will trickle down, just like let me not, it takes 10 days to trickle down. And then slowly, it will move up, very slowly. Slower than it trickled down, even slower it will move up. And then, again it will go down with some, So one was used to these kind of, things, file taking a month or 1.5 months to get cleared, And each time I would be called that, sir, please clear this is lying somewhere. And so, okay, let me see, call. And then this gentleman arrived as our financial advisor in Ministry of HRD, And just before that, we had finalized a very big tender, 1,500, 1,600 crores of tender. And so I spoke to my JS. JS said, no, send it. I mean, be sure it will take 2 months. So we can set up a date for inauguration of our minister, somewhere around about, Mr. Murli Manor Joshi was then the minister. He says, we'll tell him, that it will happen in the next 2 months. So I said, fine. So I sent my file to this gentleman. Next day, it was back to my table, cleared. So I went to him. Because, sir, are you sure you've cleared such a big file, And so he said, no, Gopal, if I sign, I have that much authority, that much, at my back of service, so much authority. If I sign, no one in the world can challenge. So and each file that I sent in my 1 year, each file that was sent to him, it will not go down. It will come either cleared or with a very genuine, what do you call this, a query, and the very next day, not more than that. Never a file would go down, first. Second, even more dangerous, as Mr. Shambhu saying, First 5 months, I was very happy. His files are going very quickly. They did trickle down, but they were all nothing. Will get, And then after that, I was scared. This guy doesn't raise any query. He'll clear everything. So this is Mr. Shambhu saying, again, real positive. So in all our dealings, if we are positive, if we see things the brighter side of life, it always counts. So with this, thanks a lot, Vineet, once again for inviting. And I'm sure this conference, like other conferences in all our ports, will give good suggestions so that this companionship, partnership with the private sector prospers, blossoms, and it leads to the sector become efficient, creating jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krishnan. It's always been a pleasure hearing you and taking your inputs. We take a note of your mentioning dynamic shift towards the approach and to continue to a transformational stage where we are heading out. Now, before I invite Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay for his keynote address, I would just take 1 minute. The Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port is extremely delighted to award the concession for liquid cargo handling jetty to Shalukhali to Hooghly Oil and Gas Terminal Private Limited. I invite on stage Mr. Vimal Chopra, President IMC Limited, to come and receive the award. Request Mr. Mehra on the dais to please share the award. Can we have it on the screen? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. May I now invite Mr. Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India, Government of India, to please deliver the keynote address for today's program.
Mr. Vineet Kumar, respected Mr. Gopal Krishna, Mr. Shambhu Singh, Mr. Madhu Nair, Mr. Dhruv Kotak, Mr. Mehra, Mr. Rahi, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very opportune time in which this PPP partnership conclave has been organized, and I congratulate the Shah Prasad Mukherjee Port Authority for that. While the issues of flexibility, PPP, outsourcing was addressed in the recent Major Port Authorities Act, and all these issues were very closely deliberated in detail. Mr. Gopal Krishna was the secretary at that time. It was designed, went through several rounds, and also discussed in the parliament before it was passed. And I'm sure that many of the issues have been sorted out, and now, after that, we have come up with the model concession agreement, the captive policies, and other things. But I still remember that when this was being discussed 3 years back, now when I left the ministry in December and joined Inland Waterways Act, new issues have come up which requires more flexibility. So this is a dynamic situation, as everybody knows. And what is going to happen, as Mr. Gopal Krishna told, 25 years from now, nobody knows. The technology change towards higher efficiency is throwing up new surprises. And excepting for physical movement, other movement are all electronic. So what is going to happen 25 years from now? What is the goods profile? What are the types of vessels? See, a lot of change. So we have to be very flexible. The whole system, the public and private partnership, the private sector also knows about it. And this landlord model of operating ports and terminals are to ensure that the efficiencies are brought in. Few weeks earlier, we were at Port of Singapore, and we thought that Singapore is one of the most efficient ports of the world because they are sitting on the international cargo line. They have the highest number of volumes of terminals, one of the highest numbers. They have brought in new practices, excepting for their ship cranes. The other dockyard cranes, warehouse cranes are all automated now. And more automation is there. But when World Bank did a study of efficiency, Singapore port was 21st efficient port in the ranking of the world. Even they were surprised. And they went back to World Bank saying that there are some errors. So then it was done in two ways, by the private sector and administratively by the World Bank. Again, same ranking, 21st rank. This is because, and which was first? A port in UAE or Saudi Arabia, I don't remember. But most modern machines brought in. How can a terminal being run by PSA with machines which are 15 years, 20 years old, compete with a machine which is just 1 year or 2 year old? So technology is changing so fast that even in PPP, you can't foresee that what is going to come. Maybe in 2-3 years' time, even the ship handling cranes will become fully automatic. Mr. Madhu Nair has already built in his shipyard 2 fully automated electric vessels, cargo vessels, for reefer containers, for Norway. Design, of course, is Norwegian, but it has been built at Cochin shipyard. So similarly, in PPP, we start with a good intention. Now since government is handing over to the private sector, because there is so much of work for the ports to do, for the government to do. The PM Gati Shakti is doing the last mile connectivity, planning and implementation of last mile connectivity, which probably the private sector cannot do. Government, because of its interlinking with different ministries, has to link the ports with roads, more efficient roads, road systems, rail system, waterway systems, which I don't think still the private sector can do it on its own. It requires land acquisition, utility shifting, financing with deep pockets, and so much of risk. If even a small stretch of project gets stuck, it may be stuck for 10 years. So much of risk, which I think government can take. And whatever is being happening for last 150 years can be handed over to the private sector, from small thing to even the largest thing. Because if you talk about PPP in UK, the jail system is run by the private sector in PPP, a 25 years to 30 years contract. So even those things can be handed out. So I think this is a more efficient, better model. We have to innovate in this. We have to customize the solution. We have to sit with the stakeholders and see their problems. And then, as Mr. Gopal Krishna told, put everything in the concession agreement to the extent we can put in. Even then, if anything remains, there should be provision of adjudication to the extent possible, so that 10 years, 15 years from now, an impartial committee can sit and say, okay, these are the issues pending, this is the solution. So no fingers can be pointed out. I think that flexibility has to be also built in, because recently we had requests for cargo changes in some of the ports. Now, many of the cargoes which was thought 20 years back are seeing huge reduction. So the terminals will not get cargo, they have to change. But the agreements don't allow, because there are competing clauses, there are competing terminals, very stringent sentences written, can't be changed. So for that, flexibility has to be also built in. Since we are sitting at Calcutta, I must tell you that we are developing the waterways around Calcutta. And if you see the historic past of this town and this port, it was connected to our far-flung northeastern region and to other parts of India through waterways, through the rivers. This part is blessed with rivers with a lot of waters. And now, since last many years, since the diesel price is now pegged to the international market, the water transport is economical transport. Issues are last mile, first mile connectivity, and the infrastructure which we had forgotten to build over last many years. So we are trying to develop the waterway, the terminals, through the help of the private sector. We have given assured depth contracts at 3 stages, and more contracts are on bid presently as I stand here and speak to you. Similarly, terminals are again going on O&M to the private sector. Issues are on vessels, We have a parallel session from 1:30 with our minister joining on video conference online to listen to the stakeholders, to interact with them. And we are here from the waterways to work with the private sector, to encourage them and to attract more cargo, which will of course come to the Kolkata port, Haldia port, for EXIM, for export, imported material going to the hinterland, so that this whole region can develop more. I once again thank and congratulate Shama Prasad Mukherjee Port Authority for organizing this workshop and bringing so many stakeholders to have a good interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. We have on this dais with us people who started the great work, people who are continuing their great work. I mean, I mentioned earlier we were not infrastructure ready, and that's why our manufacturing suffered. Today, when India aspires to be a global leader, these are the people who are taking it forward. If you look at our road network, our shipping network, our inland network, I mean, we are destined to be a global leader tomorrow, and there's enough to thank to people on this dais and in country who are taking this effort forward. I request Mr. Mehra to please deliver his word of thanks.
Respected Sanjay Bandyopadhyay sir, Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India. Respected Gopal Krishna sir, Ex-Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. Respected Sambhu Singh sir, Special Secretary, retired Special Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport, and as well as Additional Secretary earlier in the Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways. Mr. Madhu Nayar, a partner of Shama-Prasad Mukherjee Port in our dry dock project at NS Dock. Mr. Dhruv Kotak, the MD of JM Baxi Group, one of the major Indian player in the port sector. Another major Indian player in the port sector is just sitting left hand side of me, Mr. Subrat Tripathi, CEO of Adani Port. They are also present. Thank you, sir, for your coming with your team. Mr. Madhu Nayar, the CSL MD, you are partner with us. Mr. Vinit Kumar, Chairman of Shama-Prasad Mukherjee Port, and inspiration of all of us sitting here from the Calcutta Port for all the developmental works that have been carried out during his tenure of 5 years. My colleague Samrat Rahi, Deputy Chairman, looking after the Calcutta Dock system. It is a matter of esteemed privilege and great honor to deliver the vote of thanks in this August gathering. In this special session that we have made today, this PPP Conclave 2022, Maritime PPP Conclave, I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed with us with their presence. The words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape the conclave. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude to Sri Sanjay Bandyopadhyay sir, Chairman IWAI, for gracing this inaugural function and with his keynote address highlighting the issues, not only the PPP as well as the efforts are being made by IWAI to rejuvenate our rivers and IWT sector. I also express my sincere gratitude to Gopal Krishna sir, presently Principal Program Advisor USAID and former Secretary Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, and also he is the Chairman of Conciliation and Settlement Committee, taking up the disputes between the port as well as the private sectors and the PPP partners. And I'll also give a special thanks because he, being an erstwhile officer of West Bengal cadre, he has got always love and affection for the Calcutta port. So very much thank you, sir. Always you have guided us in many aspects. Whenever we feel there is certain guidance required from a very, very senior person, we went to him. So thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. I express my sincere gratitude to Sri Madhu Nayar. I have already spent that he is already partnering with us in our dry dock project for his today's present. And yesterday, a very old organization, Hooghly Dock and Port Engineers, a 200 years old organizations, with his kind hand, it has been rejuvenated, and he and his team has made a beautiful new state-of-the-art shipyard at this part of the country. Thank you, sir, for your presence. I also express my sincere gratitude to Shambhu Singh, sir, retired Special Secretary. He has, about him, when he was the financial advisor of the ministry, how he helped all the port projects are already been explained by the then Secretary, sir. He is such a proactive and a positive person sitting at the financial affairs of a ministry. We really thank you, sir, for your contribution for development of the ports over the years. I would also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to our beloved Chairman Vinit Kumar for his leadership and continued guidance to make this event a grand success. Right from the beginning, we are discussing with among our team as well as FICCI how to make this. First thing he told that let us do it a meaningful conclave, not just for the sake of conclave as Ministry has stated. Let us do it in a meaningful conclave, make the business session such that it is really worth, and call the people, those who are the master in their field, so that our people can learn much more from their knowledge. So thank you, sir, for your guidance. I also take this opportunity to thank Mr. Dhruv Kotak, Chairman FICCI Committee on Transport Infrastructure, MD, and Managing Director, GM Baxi Group. I have seen their work. They are already working at Haldia Dock Complex, and I have seen their work in the Visakhapatnam Container Terminal and their extension. At such a fast space, they have made a 400-meter key length with 3 modern post-Panamax key cranes. Such a small bit of time in the open sea condition. Thank you for your team, sir, for making a beautiful terminal there. I was there, so I have seen their effort and make. And now they are going to be one of the major players in the container. They have already won in JNPT terminal as well, VOC terminal. Is it correct, sir? Thank you, sir. And on behalf of Syama Prasad Mukherjee Port, Kolkata, may I also express my sincere thanks to all port users, beneficiaries of SMP, who have been continuously encouraging us for years to see success and prosperity of this port. My cordial greetings and thanks to the members of the press and electronic media for their continued support and their gracious presence at this function. I express my sincere thanks to all the dignitaries present today and officers of Syama Prasad Mukherjee Port at this memorable moment. Last but not the least, I thank FICCI and their team who worked relentlessly for successful organizing of this conclave with SMPK in association. Thank you all.
Well, there's a great memento built, and we don't want to break this momentum. We will not break for tea. Just give us 5 minutes for the head table change after the group photograph, and we will continue with the first session, which is Model Concession Agreement for PPP in Port Sector. I request all dignitaries to come forward for a group picture.
Hello and a very good afternoon, all of you ladies and gentlemen. And we are not breaking up for a tea session. So I would request all my audience, everybody, to kindly stay back. Unless you want to take just a 1.5 minute break, that is allowed. But please come back. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that Kolkata Port Trust celebrated its sesquicentenary year or celebration since last year, and our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji rechristened Kolkata Port Trust as Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. And 150 years, well, let's say if a human being turns 150 years, which is extremely rare, we would still say going well, okay, settling down, or just finishing off. But when it comes to Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, I believe the 150-year benchmark has only made them stronger and made them move on with a new vigor and new energy. With that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, today, as we all know what we are discussing upon, the first session would be discussion on model concession agreement for PPP in major ports. I shall be welcoming my dignitaries on stage in a very short while. Before that, I would request all of you to kindly settle down. Gentlemen, as we start off with the next session, I would request all of you to kindly take your seats. Gentlemen and ladies, we are absolutely ready to start off with the conclave. Can we request all my guests to kindly get into the banquet and take their respective seats? I am your anchor Anurima, and I welcome all of you once again now to the discussion sessions of the Maritime Public-Private Partnership Conclave 2022. We are having it for the 17th and the 18th in our beautiful city, Kolkata. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first topic of discussion right now is discussion on Model Concession Agreement for PPP in major ports. So, as we all know, that with a view to make port projects more investor-friendly and make investment climate in major port sector more attractive, the government has approved the revised Model Concession Agreement, that is the MCA, for public-private participation, that is PPP, projects in the major ports. This session will discuss and deliberate the perspective of existing and prospective BOT or PPP operators towards providing a level playing field to concessionaries inducted prior to and after introduction of the new Model Concession Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to put your hands together, give a round of applause as I welcome on stage my moderator and speakers. Please put your hands together as I welcome on stage the moderator for the session, Mr. Jagannarayan Padmanabhan, Practice Leader and Director, Transport and Logistics, Chrysler Limited. As speakers, we have with us Mr. Shambhu Singh, former Special Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India. Can we first of all request everybody from the T zone to kindly come inside? I would request my team to inform the T area members to kindly come inside, as we have already started off with the conclave. Can I please welcome on stage Mr. A.K. Mehra, Deputy Chairman, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. Please welcome on stage Mr. Dhruv Kotak, Chairman, Ports and Shipping, FICCI Committee on Transport Infrastructure and Managing Director, J.M. Baxi Group. Please welcome Mr. Subrat Tripathi, CEO, Ports Adani Group. Can we please have Mr. Subrat Tripathi on stage? Sir, these are the rare moments of meeting and greetings as well. Please welcome on stage Mr. Arun Maheshwari, Joint MD and CEO, JSW Infrastructure Limited. So as I always say that Kolkata, ladies and gentlemen, is the city of warmth and love, and we love to felicitate our guests accordingly. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Mr. A.K. Mehra, Deputy Chairman, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, to kindly welcome on dais the new members for the session. Please, I would request Sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Subrat Tripathi, CEO, Ports Adani Group. You are being felicitated. Now I would request Mr. Mehra to kindly felicitate Mr. Arun Maheshwari, Joint MD and CEO, JSW Infrastructure Limited. Thank you so much, guests, and thank you so much, Mr. Mehra. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time that we start off with the session. As I already said, the session is a discussion on Model Concession Agreement for PPP in major ports. I would request the moderator, Mr. Jagannarayan Padmanabhan, to kindly take over. But before that, I would also request Mr. Mehra to kindly felicitate our moderator, Mr. Jagannarayan Padmanabhan, Practice Leader and Director, Transport and Logistics, Chrysler Limited. Please put your hands together as we welcome, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I'm even more honored out here to have the kind of representation out here in terms of A, the knowledge, B, the coverage, both the private sector, public sector, all of them out here with immense amount of experience. And what we have on hand is also a very interesting and an important discussion, which is the impact of the model concession agreement, the new model concession agreement, and how it is going to be shaping things going forward. And just so we have quite a headroom in terms of time, about an hour and a half, so I'll indulge for the first couple of minutes in kind of putting in context of A, the importance of a model concession agreement in a PPP contract, and each one of people out here will have their own individual view of how they are going to be looking at it. See, give or take, a port asset would be about close to, in today's context, between 0.75 billion to $1 billion kind of an investment, right? So if that is a kind of investment that is being made by a port or a developer, they would want to have certain set of certainty to be done. And similar is the onus on the government as well, because they are giving an important asset to the private sector, and because it's a PPP contract, they're going to give a private sector, they would want to have certain assurance that yes, it is going to get developed in the intended way, and it is going to serve the larger good, because at the end of the day, it is an exempt trade that it is getting served, right? And we have really developed ourselves in terms of maturity. You're all aware that we are kind of 25 years into this whole PPP part of it. And a new model concession agreement, a concession agreement which governs in a way how the concession that is between the concessionaire and the concession party is getting governed is on the model concession agreement. And that has got done and revised in 2021. And some of the salient features that was covered there, and I don't want to really take out the thunder from each one who will be talking about it. But broadly, in terms of a lot of flexibility has come through in the new model concession agreement, in terms of cargo, in terms of tariff fixation, in terms of extension of the timeline, if needed for any unforeseen circumstances, so on and so forth. So basically bringing in a lot more flexibility in how things are conducted on both sides. One of the banes which has been there always from a contract perspective is sometimes the private entity, or for that matter, the government as well, have used it at various instances for their own individual benefits, right? And has, in a way, put a lot of restriction in the concession agreement itself. The ability to maneuver or ability to, for right reasons, was not being given before. And in a way, that is, all of it has got addressed in this new model concession agreement. So each of these points we will kind of delve in greater detail. As I said, we have a good amount of time to talk about it. First, I would like to ask any initial comments about how do you foresee this whole model concession agreement, and then we can move across into the individual points of how it is there. Anyone in particular you want to talk about? Yeah, Mr. Singh.
Well, I don't honestly know what is the new model concession agreement. Because when I was made chairman of a committee to look into the possible kind of solutions which can be applied to bring about an end to the cases of arbitration or the court cases arising out of the earlier agreements. The agreements which have been in force, I think, till about a year back or maybe even now. Concessions being running into decades, at least 30 years, in some instances more, the agreements are going to remain what they have been. So yesterday, after arriving here, I tried to jot down the major points which have been irritating the industry, particularly the concessionaires and subsequently the ports. And I jotted them down on pieces of paper, lest I forget the most important ones. So please allow me to go through. I won't go through them as in detail. I'll simply mention them, the issues which we have identified and recommended solutions, which as far as I believe, the ministry has started putting into operation, and a lot of it has gone into the new model concession agreement. You see, the causes of dispute have been mostly due to provisions in the agreement and the preceding tender or RFP, which is issued, and the documents which have been set forth therein. Let me list out the issues. First issue, which we found has been leading to a lot of litigation, is the COD or the date of commencement of operation. The second one has been the fulfillment of conditions precedent. Disputes are largely due to delays or inability to fulfill conditions for various reasons. Reasons which may be identified, which may not be identified, or rather may not be accepted. Then the third reason was a huge variation between the technical and feasibility report and other actual conditions prevailing afterward. The fourth reason has been cost overrun due to various reasons, again, not accepted by the authorities concerned. And the fifth one has been the changes in circumstances or materially adverse effects after commencement of operations, which are not in the category of force majeure, but are for uncontrollable reasons and due to probably known business risk. Then the scale of rates, SOR, which is not with the port. I can give you any number of examples of that, and which will sound quite funny, but they are there. But otherwise offered by the concessionaire. Concessionaire offers a service which is not the scale of rate, which is not there with the port. Then the inability of the port to review and assess operations of the agreement. Say in 5 years, both parties sit together and make an assessment of what has happened, how it has happened, if there be any slip-ups, what are the reasons, and even if they are identified because of the agreement, the port is not in a position to revisit the conditions. Then there are reasons which pertain to policy changes, which may have direct or indirect impact on the business. For instance, the coal. Suddenly, the government decides that emphasis on imported coal shall be reduced. They even allow more ash content coal to be used in the power plants, and the import of coal reduces. Naturally, the revenue of the concessionaire goes down, the revenue of the port goes down, but it's not a force majeure. It's not defined, it's not included. So these are the major reasons. And also, there is total lack of clarity with the ports as to how to go about it, how to really address the problems which are cropping up. Pre-business problems are, well, easy to understand. But post-COD, circumstances which develop over a period of time are unfortunately in a category which cannot be revisited. These have resulted in, believe you me, there are 71 major cases involving at least 1,000 crores in each case. There are cases which go up to 20,000 crores, in which the port ends up paying a court fee of 20 crores to the court. And the party goes to court, obtains an ad interim order, either it is a stay or an injunction. As a result, neither the asset can be used, nor the revenues can be earned, whereas the financiers are to be paid the interest. Bank guarantees are lost. The parties, the operators are put in such a disadvantageous situation that many of them, they come virtually on the verge of closure, of getting wound up. These have been the issues which we identified. Accordingly, we provided suggested solutions, but I am not sure whether all these issues have been addressed in the new model code. The new model code should have taken into account all these things. And the last but not the least, the most important point is the initial document lays lot of emphasis on the date of operation, commencement of operation, and the revenue part of it. It did not address the point that there may be a situation wherein there would be a necessity to revisit the contract, and the flexibility to be provided in the contract was just not there. Hence, there was no dynamism in the policy. Once you are bound to it, you are simply bound to it. You are in shackles. So, with these points, I would now hand over the floor to the speakers who would further deliberate and dilate upon that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much, sir. I think the context is excellent in terms of saying that about 70 assets, nothing less than 1 lakh crore or more, right? And if each of them being, and the larger part being that they're not being put to good use as well. So not only the money part of it, the usage part of it is also not very well done. So I'll just probably, for the audience, pick across, probably say about 5 or 6 points which has got covered in the concession agreements. A bit technical, so please allow me to talk about what are the broad headlines which is there, and then individually we can then talk about is this enough or more needs to be done into it. One is the first one is the cargo type. Now there is a provision. Before there was not a provision. If you had bid for a particular cargo type, you were had to do that particular cargo type only. Now there is provision to change the cargo type. So that's a significant change. And then as Sir was mentioning, while the operations of it, some of the causes for dispute they've been tied to a particular cargo, and those cargo in that particular location or area is no longer being giving that kind of returns, or they would want to take up other cargo and they have not been allowed to do those parts of it. So that has got ability to change, that has happened. All of this is from the new model concession agreement. We will talk about what happened to the previous one, how is it being handled. The second is in terms of the tariff part of it. Now the flexibility to fix the tariff is available, and probably later on either Dhruv or Mr. Tripathi can kind of talk about existing ports where multiple tariffs are prevalent and how that is kind of getting impacting those individual ports as well. So that is the second one which is there. Then the flexibility in the concession period itself is there in terms of between 30 years to 45 years. So that flexibility has come through. And for any reason, if the COD is got pushed or the concession party is not able to get the returns or the EBITDA that they had envisaged, then provisions are there for them to move across, and the concession period can get to that extent increased, obviously with certain set of caveats which are there. Then the condition precedent time, you talked about that being one of the pain points which is there, has got increased a slight bit, but from 180 days it has got to about 270 days is the current part of it which is there. Then other points are in a way a bit minor in nature, where the equity part of it, the senior lenders are able to get lay-in on the asset, obviously with the port having the first right. After that the senior lenders are able to get it. Then the equity lock-in period people are able to exit after 1 year of COD. That's again a part of it which is there. So I think these are some of the highlights which have been come across in the new model concession agreement. First initial reaction is, are these enough, right? Have we addressed, I think Sir's first question is that whether the MCA is good enough now, or have we made a good beginning and more needs to be done? That would be my first part of it. I want to take it up. Yes, sir.
I have one more point.
Yeah.
The point is, should MCA be the standard document to be followed in toto? Or should the port use MCA as a kind of guideline and create its own agreement?
I think that is just fabulous, and I want to just take that up. In fact, me and Vineet sir were just talking about that a little earlier. And I think there is a a lot that the new MCA does, and it's obviously very, very positive. But I think each port has very unique circumstances, very unique situations. Now, you cannot compare Kolkata to JNPT. And you've therefore have got to create that type of flexibility for, I would say, the Port Authority to interpret, to use that framework. So I think, sir, the model concession agreement, I think maybe just to add to what you're saying, sir, is I think it should be more of
template.
So more of a template, more advisory in terms of how it's created rather than being so rigid. Because I think we've seen on various instances, the port authorities actually know what is needed, but they're not able to implement it because they're dealing with a very rigid framework. So I think, if you give that flexibility, and again, we can try and figure out what that flexibility is. But, if the concession agreement itself can be tailor-made to suit a specific concession or a project, I think that would go a long way, sir. Sir, I think just to add, maybe from, when I'm looking at the, the MC in its current form, I think the macros are really good. I think it has solved a lot of the big headline issues, which is true. But I think some of the smaller stuff is, and it's not so small because eventually when you're dealing with a large PPP project, the devil is always in the detail. And I think the two issues that I would sort of flag off, which still need addressal, is first of all, I think the biggest issue is that there is no, and I'll give a small example and then I'll cover the bigger one. So let's take an example of project cost. So the MCA to a certain degree does cover it. It does say that the project cost is based on 3 different things: actual, projected, blah, 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 and you take, eventually you take the lowest of the 3. But the reality is that if you've appointed an independent engineer, which has been done jointly by the port and the concessionaire, and you've actually gone and spent X money, you've gone and planned for this project, let's just say in 2019, and 2023 you're implementing, and the cost of cement and steel is very different. I mean, or the cost of mechanical equipment is very different, sir, or GST has changed. The reality is that the project cost has changed. Now, you may turn around and say, no, the concession agreement says this, and you have to choose the lowest of the 3, our original estimation is right, and I can't blame the port officers. Because, again, you're dealing with a framework which is so rigid that they have no flexibility to actually address something which may be very genuine. And then that floats into another more complicated issue, which is then the debt due. So you start off with all good intentions, but then because of the rigidity that this framework creates, sir, is that even for genuine reasons, and I've seen it, it's not on the other side. It's not like today, the port officers don't understand what the real dilemma is. But their hands are tied because of the rigidity that is still prevalent in this. I think the second part of it is that today, when we look at, and by the way, this debt due is going to be a major issue for most financiers and most lenders when you're going to do this new MCA, because I guarantee you, by the time the project is planned to when it is executed and implemented, I guarantee you there will be a variation. You will have a problem on this one. So I think here also, I think certain degree of flexibility, adjustment on these type of matters will be needed. I don't think it's perfect. I think it also needs to, and I think, sir, it really comes from that point that you made. That's the reason I wanted to emphasize on this.
You see, I'm sorry if I'm... Adani Ports handles terminal, coal terminal at Vizag. Now you see, a very, very funny, ludicrous incident happened. They needed water to reduce the pollution. For that, the Vizag authority was supposed to create a sewage treatment plant. And the terminal was supposed to use the water coming out of that to pour on the coal to keep the dust down. The sewage treatment plant by the civil authorities never got built. So the operator built the sewage treatment plant at his own cost, used that water, And there was an audit observation that the port has not been charging any money for the water being used to keep the dust down. So I don't know what happened to the chairman. Just to avoid the audit para, he retrospectively imposed a charge of 60 rupees per litre. In reality, the civic authorities were supposed to charge 2 rupees per litre if they had built the sewerage treatment plant. But he imposed a cost of 60 rupees per litre for a sewerage treatment plant which was built by the operator. And he was using that water from the source which he had created. Now, this kind of thing, wherein the port doesn't have the means, the SOR, and simply because there is an audit observation, which would have been a plain and simple reply that we have not provided water, so we have not charged. But retrospectively, 60 rupees a litre arbitrary charge has been imposed on the operator. You see, why I am pointing it out is because you are bound, your thinking is bound by the MCA in such a manner that your thought process gets conditioned to that limitation, wherein you are always trying to play safe. In the case of roads, in the case of any other project, infrastructure project, you have a concept of revised estimate. I don't understand why, in the case of ports, the concept of revised estimate cannot be introduced. If the costs have gone up, in reality, and the state has a state rate declared and published by the state PWD and the state finance department. This is X is the rate of steel and Y is the rate of cement. Why can't the rates be applied to the ports? And hence, a concept of revised estimate that should be introduced. Let us try and not get bound by MCA as if that is the Bible. The last word said by the prophet, whatever prophet. It's not that. Let us not get confused with those last words. Let's have our own words also to add to it. Thank you.
I think very, very well stated, sir. I'll just jump the queue, Arunji, with your permission. So thank you so much for putting it in context. To your very beautifully stated about the water, I can only say that much water has since flown at the Vizag terminal. And today, sitting here, I often feel that you're in a boxing ring and that you are sparring with a major port, which is not the case. I'll go back, permit me, Jaganji, to just tell you something not related to the port at all, to go back to the Greeks and to the fact that as a citizen of India, I'm extremely concerned. There was a statement, and sir, it will echo with you when we went to our civil services, the more the laws, the less the justice. I've often wondered as a citizen of India that when the founding fathers built a beautiful constitution and that it had to go through multiple amendments, what means that we were not in sync with the aspiration of the country, or that we are a legalese document. And let me now tell you, the concession agreement, which was born out of a necessity, and there is always in history what creates a situation of an antithesis, which leads to synthesis, but for the balance of payment situation, but for a fundamentally tectonic changing budget in the early 90s, which was prompted by a very adverse situation in the country, and the PPP that came about, and the success that the country has experienced, the fact that we sit here today, and the fact that we fly the skies of India, the fact that India is aspirational, is a document like the concession agreement as one manifestation of where the country is going. And I'm not restricting myself to the port sector. I'm here as a representative of the maritime sector, but with a very heavy heart, because the port sector and the Ministry of Shipping does not consider the non-major ports, and I thank them today, sir, with your kind permission. We grew in an era, and my young friend Dhruv, which I always say that how does he get younger and smarter? He outsmarts everybody, Arunji and myself, in the JNPT bid, in the VOC bid. Younger and smarter, and he deserves it. Give him a big hand, certainly. I wouldn't have but congratulated him for beating me hollow. The fact that I couldn't compete in, and the fact that I couldn't compete in JNPT because I'm disqualified. You know, the country's operator that handles 312 million tons of cargo. At 2000, I'll come to that very quickly, but I'm concerned about the fact that if every sector has harnessed itself, and today, I have met my young friend when I was in the port of Paradeep, and I'll answer to sir on two things, how it becomes a shackle. And we said a major port exists, the minor port exists in relation to a major port. Thankfully today, we are called non-major. You know, condescendingly, if you can say so. And the fact that in 2000, when you look at the overall maritime sector of the world, the penetration of the Indian maritime sector, despite having a legacy as strong as having traded with the Arabian world from the western part of India, to the southeastern part in the eastern part of the world, yet a legacy that was not enough, and coming to speak at the Shama Prasad Mukherjee Port Trust, proud privilege of 150 years. Congratulations to Vinitji, Mehraji, and everybody over here. And then to say that in 2000, when the cargoes were handled, the major ports of India, which are not major by the fact that they handle cargoes, but that they owe their existence to the major port trust, which served its purpose in 1960, but not in 90s, and that from 2000, the share of between the major and the non-major or the minor ports was at a level of 90 and 10. Come the first concession, Pipavav Port, then the NSICT at JNPT, and the fact that Mundra Port, and each of them. And let me again clarify and caution, I don't represent just a port operator. I am the voice of the maritime sector of the country. If you apportion the maritime sector today, you run the risk a CAGR of 6% on the major government-led ports, and a CAGR of more than 12% or 13% in the non-major ports. The signal is very clear. So the fact the more the laws, the less the justice, is a statement that Caesario made in the Greek assembly. And so it is valid today. I must congratulate, when the concession agreement was made, in the port sector, it was very valid. It has served its purpose in inviting capital for the development of the country. And what is more important? The fact that what we should be deliberating today is, and I thank you for that, sir, that it should just be a template, and that the rigors of the day-to-day management, the peculiarities of a cultural, geographical, economic context, if it is mines in the state of Odisha and Vishakhapatnam and Gangavaram port, it is about a container traffic in the western part of India where the EXIM traffic of India is looking to go to the world markets. Is the concession agreement enabling that? Does the new concession agreement provide an adequate method to enable that? Yes and no. About the various problems that have been stated, I think the core essence of what it should be is to provide a mere template. As I said, a small document, not more than 2 pages, giving an intent is what the concession agreement should be. And the left should be left to certain principles, leave it to the wisdom and judgment of an individual port or a concessioning authority, as the case may be. It could be a state government because the ports are under a concurrent list. It could be the central government. And I would always request, sir, if you could be the voice. The major ports have a body called the Indian Port Association. It's not a prerogative to use the word, because if today 45% of cargoes are handled by the non-major ports, including the terminals, and the fact that at JNPT port, congratulations to Dhruv Bhai, that it has become a perfect example of what could be a zamindari kind of a system, which means a landlord model, because you understand that the thrift of a private-public participation is about coexistence. When we recognize coexistence, we are more aware about each other. The case that Sir mentioned about Visakhapatnam port, you would be perhaps knowing that today I am concentrating less about developing ports and bringing efficiency rather than going around and wearing the sole of my shoe, running across the courts of India to prove that I am not a defaulter in Vizag port, and the fact that a concession agreement cast in stone, which it should not be, that it should be only imported coal for power plants, led by rail only, and the fact that we build a, water treatment over there and got 60 rupees is incidental, and that the government of India comes and changes a certain set of rules, correctly so, about the Indian mining and coal sector to grow, dependence on imported coal for our power plants and leading to energy security, which is the larger question. And in 2014, and the terminal is built in 2017, put to use, and suddenly the entire logic of the terminal is thrown aside because the rules of the games have changed. And then comes, if I had the terminal today, we would be reaping undue profits. Because suddenly, come COVID, a V-shaped recovery of the Indian economy, and the country is hungry for power. How can we have a situation as dynamic in 2014 to say that we don't import coal? In 2000, post-recovery of the COVID, what has changed? Circumstances changed. Does an enabling environment, enabling concession agreement permit you to see the changes in that manner? To that extent, the old concession agreement and the new concession agreement is quite a fundamental change, does not meet the entire expectation. I would, for one, request for just a proper kind of a body which can assess circumstances as and when they arise. We need not run to declare force majeure. The fact in Visakhapatnam, COVID happened and that we could not the world comes to a halt is not recognized as force majeure, and we are considered as a defaulter, leaves a lot of pain within any operator for that matter. It's not about, it's a statement about whether the PPP is matured in the port sector or not. But I'll have more to it. I don't want to take away, my good friend Mr. Arun is wanting to also add on to that. He's going through, also I'll just leave you, I'll give you a cue as to how a stressed asset is being treated. But before that, one of the things the concession agreement has addressed is a longer concession period, because the port sector, like every sector in the infrastructure, and the beauty of the port sector is that you are an infrastructure sector, you are also a service sector. So sometimes it becomes a double whammy or a wonderful opportunity. If an enabling environment is created, you make it a wonderful opportunity. And what is that opportunity that I'm looking for? Before I tell you how stressed assets are assessed, as a representative of the country and the maritime sector, I am concerned that the last survey in the world about the logistics put India at 44th position, and the bane of India penetrating into the world markets is not the virtuous cycle of production and manufacturing the country does. We have world-class products coming from a time when we launched the first satellite through French Guiana, and today that we are launching satellites do not question India's power in technology and in manufacturing. But the fact that we are 44th on the logistics index and the fact that we are at about 14%, it makes Indian products uncompetitive in the world market. So whatsoever terminals we build, if the cargoes do not get them thrift aside in our terminals as far as container cargo goes, we have not met the expectation of the country and the maritime sector at large. I will leave you with a thought by saying, when the dedicated freight corridor was conceived, it was not conceived as an isolated line for running mere trains. It was to unleash the power of, so the freight corridor and the industrial corridor would coexist. They would feed on each other, and they would enable India's larger participation, and thereby your ports much was spoken about Singapore's efficiency. You'll be proud. Whether it is Mr. Dhruv Kotak's terminal, or whether it's a terminal that Arun Maheshwari runs, or whether it's a terminal that Adani's and we run, our GCR rates, our rates of cargo handling are the best in the world. It's not rocket science that we cannot do. What puts us aside is that we can't play the game in totality. The ports is hugely efficient or inefficient the case may be, then you are dependent on a certain connectivity, which is not present. Because there are certain obligations that the government plays. There are certain obligations that private sector plays, or an operator for that matter plays. I would actually urge that the new concession agreement has to kindle and rekindle these thoughts. So while the concession agreements have got a larger tenure to put a capex cycle, which is very necessary, a continuity of a capex cycle is extremely necessary if you want the sector to be healthy and continuously growing. And when the capex does not yield the desired, be more aware and more sympathetic about the royalty revenues. Link them to a WPI, not at 100% the WPI. I would always request and then hand over, I think that's enough cue for Mr. Maheshwari. We were here in this land of Bengal, and I always say, it was often said that what Bengal thinks today, India thinks tomorrow. When I came to present to the government of West Bengal that the necessity for developing a large port on this site for a huge hinterland which is there, and the fact we need to modernize entire Shama Prasad Mukherjee port today, less about a port but about a logistics hub for the entire eastern India, northeastern India, and the fact that you can harness your rivers in this port is a statement that I would like to thank Vinitji, giving a lot of leadership as to metamorphosizing with change. Now when he does that, does the Major Port Trust Act or the Major Port Trust Authority Bill permit him to do that? Or there is a sense of suspicion saying that, is there something beyond it? So it's about coexistence. And I'm glad to say that today, ports like Gujarat give you a concession for about 30 years. The government of Odisha gives you a concession for 30, renewable at 10 each. The major ports, fortunately from 30, the old terminals will suffer, but the new terminal, you'll get it at 30 plus 15 with a ROFR, under the new concession agreement. But just look at it. I would like to thank Government of West Bengal for the enabling. Tajpur port is being handed at a concession of 99 years. So the necessity to understand a continuous, virtuous cycle of capital. These are some of the thoughts. Let me hand over. I've taken a little more of your time. Over to you, Arunji, please.
Thank you. Thanks.
Just a flag. One thing, you rightly pointed out infrastructure. But the ports are also a critical infrastructure. And what do we mean by critical infrastructure is known to everybody. Are we addressing the issues which are likely to affect the criticality part of the infrastructure? Does MCA address that?
Thank you. I won't treat you unless you are proven dead. So this is the line which was in the earlier model concession agreement, and it is not yet deleted. So unless you are proven dead, I won't have a cure for you. So this is one line which I would like the authorities to read it very carefully and again, because there are several projects which have gone through this pain in the past. Several are going through it, and several will go through it again. Because even though the port authorities know about it, that there is a challenge in the concession agreement, but as rightly said by Shambhu Singh ji earlier, that they are guided by certain written, which is like a prophet saying, but it should be more of a guiding principle, rather than becoming a, this is what all we can do about it.
Not a straitjacket.
Yeah. So, in one major point which in the new model concession agreement, which will become a problem later on, which I feel is the revenue share is going to increase by 100% of WPI, which is quite dangerous. Any project with a 25 to 35% kind of revenue share model, after 17 to 22 years, your royalty will overpower your revenue, because the revenue will not be able to increase to that extent. This is what the fear we have. Generally, revenue increases more or less 60% of the total WPI. this is what, because you have a competition port, you have a competing terminals, you have non-major ports competing to you. So they have a full flexibility because they don't have any, that kind of revenue share of WPI, 100%. So this could become a problem after 17, 20 years. What you will do then? So this is one major point which we thought, needs to be addressed. The other thing is that, there's a competing terminal within the port itself. I'm handling a terminal, I have a competition from the port itself. Now they have a freedom to handle different cargoes, they have a freedom to handle different tariffs. They can reduce the tariff, they can increase the tariffs, they can do whatever they feel like. But that kind of flexibility is not built in the existing concession agreements. So those flexibilities needs to be imbibed into the terminals. And I feel the backup infrastructure is nobody's baby. You have given a terminal, okay, this is a terminal you run whichever way you feel like, but then bringing the railway infrastructure at the back end, or the road infrastructure, or the dredging part of it, or the breakwater, or the other facilities which are not part of the concession agreement is nobody's baby. So you are landing up with a terminal with all the modern gadgets and equipments and everything, but you don't have a backup and the front end. So how do you address that? So there is no cure to those kind of investments which has already been done, or is likely to be done. So these are the few issues which I felt, very key to the model concession agreement needs to be addressed. I think flexibility needs to be imbibed, and the authority needs to be given to the port level. And I would urge all the ports, all the major ports, to use those authorities to its fullest extent. That is also important. So this is what I feel. Maritime.
Yeah, please.
Good afternoon. Many of the things that you have already learned from the distinguished port operators from JM Baxi Group, Adani, as well as JSW. I am either fortunate or unfortunate, I don't know. I have served Visakhapatnam port for 5 years, and there are 7 terminals, and all of them are running into some disputes or other. About 3 to 4 days in a week, I have to travel from Vizag to, at that point of time, it is Hyderabad, to go to our lawyers, mostly Mr. Jagannath Rao and some very, very senior lawyers, ASG sitting there, to find ways and means how to sort out these problems. I'm just highlighting this thing, but again I'm telling, first and foremost, what we require is to consider private partner is our extended hand of the port. They are not outsiders. If we have from the core of our heart, we believe that they are extended hand of the port, that means this is a port itself. Like my own brother, then only you can solve the problems. 2, 3 things I'll just highlight. What Mr. Subrat Tripathi has stated, their terminal at Vizag was for the only steam coal import, only single cargo, and that has to be delivered through the railways. They break their head with the State Pollution Control Board to allow at least 10 to 15% of the cargo to be delivered through roadways, because many of the industry, those who are serving, are within 50 kilometers, which is and not served with the rail, but they could not do that. We'll also have not been able to do that. Another simple thing I'm telling in the concession agreement, it was mentioned that if the concessionaire required additional land, it has to pay twice the SOR rate. Unfortunately or fortunately, their piece of land is such that there are 2 restackers. One restacker has, because restackers can work on both sides. One restacker is got both sides, so they stackers they can do, but another restacker has got only one side. So other side, that means half of the restacker efficiency you are killing right from the beginning. And there is a small piece of land by that side we could have given to them. But again we are breaking head because they are not able to manage this twice the SOR rate. Because in section 9.3 it was mentioned that additional land or other facilities required, it should be given at rate twice of the SOR. It is written, and finance is there and other, they are writing that we are the prisoners of the concession agreement. So we have put ourselves into the prison. This is one thing. And second thing, what Mr. Tripathi already stated, Government of India has taken a policy to increase the coal production, and suddenly from 2017, 1.5 years, there is not a single ton of cargo came through this terminal. And there is no provision because it has to lead to a event of default, and it has to go to the, go for this conciliation, and thereafter it will be termination. There is no other thing. So at that point of time, after much raking head, with the approval of the ministry and the board, we have found out some formula which is also not liked by them, but at least we could save that time for termination, that whatever the minimum guaranteed during that period, first 3 years, I think 25% of the MGT, if they pay the MGT, this wharfage and other their royalty share, without handling the cargo, then we can revive. And finally, we could revive after taking some 12 crores or something, for which they have not earned a single rupee. But this is fact. So this is a very, very painful for the private investor. And on top of it, you are asking the private investor to come to the port and invest and modernize. And these are the ways we are faced to it. Sir, Sambhu Singh ji, sir, we are very fortunate that he was the committee headed for the stress project. Another terminal was Vedanta. They are also the same problem, twice the rate we could not give them. And on top of it, what had happened, they required certain additional land for the purpose of extending their railway tracks. That also it is stuck up there. Finally, a stress project guideline has come. That was a draft guideline. It says that first, it means that first the project has to be stressed, then we can give some recession. That means a person who is healthy, first he will feel sick, then only give the medicine. Before that, I cannot apply the medicine. MCA. I'm talking about MCA. So this is the way we come on. Now, from the point of view of MCA 2021 or the recent, we can see these all things have already been taken care of. But there are other things still there, which Mr. Arun Maheshwari also stated, and what Mr. Tripathi has stated, we should consider as a template and the intent of that. But I am just giving a word of caution. If we go back to 90s, when the first indicative guideline or IDFC, before IDFC guideline I'm talking about, there was no model document. So each port, those who have gone first, one is NSI, this terminal at the JNPT, and thereafter 2 coal terminal, one at Haldia, one at Vizag. Each document has got its own way, and same problem dealt by Haldia one way, Vizag is dealing one way, because there is no model document. So I feel there must be something concrete, maybe that may be very minimal, thereafter intent has to be put into it, but everything if you keep open, then there may be a other kind of problem, because we are a single country. So if there is a single problem or same problem and happening to other ports, to other state, it may go land up to the court, and there may be 2 different judgments from the 2 high court, then it will be a further problem. So my only word of caution is there may be a template, but there are certain cardinal points that has to be fixed. Thereafter, port should have its own flexibility to draw the model concession agreement to address those issues. Thank you very much.
Just one point over here, what Mr. Mehra said, that if there is a shortfall in quantity performance in any of the terminals, the concession agreement speaks about you pay me for the shortfall, whatever you have done, and thereafter I will declare you defaulted. So it is a double whammy, you are paying for the default, then port shouldn't be charging for that default, first of all, if there's a shortfall in quantity, because the shortfall in quantity is by virtue of there is no cargo over there. No PPP operator would set up the terminal not to handle the cargo. He's setting up the terminal to handle the cargo because there's a business case he has envisaged about it. Now this business case has changed, there's a shortfall in cargo. If the shortfall is not fulfilled, he has to pay the royalty to the port. At the same time, after 3 years of default, not meeting the quantities, he's declared as default, which needs to be thoroughly examined and addressed in this concession agreement.
Just I want to mention one example for that. In one of the project, which is WQ6 by ABG, I don't know when this tendering was done in pre-bid meeting at that point of time, some good thinking was gone. He has mentioned in the pre-bid reply that if the cargo does not mature, which is very, very unlikely, port may consider allowing some other cargo. This was written as a pre-bid reply. So when that particular terminal was failing to get the cargo to fulfill the MGT, at least at that point of time, the management of Vizag port has taken such bold decision by gone through this pre-bid reply, considering this is part and parcel of the tender, a lot of things have been written in the file. Finally, with the legal help also, we could convince our board, where the ministry is represented also there, that yes, we have committed to the tenderer at the time of pre-bid meeting, pre-bid reply, which is part and parcel of this. So we are entitled for the additional cargo. It is a different matter that terminal could not function with the additional cargo of that, but the Vizag Port Authority at that point of time taken that bold decision to allow some additional cargo, not less than 1, 2, but it will be 10 number of new cargo that have been given.
Good. I think
this MCA reminds me of a joke. Man and God bump into each other, and both exclaim, "Oh my Creator, how are you?"
Well said, sir.
So, in the shop windows, mannequins are permanent. All the shopkeeper does is keep on changing the dress, which he or she wants to advertise for people to buy. MCA could be, and I would request Vineet, let it go as a recommendation. MCA should be like the mannequin, on which different clothes can be adorned. Per each port's requirement, the clothing has to be different.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think while the private sector have very, very valid points, there have been past instances as well, right? When not just on ports, part of it, I'm talking about infra at ports and places otherwise, where things have not gone really, so there have been some bad experiences of the past. I'm not trying to justify that, and hence this is the right way, but there is the other side of the table as well, as to how the impact has happened when flexibility was there, and how some people have, in a way, used it to their parts of it. Right?
Sorry, I have to butt in there.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
And there have been instances of, and I'm going to be harsh on this.
I'm moderating here, so I don't want to be a one-sided part of it. So I need to put across that there is other part of it as well.
I fully
right?
understand,
so,
but
so that's enough.
All I'm saying is that there have definitely been instances of, bad players. But I think the problem then happens is that when we start having a brush stroke, and the problem here is not only the concession, but also a lot of the officers at the ports. I think because of the way, sir, the governance framework has been created, sir, everyone has been, we had used earlier, sir, used the word, sir, leech. Which is how, the PPP, the Planning Commission originally was looking at private participants, or viewing certain, bad players, and then that becomes the brushstroke, and therefore, whether it's the caution that the extra caution, I would say, that port officers now need to follow for fear of, various retribution. I think that's, sir, it's almost like saying that everyone who is coming is going to be a defaulter or someone just, placing, the way it has become almost, we've taken all those experiences from the past, and we've incorporated, but we've not forgotten it. And we believe that that's going to happen, again and again and again. And that creates, I would say, a very suspicious mindset. I think I agree with what Mehra Saab said. Because there was a proactive officer who gave a pre-bid response. Now, we can turn around and say, oh, he had how can there be malintent in an RFQ and RFP process? It can't. It's an open tender process. People should have that flexibility to go and give responses. Sorry, I'm going to say this to, sir, all major ports today. And please correct me. Last 4 years or 5 years, I have never received a single response on any RFQ query. The answer, typical answer from any major port, sir, to me is, please refer to RFQ and MCA conditions, they stand. That's the typical answer. And sir, very often I go and meet the port officer in private, those gentlemen, and there are many port officers sitting, they are so knowledgeable. They know what is the reality. They want to even, they will tell you, yes, this should be the answer. But they will not answer, sir. The answer is please refer to Why not give the answer? Why not give a clarification? How does that? But today, sir, we have created that environment of fear, which we have to overcome, because again, with this 25 years, there has been a lot of evolution.
Let me give you an example. How you can look at the things positively, how you can always keep looking at things negatively. There was a very celebrated case in National Highway Authority of India. There was an Andhra contractor, very big name once upon a time. He had got a bought, build, operate, transfer contract of road from Ajmer to Nagaur. He was able to build about 30% of the road and diverted the money elsewhere and literally went bankrupt. We didn't know what to do. Then one day I was called by Mr. Gadkari. He said, you handle finance, you tell me what is the solution. I said, okay, sir, let me think over it. I'll give you the solution tomorrow. I thought about it. I said, why not take a chance, take a risk? So I went back to him. Mr. Malik from Haryana was the Secretary Road Transport. I went along with him. We said, okay, we make a deal. And we make a deal with the contractor and with the bank, both. We value the portion of the road already built. Rest of it, we take over, NHAI takes over. For 30% value, we pay to the contractor, we pay the money in an escrow account. We ask the bank how much haircut you are willing to take. Bank had lent 300 crores. Bank said, we will take haircut on the entire interest. Punjab National Bank, the chairman himself had come for the meeting. And we did that, and we recorded on file as to how and why we have done this. And we also recorded this may be cited as a case of malafide, corruption, or whatever. However, we are clear in our minds that we need to complete the road, and the only way to complete the road is this. The party surrendered its entire equity to NHAI. The bank got its money after valuation. 300 crores NHAI paid to the bank through that escrow account. And it became an example. It is being cited as a template in Government of India. And it's a solution now to a problem. Various ministries, including shipping, we have suggested, and shipping has accepted it. You see, a rule can be read by me in one particular manner. The same rule can be read by...
Or a demographic drag. If India is changing like this, hitherto, it was said that the country and when I say the country that the people in power, the political people or the bureaucracy, are the builders of the nation. The narrative has significantly changed today that the builders of modern India, and if I can draw what was said at the turn of independence, temples of modern India are being built by the private sector today. And please understand, the private sector is not different from what is the public sector. It is the same Indian bank which funds the public or the private sector. It is, so why is this distance that I come to a sparring table, that there are a boxing ring, that we have to spar at each other? And this is one of the finest examples that Sir has given, that from the NHAI sector, which we all need to learn in the port sector as to how to look at it in an enabling manner in which we are empathetic, not sympathetic, empathetic towards situational changes. That is extremely important to understand, that the spirit of coexistence, that the fact, we had a tender, I was serving the port of Paradeep, we had a tender in 97, we wanted to build a port, and I was very proud of the fact that my port was doing very low, and people came to the port more out of compulsion than out of choice. You know, my good friend, young Mr. Dhruv, he was younger, but he continues to be even younger today. You know, he defies age. Many people who tell me that we come to Paradeep because out of compulsion. So we said that we'll turn it to out of choice. What would you do? Let's build an enabling environment, a good, productive, efficient port. But also the fact, let's have a deep port. That's the USP of the eastern ports of India. When we built a deep port, and the Planning Commission then, the Niti Aayog today, gave us that 100 crores and above, you have to go to an empowered committee. So we went to an empowered committee consisting of the finance minister, and we got the project. By the time all this happened and much water had flown in the Bay of Bengal, the project cost from 100 crores went to 250 crores when we put it to tender. So the committee which went, and the officer said, 100 crores has become 250 crores, the sense of awe. And by that, we denied and we said, no, it cannot be done. So the project was cancelled. It is another matter that the project was then put to retender, and the bid was finally given at 312 crores. So look at what you miss out at a particular point of time if you do not intervene when the time is. So the narrative is that today the responsibility of building the country, its infrastructure, lies with Indians, whether they serve, whether it is Mr. Dhruv Kotak, whether it is Arun Maheshwariji, whether it is Vinitji, there is no difference. Please recognize we are all in the same game. I always give an example. I'm an ardent player of sport. I always give the example that how a good baton changing could mean that you're on the podium or not in the podium. Football, this is a crazy town for football, and the likes of Mohun Bagan and East Bengal, without any allegiance to either of them, and the fact that Indian Football League has taken over. Manchester United has a beautiful clip, and I urge you to all look at it. 44 passes. It starts from the reverse from the prime, comes to 44 passes. Every player in the game, 11 players of Manchester City touch the ball, and on the 44th you score a goal. That's the best example of collaboration and a spirit of togetherness can be. And what urges today in the new concession agreement, does it answer the goal? It's another matter that on royalty in Vizag, after paying, not handling cargo, paying the minimum guarantee, then you become a defaulter. It's another, I don't want to get into the technicalities of what can be. It is about creating an enabling, enveloping document. Mera Sahab, that is correct. While the last word cannot be said, but the principles can be enshrined. Once the principles are enshrined, leave it to the judgment of the good officers. Acts done in good faith will always rule and pass the test of time and any test of audit that it can be. So I will urge for such an enabling, and does the new concession agreement answer that? It goes in that distance. Perhaps we have to break the shackles free, and it requires courage to break the shackles free. And what better can be said in 75 years of independence and the country urging ahead to go to 100, let's mark this new 100 for India to come on the global stage. And believe me, the maritime sector will continue to be the gateway, whether it is Mundra Port, whether it is Dhamra Port, whether it is JNPT, whether it is Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, each one will have an individual role to play. Calcutta Port, what Vinitji is doing is to recast the port as a logistics hub. This country and this city deserves a modern, efficient logistics play. That's what exactly he's doing. And then the gateway to the entire Northeast India. The fact that geography denies us an access through Bangladesh, and I don't understand why we can't build a dedicated freight corridor through Bangladesh. That's one of the asks that we'll be having with the interbilateral things. This is what we should take us. We shouldn't be discussing royalty, we shouldn't be discussing, project cost, etc., and be bound by a concession agreement, whereas this just should be an enabling clause. Live and let live. That should be the spirit. Thank you.
Wow, you spoke from the heart. But just that this is a concession agreement, we can't go beyond from a point of discussion of this part. And you talked about acts of faith, right? Today, the new concession agreement gives the elbow room from tariff fixation part of it. And so from the road sector, if one of the banes which have been there from a tariff part of it was aggressive bidding, right? Which really made that sector, at least in between 2000, let's say 7 to 11, a good amount of aggressive bidding happened and people were not able to move forward and fulfill those obligations, and really it went into a limbo. Now, from a tariff fixation, are we going to see a lot more aggressiveness? And I have a couple of points on the tariff part of it so that each can, if you can kind of talk about it. And you also talked about the whole logistics cost in your initial part of it, that 14% and 8%. I know this is only probably a drop in that ocean in terms of the overall cost part of it, but in terms of the whole major ports going towards asset monetization, many more terminals coming through, and if there is going to be aggressive bidding, is that going to get reflected in the whole tariff part of it? I understand there will be competitive forces and all of that, but that's the second point which is there. So A, in terms of will aggressive bidding come up, A. B, in terms of logistics cost, will that get passed on to the end consumer? And hence, is it going to impact the logistics cost? That's the second point which would be there. And how do you see this whole tariff relaxation itself, right? Is that in a way the right step and moving forward? That's the third one. Because at the end of the day, all the so-called, you talked about major ports major in being inverted commas, going towards a landlord model, it will be the private sector to that extent, which should be managing the whole terminal part of it. All of you can kind of come in and talk about it.
I think let me start with that. I think first of all, when we look at logistics cost, right, and this is actually a very interesting forum where and probably I'm coming from a context which is, I mean, in a way relevant because we're all actively bidding. I think first of all, the total cost is not limited only to terminal and terminal handling charges. And I think, that's one of the advantages that the non-major ports have, and is that they have the ability to, figure out, how to balance the charges. And again, it's not that they are any cheaper. It's just that they are, a little bit, I think their tactics are better, where Mr. Tripathi then will, for example, if he's starting a port, and I'm going to be a little controversial, but if he's starting a port in Gangavaram, a container terminal in Gangavaram, and within due right, he may take a decision that to attract smaller vessel calls, because when your business is small and your vessel calls are small, he will make it attractive for a deviation and a ship to come. And that's perfectly fair. That's a business decision, and I think that's a good decision. Today, the major ports, today if I have to go through the Suez Canal, I pay $600,000. Sir, today if I'm going to JNPT port, sir, I have to pay $400,000 for a port call, not to go through the Suez Canal. Just the port call. Now that may make sense if you are going to do an exchange of 8,000 TEUs, probably. But that doesn't make sense, sir, when you want to bring in a 200 TEU parcel load to a port, or attract a deviation from, from Calcutta down to Vizag for just 100 TEUs, 50 TEUs. Now today in places like, and I'm giving an example like China, today the reality is that port charges are really, really low. Terminal handling charges are not. And therefore, when I come back to it, I think it's, time. I do think there's going to be aggressive bidding. I think if, everyone, depending on where their focus areas, they will. Because I think logistics, unlike other forms of infrastructure, is very location-based, and there are locational benefits that are there. But I think what's going to need to be done is that it's going to need a relook from the port chairmen, from the finance departments of ports, to start studying their balance sheets and saying that, okay, now I have the ability to receive a lot more revenue from a different sort of revenue stream, through a royalty, through a revenue share, whatever it may be. And can I start readjusting my port charges to start attracting more types of cargoes, ship calls, different sizes of ship calls? We need to be more tactical. So I think, I actually see that this is something where, and I would request for Shambhu sir and a lot of the past senior bureaucrats to really, I think, guide, because I think the way balance sheets are drawn up can go through a fundamental change with the landlord policy, and I think that's not been thought through. from a port authority perspective. These gentlemen who run private ports, trust me, they are thinking about their balance sheets very, prudently all the time, and they come up with tactics to optimize that. And listen, that's absolutely fair. But I think the major ports need to do that as well. I think the FNCOs of major ports now need to be CFOs, and they need to start looking at what is changing from an operating model to a landlord model. Yeah. How do they need to start looking at their balance sheets, their cash flows now? So you may have a partner who is going to come there and create more revenue for you from another channel, from another option, because that revenue base has gone up. How do you help optimizing the rest of the ecosystem? And by the way, you can do this, in my opinion, by optimizing terminal handling charges and getting a greater and greater royalty share, optimizing the vessel costs, bringing that down, overall maintaining your return on capital employed, maintaining your balance sheets, at the same time increasing or improving the logistics cost index. So I think, I think the way the ports will need to do will have to also use this change to start thinking very differently from a balance sheet perspective. You need to start thinking like, I wish I could think like Arunji and Mr. Tripathi, but yeah, I think we'll have to start taking a book out of, what a lot of these companies do, because I think our role as major ports is going through a change. So this is what I would just add.
Just, I want to give one example, because the flip side of that, sometimes we are being forced to take a call on reduction of the port charges. I am giving one example. Both the port players are here itself. You know that Krishnapatnam, primarily it was a dry bulk port. Suddenly, Srimati Patiji, with all due regards to you, they have decided to handle containers, especially mainland containers. And they have started giving almost a zero VRC. So the Visaga container terminal run by Mr. Dhupkratak and his company suddenly found their mainline calls, whatever is coming is just vanishing. Because Krishnapatnam has got huge dry bulk cargo, so they are cross-subsidizing or whatever to maintain their balance sheet. They are giving almost zero VRC for these mainline container vessels, which in case of Visaga terminal, VRC was the earning for the port. Now our FNC at that point of time is telling, sir, if I reduce the VRC, what we will get? Rest of the terminal handling charges, we are getting only a small quantity as a royalty. And that too, that particular terminal was there in 2020 when this part 2 charges some 500, some 50 rupees, 100 rupees, like that. So there are certain instances, but to compete with that, we have forced to reduce 50% of the VRC at that point of time for the mainline call coming to the Vizag. We have been forced to do that. So sometimes situation also forces us. Thank you.
Yeah, so Dhruv, I think what you're saying is, there's going to be aggressive bidding, and that is continue to be there going forward. And from the revenue which is coming from this part of money, maybe the ports can optimize and bring down the cost to an extent. So, but that's one part of it from a logistics cost addressed. The second question was in terms of, so you are an integrated player, and you rightly said that you are having that optimization aspects up your sleeve to do those optimization. For others who would have followed this and then cited the example on the roads, if the aggressive bidding, will it lead to any of those stalled projects, right? Today I take it up for aggressive bidding, the revenues are not coming through and follow through part of it. Will it have an impact? So any other panelists can kind of talk about it. And B, is there any remedy to this part of it? Yeah.
Arunji referred to the royalty. I think he should speak. He's got a problem here.
I think, of course, aggressive bidding will continue to be there. Hello? Is there? So aggressive bidding would continue to be there, and the people who have the entire value chain
is not a done thing, but it happens. It happens. Unless it is your warehouse, I don't think anybody has a right to charge rent for something which is not owned by it. So, a lot of balancing is still required to be done, and a lot of thought will have to go into it. Where all you can do cost cutting and still make money, and what are the alternate sources of revenue which will give money to you, to the port. Lot many models are available. Mumbai port is now surviving because of land, not because of the traffic. Similarly, Vizag, you have 30, 40 acres of land where you can even create a 5-star hotel and charge your lease rent out of that. Make money on it. It's bang over the sea. Lovely place. So, many things can be done if some thinking is there as to how to optimize what is available. With that, I will conclude whatever I had to talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jaganji, for saying that the last questions. And, just to take off from what sir said, we don't really boil the ocean, which we often try to do. In that same parlance, if I were to say so. It also drives at two, three fundamental things. The obligations of the concessioning authority and concessionaire. While the model concession agreement spells out a lot of obligations for the concessionaire, the obligations of the concessioning authority, also need to be spelled out because so far the model concession agreement is restricted to only terminals. And as the ports are maturing, and the grain of thinking you must have seen over here and in the house also, is that ports need to metamorphose them as to attract cargoes to us so that they become places where they're just generating thrift, generating opportunities, employment, lowering costs, improving efficiency, so that it needs more and more cargoes. And why do I say this? Dhruv Bhai says about the obligations of the, let's say, the marine charges, which is tactical. Government of India has got a tactical charge of improving coastal shipping and giving certain concession. Fair enough. So the amount is that concessions or certain amount of response to the market has to be market oriented. Why do we cast it in a saying that concessional for the sake of growing a sector? Make it market oriented. Today, abundant coal goes from the east to the south, so you give a certain concession. It's about that also. It's about the obligations of the marine side. Perhaps next step is to go to the waterlord model also, sir, that not only landlord, you must also escape from the shackles that you have and truly, truly make it. This rentier mindset must change. Today when you say it is not royalty, it's a rentier mindset. That has to fundamentally undergo a change. My last word, while we are all debating on attracting cargoes, transshipment cargoes of containers, and as the Indian economy changes and we go to more manufacturing, would you know what was India's share much before? Let's not go as a nationalist and say that before the British came, we were 15-16% of the world economy, forget it and trade. After what happened in colonization, but now the share of trade of India in export is a mere 1.4%. Post-COVID, it has gone up to 1.7%. A country of this size, of 7,500 kilometers, strategically located. Do you know about the concession agreement that we can't even do bunker to the vessels which are going across, and Colombo takes away most of the bunkering? They have an enabling environment which is not bound by a certain kind of a GST. I won't comment on that. The fact remains that vessels going from Far East to Middle East and to Suez Canal to do the transit do not bunker in India because there is no enabling contrivance to do that, and you deprive a lot of bunkering opportunity. The model concession agreement is not about a terminal building only or a terminal only. It has to go far beyond if it has to be more responsive to the urgency and need that the country requires of the maritime sector. You can't have a Chintan Baitak somewhere and not call 45% of cargo represented, with all due respect to everybody. You can't have a Chintan Baitak. You don't invite people who can lend you intellectual worth into that discussion. The last Chintan Baitak which happened, I don't want to sound sore. I don't know whether Mr. Dhruv was invited. None of us were. You don't have the intellectual worth to be considered as a partner. You talk of all this. Well, I congratulate. Much has been changed. Let's not be very skeptical about it. Much has changed. Much needs to be done. That old adage, The more it changes, the more it remains the same. Let's not fall into that trap. My final word to tell you, transshipment cargoes, I congratulate Dhruv Bhai as to how he could ever think of, JNPT with that kind of a bid and in Tuticorin. Many congratulations. You have a tactical move. You have the supply chain in mind. You've taken a tactical move. Many congratulations to have the courage to bid at that level. We just wouldn't have bid at that level. Many congratulations to you for your courage. But having said that, do you know 75% of India's transshipment cargo, for all the talk about mainline vessel, does not visit India. It is Colombo, it is Port Klang, and it is Singapore. And for all the efforts in BIMSTEC, for the reference to Krishnapatnam, it was not about mainline call. It was about attracting feeder services from Bangladesh. Okay, it is, and the sector is going through consolidation. Who's consolidating? Maersk consolidated. Dhruv Bhai knows. Maersk consolidated by taking over Shreyas. So the feeder call was taken away to Chennai. It's not about that. I'm not into nitty-gritties. The fact that 75% of India's transshipment cargo does not route out of Indian shores is a statement about India's maritime capability. And out of that 75%, 85% is hogged by these three ports only: Colombo, Port Klang, and Singapore. That is statement enough to provoke adequate questions in this House, and statement whether this MCA meets, it is restricted to only terminal development, or it has to be an enabling document for maritime development and India's competency in the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great difficulty. Sir. 2 years of real hard labor. Sir. I could convince Mumbai Port to develop a marina. Exactly. मैंने उनको कहा कि भाई साहब 3,000 से 4,000 प्राइवेट बोट्स यूरोप टू ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाती हैं। जी जी। भैया उसमें 200 भी आ जाएंगे ना, यू विल डेवलप एन इकोनॉमी।
सर यहाँ आप कह रहे हैं नेपाल के कार्गोस पूरे इंडिया में आना चाहिए।
Sure. Mr. Viniji, I think you had a, please.
Sir, if you permit, I'd like to add, sir, in the entire discussion, sir, there are 2-3 things which come out. I just wanted, because everybody is here, I just want to make a suggestion or make the House aware that we can simply learn from, sir, the FIDIC conditions, the World Bank documents, whatever World Bank tender documents are there, they have this spirit. There is a part of the tender document which says which is the essential part of it, with what we also should look up to in our MCA, which is the very, very essence. And what I will tell you, what is that? That is only about transparency, and these are the essential part of it. Rest of the part, then there is a second part, financial part, which is by and large structure, but that you can change. And there is a third part, which the concerned authority can devise according to its needs and requirements. So I think, sir, there's a need for us also to have our MCA in the similar format, while as part of the MCA, which has the essence of it, remains common for everybody, which Mehra also said that different ports, it should not happen that everybody is going in a different direction. Yeah, the fundamentals remain the same, but there is a part of it which we can make that is amendable, and that can be done by the port as it requires. So that is the first part. Second part is, sir, when the disputes arise, as of now we have a system wherein we come to resolution when a dispute has already taken place. We have taken a stand, the party has taken a stand. For that also, in the FIDIC conditions, there is a very clear guideline for an adjudicator. An adjudicator is a senior, very senior person of the industry. At the contract stage itself, the names are given, 2 or 3 people, they are chosen. And when a question of interpretation arises, something like 60 rupees liter per liter for a water, or land, or charges for land, or this or that, the issue goes to that person, and he, in his wisdom, he gives his opinion, which is easy for both the parties to take along as to, it's an easy method, because once we go to either conciliation or arbitration, both of us have taken a very rigid stand. The fluidity is not there. When I'm going to an adjudicator, I am saying that I have a confusion, he has a confusion, please clarify, what do you think? So that is one stage probably which we need to add. And third is, sir, this being a long-term contract of 30 years or 45 years now, we should have, I don't have answer to this question, but we should have a mid-term review kind of system. Maybe 15 years down the line, sir, we should be
5 years.
Oh, 5 years, sir.
Every 5 years.
5 years. 5 years. Maybe we can incorporate as to what has changed the
Situation is so
situation.
dynamic,
Sir. Sir, that is what I wanted to add. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vinayji. I mean, hearing from you is like music. And the fact that it is echoed, आपने 15 बोला, sir, इतने अभिज्ञाता के बाद 5 बोल रहे, because the rapidity of change.
True, sir.
See, please understand, Europe has opened up all thermal powerhouses. Now, I didn't refer. Where has ESG gone to? The world who was teaching India about ESG suddenly finds it very relevant because come winter, you don't have energy to run your, forget your industries, your homes also. So all the ESG has gone for a 6 now. Nobody's talking about 1.2 degree centigrade growth in the world, which was the, Paris climate, etc. So you change yourself according to situations, and situations are dynamic. Understand the dynamic nature of it and adjust. As you say, in maritime terms, adjust your sail according to the wind. And course corrections are regular required. That's the essence of it. The essence is course corrections are required, course corrections must be respected and honorably settled.
Great. Anybody else in terms of, yeah. Those are the two questions. I think one Mr. Devdatji and then the second one, yeah. And we'll kind of conclude this in the next 5 minutes, max.
I am here, I want to say something. Because Mr. Jagannathan, he cannot see me, that is the problem.
I'm from here. So being a contract specialist and an accredited FIDIC trainer, perhaps one of the few in India, I would like to give some suggestions from the nuts and bolts of contract point of view, which people miss out. As Mr. Gopal Krishna said, our Achilles heel in India, both of governments, since I train L&T also, and of corporate is contracts. It is an Achilles heel. Now, a couple of things that I would like to say. As rightly pointed out by Mr. Dhruv, there are good, bad, and ugly concessionaires. You have all types. Now, today, as a concessioning authority, you are not you have a very good model concession agreement, one of the best that Ports has taken out. But you are not monitoring. It may get ruined by wrong contracts and wrong selection of the EPC contractor by the concessionaire. Similarly, nobody is monitoring subcontractors, no way. Now, if you take the example of Highway England, who does one of the best contractings for highway, they do alliance contracting, for which NEC has taken out a manual, and FIDIC is working on taking out a collaborating contracting manual. One of the main criteria they keep for selection, whether it is a BOT contract or an EPC contract, is the subcontractors, suppliers, vendors with whom that concessionaire or contractor has strategic relationship, and how reliable are those people. That is one of the main criteria they do. We have no such thing. So it has happened in, for example, BOT, NHAI contracts, that some of the contracts went haywire because of wrong selection and wrong EPC contracts by the concessionaire and even by the subcontractor. So there may be a need also of the concessioning authority to look at who is the EPC contractor being selected, what is his contract condition with the concessionaire, and maybe some strategic suppliers. For example, you can lay a guideline that EPC contract will broadly conform with the Niti Aayog model EPC contract of the concessionaire. Otherwise, there are many lopsided things that happen.
Yep. Just 60 seconds and probably, yeah.
Second aspect is this disclaimer of DPR that we do, which is creating a lot of harm in the industry, whether it is in EPC or in BOT. We give 3% to a consultant, and then we lay a full disclaimer that I am responsible for no inaccuracy in DPR. That is not the world norm. You always take responsibility for some immutable data. We have made a very model contract. Some people can look at it after some months of discussion of MP Tourism for Omkareshwara project. You may have heard of it, which is probably going to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister. It's based on FIDIC's Silver Book, where we have taken...
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. We have a Q&A session, understood, valid points.
These are two aspects, sir.
Point taken.
That one is, don't
please, go ahead.
Take
Understood,
some
sir.
owners of DPR and look at down below the contracting chain also in a concession agreement.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
This is Debashish Datta. I will take 2 points. One is that, first of all, I am representing Replay Group. I am also the General Secretary of Mohun Bagan Club. because you said one point, Mr. Tripathi. I am saying one point here. In 2019, in I-League, Mohan Bagan scored a goal against Churchill Brothers, having 43 passes. And it is a record in Indian football, it never happened. This is going on in Calcutta and Haldia Port. Because it's required who are the players playing with you, whether they are ready to pass the ball to you or not. It is the mindset of the port officers that it is not the rules or regulations or what is there in the books. It is required the players, the mindset of the players who are playing with you, whether they are ready to pass the ball or not, or they want to take the ball of their own. So it is here in Calcutta, Haldia, you know us that we have a lot of investment in Paradip and other areas also. But here, Calcutta and Haldia, we have got maximum major stakeholders. There, we are getting it is not that because he is sitting and I have to take something from my chairman, but one thing is that here the mindset is, now that there was earlier, you know, there's Calcutta, there was one group and there was a huge problem was there. That time the mindset of the port office was different. They don't want to make the solution. So my point is only one, rules, regulation is important, but it's also important is the mindset of the port
Understood.
officers.
Great. Excellent.
Yeah, I am
Sorry.
Devdutt from Tata
Yeah.
Consulting Engineers, heading the maritime business. I have two suggestions to Mr. Vinit Kumar, what he told. Every 5 years, if you have a review, but please do put in an economist, a PPP expert, a legal expert, a traffic expert, and a port engineer who knows about the what is
Understood.
happening in that PPP project. And my question to the forum is, I see that there are two types of player emerging in PPP now. One is the persons who is sitting on the right of mine, who has the cargo like JSW, JSPL, and Tata Steel and others. Others are the pure logistic players and the port handlers, although Adani is an exception, you are operating Mundra also. So how this dynamics is going to change when you have own cargo coming to the port operation?
That's beyond MCA, Mr. Bose. Very valid point. Understood. We will leave it to the individual people to fight it out on how a logistics player is going to compete with a captive person. Very valid point. Dhruv is saying he can't, but time will speak. Sure. Yeah. Last question, and we are really calling it a day. Yeah. Begin here.
Good morning. Commander Ravi Reddy from the AP Maritime Board. I think you have been all missing one important cog in the whole wheel, that is the maritime boards in the states. Now the center, I've been telling it in every forum that I have been going, like some days back we were in Kochi regarding the same thing. I urge everybody here, including the officers, Mr. Vinit Kumar, and other officers from the center, the majority of the concession agreements and the interaction with the private players is going to be with the state maritime boards. And exactly like what Mr. Tripathi was saying, if you have a Chintan Biotech without the maritime boards, the Chintan doesn't happen that effectively, right? So the maritime boards should have been involved, and I would also urge again and again, because the interaction and the more and more concessions which are going to come and which are going to be entered are going to be with the maritime boards.
Got it. Anything else? Understood. Next.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you all for this patient hearing. Thank you all panelists and speakers. Really, really enriching. I'm just calling it a day now. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
We need to thank the moderator. Please put your hands together. Excellently, very well done. And as per your pedigree, certainly.
The problem with Chintan Baitak is Baitak happens.
Sir.
The earlier part doesn't. Because the main characters are not there.
What a wonderful session that has been, ladies and gentlemen. I would request all my speakers and moderators to kindly come forward for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, this extremely informative session was being moderated by Mr. Jagannarayan Padmanabham. Please once again put your hands together for him. And all our speakers, Mr. Shambhu Singh, Mr. A.K. Mehra, Mr. Dhruv Kotak, Mr. Subrat Tripathi, and Mr. Arun Maheshwari. Now, ladies and gentlemen, post this, we shall break up for lunch, and I would request all of you to kindly come back by 2. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and I would request all of you to proceed towards lunch. Please make sure that all of you come back by 2 p.m. Thank you. Hello. A very good afternoon, all of you, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Post this lunch session, I'm very grateful that all of you are back. But some of our friends are still there in the lunch area, so I would request them to kindly join us back. Can I have all my members right inside the room? Because the next session, let me tell you, is very, very interesting, and there will be a lot of questions in the audience. So I would want all my audience who are right now in the luncheon area to kindly come back. We wanted to start off this session sharp at 2, but we are also expecting our chairs, the chairs to get filled in quickly before we start off. But one thing that I'm specifically liking is that a lot of people say that it's special about Kolkata that right after lunch, even if you're not taking a noonday siesta, that is, even if you're not taking a nap, you look like you want to sleep. But all the people who are sitting here, they're looking so interested and so fresh and absolutely ready to jump into the next session that I'm really liking it. I hope everybody comes in and then we can show a lot of energy to our friends from different parts of the country who have come in. Till then, let us wait, and I would once again request everybody at the lunch area to kindly come inside and join us.
যখন পিছনে নরেন্দ্র মোদীর ছবি দেখাচ্ছে আমাকে নরেন্দ্র মোদীকে নিয়ে ছবি তোল এদিক থেকে তোল এদিক থেকে তোল
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I will request all of you to kindly come inside and join us for the rest of the sessions. We have quite a few sessions right after this. The next session especially is very, very interesting because it is about opportunities of PPE in coastal shipping, hinterland and connectivity. I would request my team members to kindly inform all our friends in the lunch area. And also, ladies and gentlemen, if your colleagues, your friends are in the lunch area, please request them to come back. I would request everybody at the lunch area to kindly join us back for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we would request all of you at the lunch area to once again join us back as we are absolutely ready to start off with the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, I take these small opportunities when our friends are joining in to share some of the accolades, some of the achievements of Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, Kolkata. Did you know that during the last 4 years of Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port has made a turnaround from a loss-making to a profit earner? From rupees 65 crores profit in 2018-19, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, Kolkata reached to a profit of 120.51 crores in 21-22. And I'm sure that the reason behind this is a lot of planning and achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, also Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, Kolkata handled 61.368 metric ton of cargo traffic in 2020-2021, which is the third highest annual throughout, despite the outbreak of the pandemic COVID and the Amphan cyclone. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be starting off in another 2 minutes. But before that, I would request all of you who are still there in the lunch area to kindly join us back. So ladies and gentlemen, aren't we absolutely ready to start? Yes, we are. And as I was saying, in Kolkata, we have this norm that any session that starts post-lunch, people are internally taking a nap. They're not showing it. आंखें हमारी खुली हुई है, लेकिन हम अंदर ही अंदर सो रहे हैं, which I don't believe, because I think we are a very, very energetic city intellectually. So gentlemen and ladies, let's do this small, it's not an activity, but let's get all our energies back. I would request all of you to stand up for a second. Can you all please stand up? Okay, your hands should be free. It's a very simple thing. Your hands should be free. And thank you, God, for this beautiful session, the beautiful day that we are having, right? God is up there somewhere, sir? Thoda sa karte? And then you can clap for yourself. A round of applause, a huge round of applause, because I think this is what the smallest exercise in the world that keeps your blood flowing and your blood absolutely hot. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to my next session. You can all take your seats, please. My next session is Opportunities of PPP in Coastal Shipping Hinterland Connectivity. The session will focus on opportunities of PPP in inland waterway transports, including a National Waterways 1 and National Waterway 2, IBP route, coastal shipping, as well as infrastructure development for handling vessels, storage of cargo, and multimodal connectivity. It will discuss and deliberate upon topics such as initiatives to promote coastal shipping and hinterland connectivity, strengthening trade via Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route through development of a robust port ecosystem, and development of river or multimodal terminals. Ladies and gentlemen, for this extremely interesting session, we have our speakers, and as I call them on dais, I would like all of you to give a round of applause for them. Please welcome on stage none other than Mr. P. Kamalkant, Executive Director, WBIDC. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Amitabh Sengupta, Special Secretary, Home and Hill Affairs Development, Government of West Bengal, and Project Director, World Bank, supported by Inland Water Transport Project. Can we please have the honor of having on stage His Excellency, Mr. Andalib Ilyas, Deputy High Commissioner for Bangladesh in Kolkata. Please welcome on stage Mr. A.K. Mehra, Deputy Chairman, HDC, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. Also please welcome Lieutenant Cadre Ravindranath Reddy, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Please welcome Mr. Dinesh Shastri, Managing Director, TM International Logistics Limited. And ladies and gentlemen, this very interesting session shall be moderated by Mr. Gaurav Vaish, Director, Mobility and Logistics Solution, KPMG. And since we have all these wonderful people on stage who are going to take forward the next session, ladies and gentlemen, it is absolutely in our culture to welcome them once again. I would request Mr. A.K. Mehra, Deputy Chairman, HDC, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, to kindly welcome my speakers on stage one by one. Please welcome Mr. P. Kamalkant, Executive Director, WBIDC. I would request, sir, to kindly welcome Mr. Amitav Sengupta, Special Secretary, Home and Hill Affairs Department, Government of West Bengal, and Project Director, World Bank, supported by Inland Water Transport Project. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to felicitate our honorable guest, His Excellency, Mr. Andalib Ilyas, Deputy High Commissioner for Bangladesh in Kolkata. We feel extremely proud to welcome our guest, Lieutenant Cadre Ravindranath Reddy, Deputy CEO, Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, Government of Andhra Pradesh.
That's not Lieutenant Cadre, it's Lieutenant Commander. It's
Lieutenant Commander, I'm so sorry. Thank you, sir, for correcting me. There is no age to learn. Thank you so much. And I would also request, sir, to kindly welcome Mr. Dinesh Shastri, Managing Director, TM International Logistics Limited. Thank you so much, sir. So as I said, the moderator for the session would be Mr. Gaurav Vaish, Director, Mobility and Logistics Solutions, KPMG. And I'm sure he will have a real hard time because our speakers have so much to share with you all, and I'm sure you have so many questions to discuss. Thank you, Mr. Mehra, and we are absolutely ready to start off with our session on opportunities of PPP in coastal shipping hinterland connectivity. I would request our moderator to kindly take over.
Thank you. And it's an absolute privilege to be amongst such a learned panel and speak and discuss about PPP opportunities in the coastal area and the waterway sector. Just probably to set up a bit of context, Waterway has embarked on this interesting journey of promoting waterways since JMVP Jalmarg Vikas project was launched. It has its own journey of 6 years. The whole privatization process was started. And there were 3 terminals that have been developed, and there are a couple of success stories. There are a couple of stories wherein we are still trying to see how can we more interact and gauge interest from private sector in terms of their participation. Some of the learnings that probably have very clearly come is that there is no one solution fit all approach. Every terminal, every asset is unique, and it has to be accordingly treated. Secondly, the risk allocation is the key. It has to be absolutely clear amongst both the stakeholders, be it government side or be it private side, that risk allocation have to be optimal. A party cannot take the risk which probably wasn't meant for. LED availability probably is a concern which has been highlighted by various private sector at various instances. But these are some of the reasons why it has been a mixed bag of success and some of not so success stories in the waterway sector. But just to start the discussion, I think when we are talking about PPP, it's important that we get first-hand experience and views from private party. So I'll request Mr. Dinesh, where is that there is a requirement for an improvement, and what has probably not been sufficiently done? Because obviously I think everybody acknowledged that this is the way forward for the transportation as far as it's concerned, but where is that we still need to do a bit more?
A little unfair on me because I discovered that I am the lone private sector representative on the dais, and so obviously a little bit of cornered. But before I go into the litany of complaints which normally one associates with such debate, I would like to place on record a couple of things. One, of course, is thanks to FICCI and to KOPTs for organizing such a discussion and also ensuring such a huge participation. So I think the organizers deserve the round of applause, and that has already come, so I will not. Anyway, if you are there, most welcome. And before we go there, public PPP participation is a model which has been there for a while, and it's pretty successful in various areas. In the first segment of discussion, we discussed about the model code and model concession agreement, and we also borrowed heavily from the experiences of the NHAI. Lots of learnings, lots of success stories, but now we just have to move one step further from just going at the land side, but also to look at opportunities at the inland waterways in particular, and coastal in general, if I can use the word. So, but again, when we go into negatives, but again, I must appreciate from the point of view of industry that even before, we have talked about public-private, we have talked about public-public, but in this case, I must compliment everybody on this side and the other side of the border for doing a sovereign-to-sovereign joint agreement in which the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route which has been developed. This is going to be a landmark for the way marine or inland waterway would be developing in the near future. So first of all, thanks to the governments, both at the center, state, everywhere, at both Bangladesh and India for instituting this process. And we were proud to be one of the early movers along with other stakeholders when we carried a cargo of steel from Haldia to, in fact, I would say Jamshedpur to Guwahati via Bangladesh. So this portends to be one of the biggest stories going forward. And if you really look at it, we are talking about National Waterway 1 and National Waterway 2. But without the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route, this is not complete. And therefore, this is a very wonderful and welcome initiative. There are obviously some teething issues, which I'll talk about later. But for now, we must compliment and thank the people responsible for this at each side. And really, it is going to be a big game changer. So that is as far as the inland waterways are concerned. And coastal shipping is something which is slightly more matured in the country. And and it's already, we have a potential, or rather we have actual movement of between, depending on which number you use, between 12 to 15 million ton of coastal movement, including raw coal, iron ore, and steel and other raw materials. It's about 12 to 15 million, depending on, and we are proud to be a part, about 4 million ton we handle as TM International Logistics. So there we have found that there is a significant amount of government support. We have talked about VRC and CRC discounts by most of the major ports, rather all the major ports and some private ports. And there is also the possibility of doing, priority berthing for coastal vessels. So all this is most welcome. And if at all we could look at similar things being brought into the inland waterway system as well, then some of it will rub out. So I will take it in two parts. One is the coastal part, and then I'll talk about. In coastal part, as I said, there's a lot of development already happening, and a lot of support has happened. But the problem is that it's still mostly on the marine side. It's mostly a private. There's no private-public partnership as yet. And not only that, if you look at it again from an Indian perspective, we also have a problem depending on which side of the ship, which side of the vessel you are, owner or a shipper. You will also have a view about the cabotage law in India. Now, cabotage law, from a purely an Indian ship owner's perspective, we welcome it. It is meant to provide a certain amount of security for our flag ships, and we welcome it totally. And we also welcome the fact that this cabotage law is, from a shipper perspective, provides certain mechanisms for redemption if the ships are not available. And most of the time, all the charterers, and I'm one of them, we always script that whenever we need them, Indian flag vessels are not available. So we have to apply for NOCs and then the digi shipping clearances, etc., which, to give credit, it's not as bad as it was earlier. Depending on, again, 1 to 3 days, you get these permissions. But but still, it is a step which I think from a perspective of a user, I think we should be looking at finding certain mechanisms to make it even more friendly for the cargo users. And from owner's perspective, this cabotage law has a problem. If I am a foreign flag vessel, I cannot use my ship on the coastal leg for more than 30 days under normal conditions. Now, there are certain conditions in which, like if you get an Indian crew, then you can go further. So this reduces the number of vessels available in the market. So from a shipper's or from a user's perspective, we would like to have competition. We would like to have more people eligible. So we would recommend that maybe there is certain element, the respective people who decide, look at expanding it to at least, see, when you talk about 30 days, it's only one voyage. A typical voyage takes between 15 to 20 days. It cannot do a return also. Even if it is to be worthwhile, it should be between 3 to 6 months minimum. Then it will give the amount of competition and also the flexibility for the shippers to plan their things better. That's one. And apart from that, I have not much complaint because we have 7,500 kilometers of coastline. We have got ports literally coming up all over thanks to the wonderful schemes that have come up of late. So from that perspective, we are all quite optimistic, and we do not see much problems in this, except that when we talk about public partnership, we just discussed that there is not much partnership potential, or rather there is not much partnership movement on the ship side of this. Whatever has happened is only on the terminals. So there is an element that we can look at. When this also will help the Indian flag owners if we are able to say jointly with the, either the public sector utilities who are transporting this, say for example, Coal India or any such entity, or the private sector, the consumers who are power plants who are buying it. And the third player would be the shipyards. If we are able to develop some sort of a cooperation, either formal, informal, as a partnership, then we can use this interdependent resources and develop a model which can be customized to the requirements. As of now, it doesn't exist, so we cannot criticize the faults of the model, but the most important thing is let's develop a model somewhere and then we can work on it. So taking a leaf now and moving on to the inland waterway, as I said, there is about almost 15,000 kilometers of navigable waterways in India, 14,500 if I'm not wrong. And but the focus of attention has mostly been NW1 and NW2, and within that also, it's only NW1 which has really, appreciated almost 10% on a CAGR basis over the last few years. So that is a success story so far, but that success story is also limited. It has got much more potential. NW2 is something which will become more important thanks to the IBP route. So we believe that going forward, there are a lot of potential. But if you look at other waterways in India, there's one waterway which eminently strikes is the National Waterway 5, which caters to the Orissa region. Now this area is, if you are aware, in the last 15-20 years, the area near Kalinganagar, near Cuttack, has developed into a huge industrial belt. A lot of imported cargo comes via Dhamra, via Paradeep, and sometimes even as far as down as Vizag, something from Haldia as well. But there is this whole road transportation and the rake transportation is severely constricted. And in certain, like in recent times, thanks to the coal movement, all the rakes got diverted. So this is the time where we could look at developing that for inland waterway, because that comes right up to Pankapal, yeah, which is very close to the. Obviously, there are challenges. There are issues about dredging. There are issues about siltations. We are all aware of that. But again, if you leave it alone to the private sector, for example, suppose a barge operator wants to develop that rate, it is not possible. Suppose an individual steel plant wants to develop, even then it is not possible. But if the entire industry and if that is an area which is crying out for public-private partnership, there has to be an element of support which comes from the respective governments and the authorities, and I'm sure the industry is looking forward to such. And then between the operators, between the users and the providers, we should be able to develop. And as regards the National Waterway 1, 2 and Indo-Bangladesh Protocol is concerned, early reports are very good. Up to the normal Mongla and others, the transport is very smooth. Only in the IBP route, the problem is the few shipments that we have done, we have undergone some teething issues. The draft was a little less than what we thought. And the night navigation facilities is non-existent. And on the on the procedural side, there are still some gray areas in handling the entry and exit into Bangladesh and back to India. That process is not really laid out as a SOP. So it would help that if these points are sorted out, and I'm sure we should be able to move ahead. Sorry, it's slightly longer than I thought I was speaking, but thanks for that.
Thanks, Mr. Dinesh. And I think it was very, very useful. And frankly, a lot of points were there in my notes also, right? So I think 2 or 3 very critical points which Sir has touched is then one is about the Indo-Bangladesh Protocol Treaty route and the trade over there. 2 is about the coastal service and waterway, sort of integration. And 3rd is about National Waterway 5. But I'm sure, sir, you will be aware that Inland Waterway Authority has already started working on that National Waterway 5. There's a document in the market, so we are waiting for the bidders. Now, let me just take the next to Mr. Ilyas. That we have been doing this public-private partnership again, and we have been interacting with multiple stakeholders. And very critically, one thing has very clearly come out that probably it's a nascent sector in India. And there is a significant need of market development so as to take care of the market risks that are there so that anything can be made viable. So, and as Sir said, Indo-Bangladesh Protocol is going to be the key driver when we specifically talk about NW1 and NW2. But still there might be certain things which may be done better to sort of enhance the traffic over there. So what are your views on that, and how can we sort of jointly increase the trade between Indo-Bangladesh and using the IBP route?
It's on, right? Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. It's always a pleasure interacting with, as I always say, the sharpest minds here. The business people and, of course, the government representatives here. It's an issue which is very important for all of us, I would say. Well, I'll be I'm not a technical person. I'm the typical bureaucrat here. But I'll speak from a slightly different angle, if I'm allowed. Regarding this IBP, of course, it's very important for all of us. I would go one step further and say it's more important for India. Less important for us in that sense. That's a reality which we all should acknowledge, A. B is, as it was rightly pointed out, there are some problems like draft is an issue, night navigation is an issue, how PPP can play a role in this area, for example. I was looking at the figures about India-Bangladesh trade through waterways. It's not picking up that much that we had expected earlier. Still, most of the products that are traded through the road network, particularly speaking the Petrapol-Benapol border, and 90% of the trade is done through that particular border, which is absolutely a choke point at this moment. There is 30 plus days of delays in the truck movements in that border, and we are frantically trying to sort it out. How to sort it out? To use the waterway more. I mean, that's one of the very easy option in that sense, because it drastically reduces the cost. But again, when we looked into that, we saw that the tariff of sending a container to somewhere in Bangladesh for trading is quite high still now. I mean, if you want to send a container from Haldia to, let's say, Naranganj or Pangaon of Bangladesh, it's significantly high if you just consider the distance. Why is it so? It's because that in most of the cases, the containers are coming back empty. I mean, that's one of the issues. So why is that? Because there is no balance of trade in that sense. There's a huge export from India to Bangladesh, but there's not that much of export from Bangladesh to India. Of course, it's steadily rising, but still, even at the last count, in the total export-import between India and Bangladesh, Bangladesh exported only 13 to 15% max. The remaining 85 to 87% was export from India. So if we can address that, I mean, that has to be addressed at all levels, at private sector level, more at government level. Then there will be more incentive, I would say, for the private sector to invest in this area. Regarding the draft issue, that's a major issue for all of us. I mean, it's a major issue in Bangladesh as well. I mean, this is, again, it's because of the huge amount of siltation that we get all year long, which impacts us in the way that it creates severe flooding in our country. And I'm sure you all are, you work in this industry. Dredging is a very expensive thing. Government is working very hard. Bangladesh government is working very hard to address that issue. Private sector is involved in that deeply, particularly in the dredging, because they can use that silt and the sand for other purposes. So we are using a PPP model in this issue of dredging. Yes, night navigation is still a problem for us. We have not, in fact, I would say night navigation facilities are almost zero, if I'll be frank here. It's absolutely zero. And that's a risky business for us. Government is, again, looking into it, but night navigation, I'm afraid it's not something that's going to be sorted out in a day or two. We are looking for different options. We're looking for partners. But again, when you look for options, when you look for partners, everyone looks at the benefit that they will get. I mean, it's a reality. So what is the benefit that I'm getting? If you use properly NW1 and NW2, that's how is that going to benefit the Bangladeshi businessmen here? How is it going to benefit the Bangladeshi private sector? I mean, taking rod or food grains from let's say, from Benares through Kolkata to Dhubri, how is it going to help a Bangladeshi businessman? He can get, I'm sorry, I'm being frank here, I mean, because that's why we are here, right, to discuss. He will be interested when he sees that, okay, I can use that waterway as well to export my products to Dhubri. I can use that waterway to export my products to Karimganj or something like that. I can use that waterway to bring my raw materials from Dhubri for my garment factory here, or from the northwest of India to my garments factory. Until and unless we have that structure coming up, until and unless we have that much of flexibility, as I said, we are very sincere, but I'm not sure how much we can get private sector, end of the day, who always definitely and rightly look for profits. That will be my reply. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Elias. And I think very valid point is, I mean, waterway sector ultimately have to be made viable. And the only way it can be made viable is by the availability of return cargo, which probably continues. It's not only the problem probably between India, Bangladesh, but also within India, until the time you get that return cargo, it doesn't seem viable. And especially with the limitations in the draft that we have, the larger side vessels are anyways not possible. So with all those things, it becomes a bit dicey, and hence, obviously, there is a need of concerted effort by all the parties to sort of come together and see and resolve this problem. But on that note, and I think other things, about the industries, and industries playing a key role in this whole development, right? Because Dinesh said about the movement that Tata takes up. There are other industries like Jindal and ArcelorMittal, which also takes up the similar movement, right? Excellent supply chain in terms of the integration of coastal and waterways. They are making huge movements. Maharashtra, if you see, has the maximum movement. So, and I will probably take this up to Mr. Kamalkant, that how can the industries be more integrated in terms of the development of waterways? Because ultimately it's the industries which will call the shot, which mode of transportation to be taken. And they do realize that it is probably the way forward. It's a more sustainable mode of transportation. And there is going to be a limitation when you talk about the road or any other mode of movement. So, but still, there is probably certain lacuna wherein probably industries have not really, or the two departments have not been able to collaborate and see how can we grow this whole sector. So just I wanted to understand what are your thoughts and how can these initiatives be taken up, sir?
Thank you, Gaurav. So you have cut me in a bit early. So good afternoon, everyone. My apologies for holding up this session for a couple of minutes because it was a last-minute entry. Secretary Industries was called for separate legal proceedings that were going on, so she was tied up. And she requested me to step in here. Incidentally, I also hold the charge as CEO for the West Bengal Maritime Board, so that could have been one of the reasons. Primarily, when Chairman SMPT has written to Secretary Industries for participation in this summit, there were a couple of points which he called for attention. Let me place this in the house. There is no ambiguity in terms of a cooperation between the state and KOPT when it comes to facilitating the operations of SMPT. Okay? So let's get this straight. The issue of congestion of movement of goods is a realistic issue and it has been lingering for long. That is being addressed through various measures. I'm happy to see my dear friend and colleague, Special Secretary Home, Mr. Amitabh, participating in this session. It has been our joint exercise for the last 6 years in trying to onboard the IWT project, Special Development Project in West Bengal. I've been in various committees to see that it's onboarded, and we are fully operational now. Industry linkages, when it comes to transportation, is simply not left with an OD movement. There are certain other intrinsic characteristic issues which plague when the movement crosses from one state to another state and in transit. As the Deputy High Commissioner from Bangladesh has rightly pointed out, even today the maximum movement of trade that's happening between India and Bangladesh is through the road movement. The waterways movement is still very minimal. We have close to 45% of the exports from West Bengal to Bangladesh only. And in this overall sphere of exports, movement by road is the maximum. And Petropol is a very, very challenging outpost, which we call the LCS, Land Customs Station. And if you take the statistics, you'll see the movement is very, very large. So when I look as an industry trying to see, am I able to meet my commitments of FOB terms? Am I able to meet my commitments of delivery to my client through this movement across? Even if it is a chassis that needs to be delivered by any truck company from Bombay or Tamil Nadu via this route, then also it has to pass through certain intrinsic characteristic issues. You'll be fortunate to know that the state had initiated discussions on this issue more closely during the COVID time. Because during the COVID time, I've also had the opportunity to interact with the Prevention and Detention Commissioner from Customs. So, in fact, even something like a suppository was quarantined for 14 days. A suppository is something which you insert below, which was ordered by somebody from Amazon. It was delivered from abroad. See, there are issues. A lack of understanding of resolution of these issues also could be one of the factors. But when we have stepped into resolving the issues, we have come up with, again, transparent measures. So the transparency that we have tried in an effort to bring about is having an online portal wherein all these facilities for the truck parking is already listed. So if you need your vehicle to move on priority basis, you pay a premium. This is like your Tatkal and premium Tatkal booking which you do in your railways. You pay a premium if you're going, if you want to, if you're coming late in the day to book a facility. So there is a premium charged. You can always do that. You need not even park your vehicle there because there are certain exports which are throughput exports. You don't have to stop there. See, there are guidelines of Government of India, DGFT and others, customs also, where the cargo can move. There is no need to stop, park, inspect, examine, and then move. Incidentally, I'm sure Chairman KPT might have briefed in the morning session. NICDC and KOPT had tagged in for development of this RFID tagged information system for monitoring the movement of goods across the road. There is also an exercise of OD, Origin and Destination Study, which is initiated through the Transport Department for understanding and developing a master plan to ease the congestion in the state. I'll not steal the thunder from my colleague here, Amitabh Bose. I'd like to hear from him when he steps in to speak on the project that is operational now. So industry looks at two things. One, can I meet the delivery on time? What does it cost for me? These are the two factors. Today it is expensive, but the entire process which has been initiated over the long period of the recent 10 years, this journey has been through the 10 years because the movement of goods has also increased in the last few years only. If you want to really look at the movement of goods and the exports volume, both the states have grown. The exports of Bangladesh have phenomenally, exponentially grown. Their movement is much, much higher than what we are anticipating from the movement from our end. We foresee that there would be a requirement of augmentation of infrastructure far, far more than what is presently available. In this same hall, a couple of weeks back, the ex-Secretary Shipping, Sri Gopal Krishna ji, also held a meeting, again through the FICCI interface. I was fortunate to participate in that discussion also, where the United States Agency for International Development is conducting that study for the freight village at Balagad. So all these exercises will eventually lead us to a place where we are able to facilitate the ease of operations for the industry. At present, it is pretty tight. There's no doubt about that. It is challenging for the industrialist to meet the timely delivery of his goods. I would rather like my product to cross the state and go to Bombay or JNPT and then leave the ports or airport from there than migrate into Bangladesh and push the one. There are also certain issues which we will resolve at the Government of India level during the Indo-Bangladesh talks. The issues could be on the Bangladesh side also, where our vehicles, once they transit from here, are again stalled. Maybe there is a waiting space or lack of waiting space there. Maybe there are issues in processing at the other side. So these all niggling issues will eventually resolve when we look at understanding what are the complementary industry requirements instead of competing industry requirements. For example, the raw jute from Bangladesh is of far superior quality than what we have, what we produce. There's no doubt again in that. The garments exports from Bangladesh are now all over the globe. They are there everywhere. Their exports have phenomenally increased. We are dynamically trying to improve our export policy measures and interventions. And it is like you run these few miles. It is like assessing a load demand by the state discoms. We imagine that this hall requires 5 kVA of power. By the time we install, it is already at 10 kVA. So there is always this demand and supply gap which is running. One positive and good thing is Bangladesh has prospered in the years. It has grown. It's a really good thing because there are lots of lessons for us also to learn from their growth and development. When we look at their growth and development, it also helps us and enables us to understand what should I prioritize. Should I go for a competing measure or should I go for complementary measures? In today's global economy, if we go for a competing measure with adjoining states within Asian SAARC countries, I do not think we will be able to win the economic survival. every country is focusing you, just as we have the dictum that make in India, every country would like to say that you make it in my country. So exports are always challenging, and exports are required for nation to maintain its exim balance. So I hope I've been able to address at a macro level, but essentially this is a process, and the solution will evolve as we progress in the course of years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think very valid point raised, that every sector has its own journey to grow. It obviously needs time. Sometimes I think we all get impatient that, a sector should just grow within a couple of years. Obviously, every sector has its own journey. And I'm sure with the way there is a focus around this whole sector, it will also grow. But on that note, let us have the views, because Mr. Amitabh Sen Gupta is also leading the World Bank project for IWT. Let us hear out his experiences also, and some of the learnings that probably can be sort of taken for other waterways that can be implemented maybe. So it will be good to hear, please, sir.
Before I start, let me put it on record that as the project director of the World Bank aided Inland Water Transport, Logistics and Special Development Project, I'm really thankful to KOPT and the authorities who are controlling these waters, the NW1, for extending all possible help and support for our project. And without their help and support, we couldn't have come this far. So it's really a privilege for me to be here today and to share my ideas and thoughts and the prospect of this project with you. Let us get back to about 200 years. And then you will see that these waters were teeming with business vessels, cargo vessels. Go back to 500 years, still the same scenario. Come back to present. We have the Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route and some vessels plying there, but the modal share, only 4%. What happened in between is the laying down of the railways, the railway tracks, and the roads. It was easy plying through these routes, connecting land sites, and it was quicker maybe and less accident prone. All these things came to mind. So what happened that when this road and the railways came into play, naturally, in the natural process of selection, the waterways became redundant. But is it? Our figures, our statistics, when it comes to the passenger transport, it speaks differently. We have about 82 jetties and pontoons installed within the KM area, within the Calcutta boundary between Metia Bruj and Kashipur, that is Calcutta 1. And the daily passenger footfall across these jetties within this area is around 3.5 lakh. So you can imagine the number of passengers using these facilities over the year, in a year. So why I am saying this? Because you are probably not interested in passenger facilities. You are interested more about the cargo shipment and its possibilities over the inland water transport. I cannot go beyond the inland water transport because I have very limited knowledge there. I cannot go to the coastal shipping because I have lesser knowledge in that area. But what I am trying to push forward, or we are trying to push forward from the Transport Department of Government of West Bengal, that we have opportunities in the passenger field as well as on the cargo transport in the inland water transport system. We have identified certain sites. Like for the RoRo, we have identified Shalimar and GR Jetty in between, near the second Hooghly Bridge, which can be used to divert the traffic from the second Hooghly Bridge onto the Shyama Prasad Mukherjee dock, and 24 hours, 24/7. You know there are embargoes on Calcutta roads for plying of cargo vehicles. When a cargo vehicle comes to the opposite side of the city, say around 6 a.m. in the morning, he has to wait till 9 p.m. in the night before he can move again. The same thing happens when he unloads his cargo and then tries to go back to his origin. The same thing happens. If the time period is not allowable, he has to stay there at the port, and then only after 9 p.m. he can move. You cannot use the Howrah Bridge. The Nivedita Setu is too far away, and the road is again very congested. You cannot possibly ply 500, 600 trucks through that road during the daytime. So that's when this project came into play, and we thought about identifying areas where we can install RoRo services, RoPax services, as well as large passenger terminals, which can be done in a PPP mode. For the RoRo site, we have identified Uluberia, Bojboj. We have identified Shalimar, GR Jetty. For RoPax services, we have identified Geokhali, Nurpur. We have identified Barakpur. Just 1 minute. It's Boidobati, Barakpur, and Raichok, Kukrahati. I know KOPT is quite keen and interested on Raichok, Kukrahati, and Nurpur, Geokhali sites. And for these, we have already done the feasibility study. The study reports are with us. We have done the economic feasibility study. The study reports are with us. And over a certain period of time, it can become profitable. The infrastructure, entire infrastructure building, that will be through the project. But the vessel building, it needs the PPE support for the initiation of the project. Because there the operational cost comes into play, and from the project we cannot possibly invest in daily operational costs. So what we are proposing from this project, that the infrastructure will be built by us, the vessel will be built on the bank loan, margin money, and the vessel operator's own fund in that ratio. And for the No, it's okay. Thank you. For the margin money, we are proposing that 25% of the project cost will be the margin money provided from this project. And borrower's contribution should not be less than 15%. Rest will be bank loan. We have discussed this with the commercial banks, and I can assure you that the largest bank in the country, and maybe the second largest also, they are quite keen and interested in participating in this project. The repayment period will be 9 years, including the moratorium period. And the only catch is that the vessels that will be plying should have at least one point, either origin or termination, within the state. That obviously is required to be done since the project is from the World Bank side point of view. The project is based in India, I mean in West Bengal and centered around Calcutta and the KMA area. So it has to be at least one origin or destination point should be within this area. So this goes for the RoRo facilities that we are offering. For the passenger terminals, we have again identified Howrah jetty, where we have in fact 4 jetties operating, 3 jetties operating, and one we are newly building there, which caters to the passengers who are coming to Calcutta and going back again through the local trains and suburban trains to their destination. And these jetties cater to those passengers. So we are not thinking about, in fact, our consultants for this project, they are also today in this room here. They have prepared the report. So what we are proposing, that we'll be building passenger terminus. Again, the cost will be borne entirely from the project funding, and we will be building the terminus, a multi-story terminus, at this Howrah site, where we have 4 jetties operating. At the opposite side, on the Millennium jetty, or the shipping jetty as KOPT prefers to call it. And also, we have identified Chandannagar as a potential site for building of such terminus. All these will be G+1. And the +1 facility that is there, it will be primarily used for commercial purpose. Now, we know that these are the facilities that we will be building, and it will cost substantially. But the problem with a government project is this, let us face it, that the operational cost and the maintenance cost, it becomes really difficult to procure once the project is finished. So that's where your role comes in. You are most welcome to negotiate with us to do the operation and maintenance of these terminuses, the passenger terminuses. And let me assure you, there will be no dearth of passengers in these areas where we are operating or where we are planning to build these terminuses. So these are the, obviously these are the, one of the segment of our project, which is a very unique one. We have further spatial development strategy to develop, for which we are starting the work. Calcutta will be getting the full-blooded comprehensive mobility plan, maybe for the first time, through this project. The multimodal transport, once a passenger comes in to a jetty, from there, where he will go, when he will get the next bus, when he will get the next metro, whether the same ticket can be used over these multimodal facilities. All these things are under the consideration and implementation of this project. So these are the things which I thought maybe, or rather the Transport Department thought maybe interesting to you. Maybe you will come forward as an entrepreneur, as an investor, and to come forward and to join our project. You will have time to think about it. You will have about 1 year, maybe. to think about it, to be a part of this project. And as Kamalakant sir has so aptly mentioned, that the ICE department was and still is an integral part of this project. And every opportunity that I personally get, and as a project director I get to take advice from Kamalakant sir, I always do that, and I still prefer it because he always gives sound economic advices. So all these things put together, we are on a solid ground, so to speak. And this project can even further it. And the inland water transport on the passenger side, from the viewpoint of the passenger transshipment, it is not an issue. The issue is transshipment of cargo, which we are trying to solve by this PPE mode. And I hope that this project will deliver what we have started. So with this proposal and offer from this project, the Transport Department of Government of West Bengal has taken up with the World Bank, I stop here and let you think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think great example of, firstly, I think the cooperation that you talked about between the industrial department and the transport department. Some of the learnings probably that the whole country can take in terms of the barge financing. Obviously, that continues to be the challenge. If you look at NW1 and NW2 in specific, right, that there are no sufficient barges, and probably there are certain other challenges in terms of barge financing, which probably we have a session tomorrow also around it. But yes, there are definitely learnings. Now from there, and let's move to now the ports team. We have Lieutenant Commander Mr. Reddy and Mr. Mehra. Right now, we are looking at, say, 1,200, 1,300 million tons of traffic that is moving through our ports, including the major and minor ports. And the economy and the economic growth that we are looking at, probably, one of the Niti Aayog reports said that we are looking at $20 to $30 trillion of economy. To cater to that, probably we are looking at nothing less than 5,000 to 7,000 million tons of movement from various ports, right? And obviously that has an element of first mile and last mile connectivity along with coastal waterway integration. So the point what I'm trying to drive is that probably there is a lot of complementaries which are involved when we talk about coastal shipping, ports, and waterways. These all have to coexist in a particular forum, and obviously the ports have a lot of experience in certain things. So the model probably, and this initiative I think has been taken by some of the ports also and Waterway Authority also in terms of the coastal service and inland waterway integration. Probably that's the way forward that we need to look at. So do you think, how can major and minor ports, and this is a question from both of you, sir, that how can this be taken forward? Because as I was earlier mentioning, the ultimate issue is about the traffic, and the moment the traffic issue resolves, other issue, be it LAD, be it anything else, it's a viability issue. The per ton cost decreases and everything becomes viable. The traffic just starts moving. So, to cater to this traffic risk and to increase the traffic, how can ports play a very, very important role, and how can they complement each other in terms of, if you look at coastal service or waterway? So what is the way forward? And that will definitely be very interesting for, I think, private parties also to know that what is the port's thought around it. So, yeah. Probably Mr. Reddy, you can start and then we can move to Mr. Mehra.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. And regarding the coastal shipping, inland waterways, and the PPP, a lot has been said since morning. I would like to touch upon the salient points which have been mentioned and discussed. And subsequently, I would like to move on with a specific focus on Andhra Pradesh, because I represent the state of Andhra Pradesh, along with the rest of the maritime scenario around the country. To start with, this is a PPP in coastal and inland waterways. To start with the PPP, a lot of people have discussed on the principles of PPP, what should be, how it should be, and I endorse totally with what has been discussed. I would like to add just a thing, is that as long as the spirit of cooperation between the public and private is strong, then the partnership can go very well. The PPP obviously means public-private partnership, and therefore the partnership has to go. We don't want to sit across the table and negotiate. Rather, we will sit on the same side of the table and look at the problem, both of us together, and try to solve and evolve a better method of managing the problem. That should be the spirit between the government agencies and the private partnerships. The governments look at the private partners as some said, like, thieves who are going to leech the public money. That is the attitude which we kind of inherited from the colonial side, colonial times, and probably during the past few decades, maybe. It's changing rapidly. There's no doubt about it. That impression has been long gone. However, it is still pending in the bureaucracy and the rest of the government agencies to some extent. I would like to encourage the bureaucrats, the government agencies like maritime boards, etc., who are among the audience and here on the podium, to actually be proactive in reaching out to the private partners, not looking at them as somebody who's going to leech the public money. That's one side. On the other hand, there are always two sides to a coin. It is not that everything is milk and honey on the other side too. We have had cases where private operators try to hoodwink the government, and therefore it has to be taken care of. That's the reason why that kind of rules have been set in place in the beginning itself. So it is an evolving process. I wouldn't say that we will jump to it tomorrow. It is going to take time, but as long as the spirit is there that yes, we have to move towards this goal, I think we will be there shortly, number one. Next is regarding the coastal shipping and the inland waterways. Let me tell you from the perspective of a maritime stakeholder, coastal shipping and inland waterways are in for a big jump, at least in the scenario of Indian maritime trade. For the simple reason, everybody is realizing the importance of coastal shipping and maritime trade. I can tell you why so, because there have been a flurry of conferences, meetings, Chintan Baitaks, etc., which I've been attending myself, and some of them which I didn't attend also, on exactly just about coastal shipping and inland waterways. Secondly, our Honorable Prime Minister also has stressed upon it, and he brought out Gati Shakti, which is a very good program to decrease the logistic costs of Indian industry and business. So put these two together, and the imperative that coastal shipping is an enabler for the maritime trade. It is going to be the coastal shipping as like roads and railways, which are going to feed the ports, and which in turn are going to export or import. And that's the way the trade increases. Therefore, the coastal shipping and inland waterways are both enablers for the maritime trade. And that is going to increase in the coming years. And there is a lot of effort from the side of the center and also among the states that coastal shipping needs to be given its due importance, and they are doing so. Coming back to what we are doing, I can be specific and I have the knowledge of what we are doing as Andhra Pradesh. Everybody speaks about the first mile and the last mile as one of the deterrent for any shipping, coastal or coastal more so, for even normal shipping. Now the idea is if you reduce the distance, the last mile is a kind of a descriptive term for the distance between the port, whichever is the water body where the ship berths, and from there to the destination. If you reduce the distance by either you can bring the industry towards the port, which I think is happening in the future, most of the industry is going to permeate towards the seacoast, like it has been done all over the world. Industry is going to settle very near to the seacoast. Everybody has realized that. On the other hand, if you decrease the distance between one port to the other, therefore, for any industry which is situated in between, it is just that much lesser distance to the port. That is exactly what Andhra Pradesh is doing right now. We have already existing ports, one major port, the Visakhapatnam Port Authority, and 3 minor ports or non-major ports, which are all deep draft ports, operating since more than a decade, all of them. And now we are building 3 more new ports in between those gaps, in the gaps between those ports. And added to that, we are building about 9 fishing harbors, all of them with the plan to have one dedicated coastal berth, with a draft of about 4 to 5 meters or more. If that is eventually, if that fructifies, what happens is that less than every 100 meters on the coast, you have a facility where you can ship your cargo out through waterways. I mean coastal waterways. Added to that, we have the national waterway number 4, which runs parallel to the coast, which is called the Buckingham Canal, and by various names that is. However, it is quite, it's not navigable as of now. To overcome that problem, recently we had one senior officer from Inland Waterways Authority of India, the chief engineer, on deputation to Andhra Pradesh and established a separate Inland Water Corporation of Andhra Pradesh, just for this purpose, to get the canal rejuvenated and make it navigable and act as evacuation the facilitator for all these ports which are coming along the coast. It's more like a DFC, dedicated freight cargo railway line. We have a DFW, something like that. Dedicated freight waterway, right? It runs parallel to the coast. So that is one of the initiatives we are taking. Now, these are all the infrastructure initiatives that Andhra Pradesh and India is taking. But coming to the investment, I thought this was also a discussion about PPP opportunities in the coastal sector. Most of the time, people would like to think opportunities are mainly in the larger ports, like the large players only can take benefit out of it. There are a lot of opportunities even within the coastal shipping scenario, coastal maritime. And we are looking as a state, and I'm sure as a center and rest of the states also will be looking for PPP investments or plain investments in all these sectors. And also, there is a preconception that people think that investments can only come in infra. Just the creation of infrastructure, like you create a port, only then there is a PPP or something. But PPP can come in services also. PPP can come into operations. Like you don't have to be a PPP only port owner or a concessionaire. You can actually take up operations on PPP. The government is ready to support you in whichever way you would like to. And you want to start an operation of a Ro-Ro ferry, which is say in Gujarat and most of the areas in Bengal and Bangladesh, it is quite profitable. But think of a Ro-Ro ferry which can take on the road transport, the cargo which is going by the road transport onto the sea. We are working on one such project. We are working on the modalities and economies of it. There are opportunities there too in creating the infrastructure for a Ro-Ro ferry which can take on the road transport onto the sea. Number 3 is you have opportunities where the coastal cargo currently is being looked at as only cargo which is in bulk, either coal, iron ore, or something which is in bulk, steel or something like that. But imagine the Gati Shakti program has been set by the Prime Minister to reduce the logistic cost of the whole of India. Ours is 13% of the GDP. His target is to get it down to 8%. Now imagine or think about what is the actual major component of the logistics. What is the cargo which is running crisscross across India? It is not what is running on the coastal areas. It is our consumption is also there. We have a lot of cargo which is produced in India and also consumed in India. And therefore, it is running across the country. Now, think about getting that onto the water. Think about all this cargo which is running, which is moving across the country, which can be brought onto sea. Either if it is across west to east or east to west, or the most profitable obviously will be from south to north on both sides. So think about those things. All the entrepreneurs sitting here, you might think about these lines and think about connecting the northeast to the rest of India through the water lines. I was really excited to have His Excellency in this meeting today. There are a lot of discussions which we can have with him, and a lot of ideas are there which we can actually evolve some solution to integrate hitherto unreachable areas to the mainline world trade or export or to the other markets within the country. There are opportunities there. Please do consult, and anybody who's willing to invest or think about any lines, any kind of business opportunity in the state of Andhra Pradesh particularly, you can kindly approach us. We are there to help you. Thank you.
Maybe Mr. Mehra, if you can just, again, Calcutta is the bridge if we talk about NW1 and NW2. So, what is being done and how can this be more cooperative? And what can further be done to sort of increase the traffic on this NW1 and NW2?
Good afternoon. Before coming to these specific issues discussed here, if we go back to the history, not much, maybe 100 years or so, those who are living in this part of the country, they know that on both sides of the Ganges, there are n number of jute mills. If you consider South Chobis Pargana district, North Chobis Pargana district, Nadia district, one side, other side, Hooghly, Howrah, n number of jute mills, they produce raw jute which used to come by unpropelled barges to Calcutta port, and from there it is being shipped to the mainline vessel, and it is going to the rest of the world. So this inland transportation, at least this part of the country and in the Ganges, is not a new thing to us. But why we have lost the ground? I have the opportunity to be in a committee constituted by the ministry along with IWAI. And I have got several rounds of discussion with my colleagues at HDC. The shipping community, they are telling only one thing. Sir, you give us, declare the draft. Rest of the things we will take care. The main problem that they are facing, that IWA is declaring LAD, they are telling LAD, least available depth. They are not declaring what is the draft of the area, or draft of the channel, from this section to that section, this section to that section. That is what is required. Rest of the things they will compute. With my colleague, Mr. Dinesh Shastri is there, they, along with the Tata Steel, the maiden vessel carrying steel from Haldia to Pandu. We have a lot of experience we have gained. What we have seen, the steaming time of the vessel is just about 120, 130 hours. If you divide by 24, it will come to 5 days. Means, if the channel has got night navigational continuous steaming, so even if not 5 days, within 10 days the cargo should reach to the Guwahati, then it will be, there will be a profitable venture for the Tata Steel not to go by rake, but to send the steel from Jamshedpur to rail to Haldia and from there coastal to, but it is not taking place. Why? Number one, night navigation facility is not there. So that steaming time of 120, 130 hours, finally in days term, it is culminated to about 40 days, 38, 40 days. So there is the problem for the supplier. So in this part, I am talking about NW1 first, there is no dearth of cargo. I am really telling there is no dearth of cargo. Only thing we have to facilitate the infrastructure. This is one. Second is the availability of right kind of barges, flat bottom, shallow, low draft and low air draft, because lot of bridges has to be there within this. If this is available, then there should not be any problem. About a couple of weeks back, I was in Nepal with 3 of my colleagues. This is being discussed by them that if we can send their containers by vessel to say Sahibganj, because terminal is already there. Then by crossing the Ganges through Manihari, it can readily go to Roxol. So my point is, the point I am driving is there is no dearth of cargo, at least this part. Number two is the IBP route, the Bangladesh. His Excellency already knows that we have already sent one consignment of 1,900 metric ton of is a maiden voyage for crude from Haldia refinery to Aqua refinery at Bangladesh at Jharkhali area. This part, there is no issues as far as draft is concerned. I think vessel has reached, I think, within 9 days. And since then, it was, I think, sometimes in the month of July, there are at least 4 to 5 requests are already pouring in to start this operation immediately. For that, we have already decided that one of our barge jetty, this is barge jetty number 1, little ahead of oil jetty number 1 at Haldia, to be converted totally for the barge loading for Bangladesh. Another thing I am telling you, that there is a lot of container movement. Maybe there is an imbalance in trade between India and Bangladesh, what His Excellency was telling. At least 350 to 400 TUs readily can move from Calcutta Haldia to Bangladesh every month, provided these barges, which are meant for dry bulk cargo, can be allowed to be moved, can be allowed to carry the containers. These are all, policy issues or administrative issues. These small issues, if we can solve it, these are all, whatever I already told, these are all low-hanging fruits. Immediately we can encash that and take forward this coastal and IWT movement. So what I am trying to tell you, first is availability of draft and declaration of the draft for the NW1 and NW2, and right kind of availability of the barges. Then this will immediately start. There is no waiting time also, because the kind of congestion the Petrapol-Benapol border is experiencing, and the cost of diesel shooting up. So this is absolutely profitable venture to take the cargo by inland waterway. So my point that I want to take to the community, and of course in this connection another roundtable meeting is presently going on in the another room, just to take forward how to go about it. There are persons, those who are associated with the shipping community here present. So after this discussion, I think the floor will be open for their suggestions or questions. We are happy to take it there. But these issues, I think, and another most important issue, but I am just only flagging the issue because this is not part of this session, maybe tomorrow, that is the barge financing. This is another issue that has come out in this committee meeting, that none of the banks are ready to finance. Now I am delighted to see that West Bengal government has taken certain steps and talking to the biggest bank to come forward. But if it is really come forward, it will give a real boost to this sector. Availability of the barges. Because now the focus of the Calcutta port is more and more to the anchorage operation, where we will handle larger vessels. Those who are associated with the shipping community, they know that even the Cape-size vessel, regular visit of the Cape-size vessel has already started at Sagar Island, even during this foul weather period. Means back-to-back Cape vessels we are getting. But even then, this clearance of the cargo will be even faster if the number of barges and right kind of barges is available. For that, this financing of the barge financing is most important issue. Of course, this is not the discussion point today. Tomorrow, again, this issue will come. So we will be able to raise this issue to the right forum. So with that, I'll end, and then I'll hand over to Gaurav, and then to the audience.
I'll just add a bit here. I totally endorse what Mr. Mehra has said about the depth availability in the inland waterways, because I had met a few operators in Kochi who are doing this NW2 and NW1. Both of them have mentioned that not being sure about the depth availability, they are running at below par, below capacity their barges, etc., because they're not very confident about the depth availability. And therefore, the cost of the logistics is high. Otherwise, what they should have been carrying double the weight or something like that, they're carrying much less. So that's number one. And number two, one more point I would like to add here. Mr. Mehra was mentioning about barge financing. Like he said, it is a topic for tomorrow. I would like to add that there are opportunities for PPP in barge building also. And I would like to add again as a specific point, Kakinada in Andhra Pradesh is a major hub for barge building on the East Coast. And therefore, all the entrepreneurs who are here, you can look at setting up some kind of an industry which is complementary or entirely for barge building, coastal vessel building, not just dumb barges or something like that. You can build below 10,000 tonners which can do the coastal run. And like somebody was mentioning some time back, there is a requirement for river sea vessels which can traverse both on sea and without transshipment can move up the river. Now that is going to reduce a lot of multi-handling costs and reduce the logistic costs again. So to add to that, there was some discussion some time back where I spoke of innovations in coastal shipping and inland waterways. This is one of them, river sea vessels which can traverse and carry a lot of weight, a lot of tonnage. And also, because inland waterways per se handle smaller vessels, they may not be able to handle the minimum 20-foot TU, like 20-foot container. And there is a lot of cargo moving across the Indian subcontinent, as I mentioned below, which may not fulfill a 20-foot container. If that is to be harnessed, that is to be taken into consideration for moving onto the sea, we got to have some kind of arrangement where we have sub-20-foot containers. We had some discussions during that period. There was a container manufacturer who had come to that. And there is also a lot of containers which can be fit into a 20-foot container and be made a full container once it comes onto the normal port, etc. So these are some of the innovations which are needed to be in place for coastal shipping to really pick up. So it's a kind of not a single agency doing this. The trade, the government agencies, and the facilitators come together. We gradually come towards the goal. And the faster we do it, the better it is. That's my opinion.
Thank you. And I think a lot of insights coming, obviously, from the learned panel that we have seen. But I think we're out of time, so we just probably take 5 extra minutes before we conclude the session in case there are some specific questions from the audience over here. And we can quickly take that, please. Are there any questions, or else we can conclude the session?
Gaurav, your question was not answered with respect to major ports, minor ports, and complementary ports. It's very simple. Nation comes first. So we are all intelligent relative to time, and only time will judge us whether we are right or wrong in future. So all the decisions which have been taken earlier were sound decisions. All the decisions that are being taken now are also sound decisions. And we expect that decisions which will happen in future also will be sound decisions. Few thoughts which I wanted to add, because in the PPP concessionaire agreements, a significant observation was made when the Honorable Minister, Union Minister for Shipping, tabled his response in Lok Sabha in 2018. The fundamental query that came was, do we need a time frame before which the concessionaire can exit? Do we need to consider operations prior to COD? Do we need to offer concessions on additional land lease rent terms? These were 3 very critical points which were raised. And it very remarkably, it was a futuristic and thought-provoking response which was made. 2 years is all that you need and you can exit from the concessionaire agreement, 100%. The observation when it came to operationalization of before the commencement of commercial date, COD, which we refer to, is very significant, which means you're giving a window for consideration of a moratorium period. Happy to see the entire distinguished learned colleagues and officers who have just joined us. Sir, I was just reflecting on the response which was tabled in 2018 March in the Lok Sabha on the model concessionaire one, because just Gaurav had raised a question on ports, minor ports and major ports, whether they would be complementary. I said only time will tell, because the nation comes first. Second is, in the response which was tabled by the Honor Union Minister, he gave the window that we should be open for consideration of allowing the concessionaire to start his commercial operations even before the COD. Now, it is a very, very intrinsic point that we need to capture here, because if I am not given the flexibility of a moratorium, then my entire capex which I have invested right now, I need to start monetizing, I need to start raising the funds, I need to start revolving the funds. So I would like to see that I would operationalize the port even before the COD. But if you do not give me the flexibility of a moratorium, then where is the incentive for me to start earlier? This was the query that was hanging there, where this response, point 8 in the response which was tabled in the Lok Sabha, very significantly addresses. I think when we look for food for thought in engaging on terms of concessionaires and PPP mode, we should also be open, because there is a plethora of activities that can be linked into the PPP, including a skill development and capacity building. And I think right now, as I said, we cannot even foresee to what extent we can move forward in this PPP engagement. So we should always be open, and model is always a model. End of the day, there are always avenues where it can be worked upon and refined through proper channel. Thank you. Thanks, Gaurav.
I can add that Mr. Kamalakant, in his answer about every decision being correct, future, past, and present, he has got all the makings of a good bureaucrat as well as a good diplomat, if I can say that, number one. Number two, yes, we didn't answer the question you had asked about the major ports and minor ports, either complementary or this thing. The relation between the major ports and the non-major ports, which are being operated by the state, is threefold. It is cooperative, it is competitive, no doubt, and it is cooperative. We collaborate in our competition also. We can synergistically utilize certain facilities, but being ports in the same proximity and drawing your cargo from the same hinterland, we compete and we collaborate in various other aspects. So it is a kind of a symbiotic kind of a relation. Like I said, nation comes first, there's no doubt about it, and we are all part of the big game. And however, a good competition always makes both the competitors more efficient, and that's what I believe, and we work that way.
One point I want to add, what Mr. Kamalakant said, that the latest MC of 2021 do give the permission that it can start operation before even the commercial operation date. And I can give one example, as Chairman Sir noted, our next project, which is going to be bidded out very soon, that is conversion of our 4B berth or number 5 berth at Haldia. We have considered it right from the day one. They can start even with the hired machines also. That means hires MSC also. So that the concessionaire putting his money right from the day his money will earn money. So these provisions are there, and we are taking advantage of. This is just only one point I just want to make. Thank you.
But I think, and just before we conclude, I think as you talked about COD, and I think both here, I mean, Gopal Krishna sir was secretary, and we did Haldia SFC. Therein again, we had allowed from day one, there is a COD possible, and Vineet sir obviously is there in the board. So we had allowed that he's free to start the operation as soon as the concession agreement is signed, provided he can sort of adhere to whatever basic condition precedent are. And yes, you're right. I mean, that's what I think everybody is looking at, and everybody is very proactive towards that whole thing that, it can be commercialized and operationalized as soon as possible. And the idea is to reap the benefits for everybody, be it public and be it the private. On that note, I think thanks everybody. It was a very, very intriguing discussion, and a lot of insights came out, and I'm sure we take back with a lot of learnings and a lot of opportunities in PPP that can be sort of looked at. Thanks all for coming.
Hello. Thank you so much, everybody. I would request all my speakers and our moderator to kindly come forth for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our speakers. They wonderfully elaborated on the idea. Mr. P. Kamalkant, Executive Director, WBITC. Mr. Amitabh Sengupta, Special Secretary, Home and Hill Affairs Department. His Excellency, Mr. Andalib Ilyas, Deputy High Commissioner for Bangladesh in Kolkata. Mr. A.K. Mehra, Deputy Chairman, HDC Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. Lieutenant Commander Ravindranath Reddy, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board, and Mr. Dinesh Shastri, Managing Director, TM International Logistics Limited. And ladies and gentlemen, put a huge round of applause for our moderator, Mr. Gaurav Vash, Director, Mobility and Logistics Solutions, KPMG. Thank you, all of you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that I move on to my next session, which is also very interesting. But as I always say, that I keep on sharing with you those little informations, those little achievements of our Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port in the last few years. So as we all know that Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port is a dual dock system at Kolkata and Haldia with a capacity of 81.25 million tons, is handling more than 3,000 vessels with a cargo handling of around 60 million tons and a share of around 8 to 9% of cargo handled by Indian major ports. SMP Kolkata handled 61.368 million ton of cargo traffic in 2020 and 2021, which is the third highest annual throughout, despite the outbreak of pandemic and the Amphan cyclone. So with those achievements in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let us move on to our next session, which discusses on the alternate dispute resolution mechanism. And I'm sure by the end of this session, we will be having a lot of our audience who will be wanting the mic to give suggestions as well as ask questions, and the Q&A session will be very invigorating. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, I have my speakers and my moderator, but will take a little while to set up the stage once again. Our next session, we have as our speakers, Mr. Rajiv Lochan, Chief General Manager, Legal, National Highway Authorities of India. Please welcome Mr. Rajiv Lochan with a round of applause. Please welcome Brigadier Amit Katpalia, Expert Consultant, Dispute Resolution. Please put your hands together as I welcome on stage Mr. Gopal Krishna, Principal Program Advisor, Cross-Border Infrastructure and Connectivity Program, CBIC, USAID, and former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome on stage the moderator, Mr. Samrat Rahi, Deputy Chairman, KDS, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Mr. Rahi to kindly felicitate our guests. I would request Mr. Samrat Rahi to kindly felicitate Mr. Rajiv Lochan, Chief General Manager, Legal, National Highway Authorities of India. I would again request Mr. Rahi to kindly welcome Brigadier Amit Katpalia, Expert Consultant, Dispute Resolution. While it is a very serious session, I don't like this much of silence. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for a very invigorating session coming next? Yes or no? Yes, everybody? Together, some energy? Thank you. Then let's give them a round of applause, and this time an energetic round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to you, moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. To introduce the topic, I would like to say that alternate dispute resolution is not a new thing to India. It is coming since Mahabharata, when Vidur tried to do the conciliation between the Kauravas and Pandavas. And we have in independent India also, there were several laws. The prominent one is the Arbitration and Conciliation Act of 1996. But in recent times, we have seen there is a much stress of the government to resolve the disputes through alternate mechanism and adjudication. The major reason behind this is the pendency of the cases before different courts. According to the Economic Survey of 2019, there are around 3.5 crore cases pending before the lower courts, and 20% of these court cases are commercial disputes. So it is very important to extend the services of alternative dispute resolution to a major extent. And today we are very fortunate to have some of the key persons in this regard who have spent considerable amount of their career for the ADR promotion, education, and mechanism. And I hope that today audience will benefit from their experience and will come to know what are the major challenges that normally we face while employing these processes and what is the future roadmap ahead. So first of all, I would like to introduce our guest. We are very honored to have Sri Gopal Krishna sir, who is Secretary Port Shipping and Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, one of the key persons responsible for the growth of port sector in India. Most of the projects and programs that Ministry of Shipping is running now started under his leadership. Shri Gopal Krishna sir is 1983 batch IS officer and presently Principal Program Advisor Cross-Border Infrastructure and Connectivity Program, USAID. In his distinguished career of over 35 years, played a key role in policy formulation across departments, having held important position in West Bengal and Government of India. He has successfully steered public administration, resource management, foreign investment policy, industrial investment policy, infrastructure development, etc., leading departments with strong business and commercial focus, formulating, financing, and implementing small, large, and mega PPP projects. As a secretary in the Union Ministry of Shipping, he formulated and implemented critical policies. Among them, most important is the relaxation of the cabotage law for better facilitation of cargo movement at ports. Our next panelist is Shri Rajiv Lochan, who is CGM National Highway Authority of India. Shri Rajiv Lochan is an IITian and officer of Indian Defence Service of Engineering. He has about 30 years of experience in central government in project planning, execution, and monitoring, including management of projects funded by multilateral agencies like World Bank, Asian Development Bank, etc. He has also served as director in Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways from 2012 to 17. He first handled ADR procedures at JGM Legal in IRCON from October 2003 to November 2007, and thereafter as Chief General Manager at National Highway Authority of India from October 2020. I hope today the audience will get benefited from his huge experience of dealing contract issues in road and infrastructure sector. Our next panelist is Brigadier Amit Katpalia. He's an expert in dispute resolution and dealt with several construction litigation while serving in different capacities. He's a civil engineer with 36 years of experience in construction works pan-India and has been with Indian Army, Military Engineering Service, and Public Works Department. He's a construction contract specialist and FIDIC trainer. He's currently head of training and product development at RICS South Asia. So I will begin with the port sector and Shri Gopal Krishna sir. Sir, we have come to know that recently Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, along with Indian Port Association, has come with a unique ADR mechanism that is called Conciliation and Settlement Committee. So we'd like to know your experience in this particular forum, what kind of cases are coming, how you are adjudicating those cases, and what is the future roadmap of this particular forum, sir? So over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. Samrat, thanks a lot for starting this session with me. This whole concept of, as you rightly said, dispute resolution, alternate dispute resolution, it's not a new thing. But in spite of all these things, if you see, World Bank was doing ranking on various ease of doing parameters for India. And on this parameter, that is dispute resolution, commercial dispute resolution, India's ranking consistently was the worst amongst the last, I would say, 5 percentile, 134, 135, 130, never improved. We improved on all parameters which we thought were very difficult, transfer of property, custom clearance, dwell time, all kind of parameters if we see, getting a company registered, tax payment, everything, we improved everything, but we never improved on the dispute resolution mechanism. And partly you only mentioned, partly the reason is the large number of cases which are pending in courts, and more importantly, lack of expertise in dealing with commercial matters. Commercial matters require very different kind of expertise, which probably the legal system is not having. They are more tuned to criminal law, even civil law, but they're not tuned to commercial aspects of problems, Commercial aspects are very different in when disputes arise, So that is one of the reasons. And you rightly said, the way forward was thought to be arbitration. It was also thought to be conciliation. But conciliation actually never very strongly came up in the country, because there was no mechanism mentioned in the Conciliation and Arbitration Act. Who will appoint conciliators? How will they do, Only Chapter 3 does deal with the whole issue, but not in detail. Plus, how they will get appointed is never, it was not very, very much clarified. I would say the lead role in this sector, and Rajiv will, I'm sure, will delve on it when he is asked to speak. I think so some lead, as far as I know, was taken by, even the public sector undertakings had something called a dispute resolution board, which is a similar mechanism as, a CSC. But at the ministry level, I would say Road and Highways took a lead. They created something called a conciliation committee, and they started taking cases. Taking lead from that, success story, the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways now started a similar thing with experts, and then it was felt that even experts were, since we were not, didn't have fixed experts, we had left the expert panel to the ports, and therefore that model was also not succeeding, because you have to have a panel, a shortened panel. There should not be shopping of, judges also, If you have a very large panel, then people do shop, They talk to experts. So this is a unique way in which ministry created a mechanism of this alternate dispute. And I'll quickly tell you, it's a extremely, not because I chair it for the major ports, but actually there isn't a mechanism of this kind anywhere in the government or public sector. And now I will just say 3-4 things which will really bring out the uniqueness of this whole exercise. First, it's absolutely time-bound, 6 months. If the CSC is able to resolve a dispute in 6 months, fine. Otherwise, it closes, period. It's not allowed to extend. At best, further limit of with both the parties, consent of both the parties, further 3 months is allowed, otherwise no extension. There's nothing like, nothing like giving extensions. Even arbiters take 5 years, courts take 10 years, 12 years, how much we all know. So it's a time bound first. Yes, sir. So therefore, it created that impact, that urgency, that everything has to be time bound. Now what is the result? It is not at all process-oriented. All our legal systems are highly process-oriented. Someone will write a huge petition, written comments, you send to the other party, he writes 500 pages, again it's written, zero paperwork, no paperwork. As a matter of policy, whatever cases we have done, no paperwork. We just take verbal, we do ask for documents, but we don't ask for any long written submissions. The committee usually has to understand the subject and then write down a clear settlement agreement. Simple. So it's not a process-oriented. If it was process-oriented, it wouldn't get finished in 6 months. No processes. I mean, we don't allow any kind of evidence-taking, Parties will submit documents, you see the documents, make out what's the problem, and then try to resolve the problem. Second. Third, and very important, it's a success fee model. If parties reach settlement, the conciliators get paid. If there's no settlement, they don't get paid. Simple. Unlike award, arbitration, judge. In arbitration, the first thing is, the arbitrator's first thing they'll say is, I'll charge 10 lakhs per sitting. And then they have 100 sittings, Here, no per day sitting. You reach award, you get money. You settle, both the parties settle, you are paid. If they are unable to settle, and it happens, after 2 months, party says, no, sorry, we can't reach in settlement. Good enough, fine, you walk out. You can engage in other forums, success fee based. So the interest is, it's a success fee based, so interest is to resolve, try to resolve, not to linger on and then try to, make it as a business on a per day sitting basis. Fourth, the award is linked to the settled amount. Even the arbitration act, the arbitrators charge on the disputed amount. So if I have a dispute of 1,000 crores, they get charged for 1,000 crores. We have purposely, when we designed this whole guidelines, we said no. If 1,000 crores leads to final settlement of 1 crore, the fee is on 1 crore. It's not on 1,000 crores. So there are so many innovative things that we brought in, which are not there in any committee. Any forum will not have these kind of things. I can challenge. If any other forum in the country has these kind of, this kind of innovative ideas, And because of this innovative ideas, what is happening is that there is a huge amount of interest in the committee. Even we are just 7 months, 6 months, old, started in October. Already, I think, so close to 25 cases we have, which is a large amount. Cases which are pending since 2003, High Court cases, arbitration awards since 2012, which have come to us. Out of 24, I can say, excepting 2 cases, 22 cases have been practically solved. 5-6 cases have gone to the boards. Rest all 5 cases are in the process of going to the various boards of port authorities. So it's a tremendous exercise, I can say. It's a very rich experience for, personally for all 3 members of us. We are very important again thing, we have given no scope of any shopping of arbitrators or judges. There are 3 members, no private person or a port has got any discretion in choosing. Unlike arbiter panels or high courts have, they pick and choose, they select. Even Sarod mechanism that we have 50 arbitrators, you can just choose anyone. Similarly for NHI, 100 arbitrators. So we give chance to the parties to pick and choose. All you can say is that, that all is over. 3 members that the government has, not government, I would say IP has fixed 3 members, and that's about it. So there are no chance of it's going out of these 3 members, And therefore, no amount of, outside intervention takes place, No one phones you, I'm told, for no offenses meant, Mr. Lochan, but I'm told, arbitrators told me that people have contacted us. If you don't agree, they will go to someone else. Here, there is no scope of going to anyone else, only 3 members. So it's a very unique model, going very well. A lot of cases are coming. In fact, now we have so many cases that earlier we used to take 2-3 months. Now we are taking slightly longer because there are a large number of cases. And here, Mehra Amal is a witness. We had 5 cases. In fact, I would say 7 cases, including 2 closures. Out of the 7 cases, 5 are solved. Only 1 closure and another shipping case is left. In the flat, I think so 3-4 months. Cases which were pending since, how many? Maybe 15 years, 20 years. 20 years. So very quick mechanism, very non-process oriented, result oriented process. And I think so the way forward for all such alternate does not mean I create an alternate which is worse or even, similar to the one already existing, There's no meaning to that. When you say alternate, it has to be a real alternate. It has to really break path from what is happening in the normal course of business. Until unless you do that. So that's it, Samrat.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us about this new unique mechanism. And we are a witness to that, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, where there are 2-3 cancellation issues that have been resolved recently. Now I'll come to Brigadier Amit Katpalia. And since sir is an academician and expert in construction contracts, would like to know from him how we should design our contracts, as well as what are the international best practices that we can incorporate in our contracts, and what are the specific clauses like that we should not have in our contracts.
Thank you, Samrat.
Yes,
Thank you. So, while we have peculiar Indian conditions, firstly, let me just give you an example of a magnitude of our problem of disputes, which I was doing in my doctoral thesis from London. I took some 29 railway awards, arbitration awards of 2005 to 10, because by now their court cases are over. The total value of the contract was 1,700 crores, out of which railways landed up paying 500 crores as claims and 400 crores as interest component. And I'm not counting the legal fees, etc. So 1,700 crores, 1,000 crore gone as cost of disputes. I can very well vouch based on whatever preliminary studies I have done, that if you add the cost of disputes to the MOSPI data, which shows cost overrun broadly in the range of 10 to 15%, this will go up to 30 to 40%, very easily, because we are not adding the cost of disputes. Even in government, it goes to consolidated funds, suspense head. It doesn't get added to the project cost. So we have a huge magnitude of construction disputes. Arcadis, which produces a global construction dispute report, has no figures for India. They say we just can't get statistics. So one of my very strong recommendations before I come to the specific answer to FICCI and industry is, please have a tie-up with some ministry who is conducive, highways, shipping, and see how much disputes are costing you, and sensitize everyone, both in terms of direct cost and in terms of indirect cost as loss of opportunity, loss of revenue, etc. And I can vouch the cost will be in the range of 30% of contract value, if not more. Now coming to the specific question, what is happening in the world? And I was also, I worked a little bit in the course of my doctoral thesis with Highway England, so my eyes also opened up what's happening. Now, there are two aspects to disputes. One is conflict avoidance, which was spoken, and second is conflict resolution. Conflict avoidance, best method is obviously having an equitable contract. Now, how do you ensure, because no employer would like to write in a contract that if I don't give possession of site, the contractor will be entitled to loss of profit also. Nobody will write that, especially in India, or it will eat him up alive. So what countries have done is, and many countries have done is, they've enacted a construction law or a construction contract act. It was spearheaded by Britain in 1996, Housing Grant and Construction Act. Now Australia has it, New Zealand has it, Singapore has it, Hong Kong has it, Malaysia has it, Canada has it, and now the latest to enact is Thailand. And this bans certain terms and makes certain terms mandatory. For example, interest on delayed payment, mandatory term. Writing specific timelines for approval of interim payment certificate, and what happens if you don't approve, automatic approval, deemed approval, mandatory term. You would be amazed to know if I tell you that even today, Delhi Municipal Corporation writes in its contract, interim payment will be given on first come, first served basis based on availability of funds. This is the payment term of Delhi Municipal Corporation. So you can imagine what is happening. Similar thing incidentally was happening in China, and they enacted also a construction law where municipal authorities were going haywire and gave the contractor right to ask for the state of finances of the municipality and suspend their contract if they could not prove their finances. China also has a construction law like this, which is a little different. So these countries enacted a construction contract act, sometimes called SOP Act, basically for either enabling timely payment or making a contract inequitable. And all of you will agree that our contracts are some of the most inequitable contracts. It is very common in our contract to say, even if possession of site is not given in time, you will have no additional claim whatsoever. Even if drawings are not given in time, you will have no additional claim whatsoever. Very common in Indian contracts. I can name such anomalies, a couple of them, even in the MCA agreement of ports. For example, the independent engineer will review the drawing. The contractor is bound to execute these reviewed drawings. However, the independent engineer has no responsibility for the accuracy of the reviewed drawing. Then why is he reviewing the drawing? So this kind of anomalies occur even in MCA, right? So therefore, the construction contract law makes it mandatory that you have a reasonably equitable contract, basically enabling cash flow and having equitable risks. The second ingredient of a construction law was, which is now most popular across the world, is statutory adjudication. Now, somebody spoke about DAB of FIDIC. Why is DAB of FIDIC so successful and our DRBs have been a flop? The reason it has, like statutory adjudication, which is legalized, DAB is a contractual mechanism. It is interim binding. It is called temporary finality. In UK, they call it pay now, argue later. So whatever decision adjudicator gives within 28 days, 84 days, FIDIC says 82 days, UK they say 28 days. You first implement that. If he says this much payment has to be made, first make the payment, then appeal. Because we know, especially in government departments where I've served 35 years, that we appeal to delay a decision, right? And various other considerations are there, audit, shorted, etc. In our hearts of heart, half the time we know that there is no merit to the appeal. And this is happening not only in government, it is also happening, I've seen when I was working with corporate, with firms also, who do it with their subcontractors. So this pay now, argue later regime has been the most successful. And what is the net impact? I will give you figures of, again, UK, because I'm doing PhD from there. That in UK, in 1996, before they enacted, 30% of construction cases used to go to arbitration or litigation. Today, that figure is less than 2%. And when I meet arbitrators or lawyers sometimes in UK, they say we have been put out of business. So today, as per the report, UK has the fastest dispute resolution in the world and the least value of claims because of enacting this construction law. The only requirement of having such kind of interim binding thing is that you need a very highly qualified person. And the organization in which I am working, Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyor, for example, is the one which qualifies adjudicators for such disputes in UK and various other countries. So you need highly qualified, trained people to do that. So this, in the world, this is what is exactly happening. And I am at times surprised as to why we are not thinking of a construction contract law for India when countries after countries, Canada has also enacted it, are enacting this Construction Contract Act to make contracts equitable and to have fast dispute resolution. As per our world report now of disputes, the best method of dispute resolution is what Sir said, conciliation, followed by interim binding adjudication. Our DRBs have been flopped because they are not interim binding. So this is the world trend going all over and has been super successful in Singapore, for example. Singapore also has a construction act, which is going all over the world and it's catching like a wildfire. All countries are enacting it. Hong Kong recently enacted it. And which is perhaps worth exploring, definitely for having a balanced contract and maybe for a fast dispute resolution mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now welcome to Rajiv Lochan, sir. Sir, the entire country has witnessed the kind of road development in recent time. It is unprecedented after independence. And definitely, while executing this road development on PPP contract, you must have faced several disputes, several issues. So what are the kind of ADR mechanism that NHI follow, and what are the challenges in executing those ADR mechanisms, sir? Please.
Gopal Krishna sir talked about the merits of conciliation in dispute resolution, and Brigadier Katpalia brought out the inequities that our usual contracts usually are infested with. But so I would like to tell you my experience of dispute resolution that I have had over a period of the last 2 years at NHAI. I would, at the very big outset, I would say that I entirely agree with Gopal Krishnan sir that amicable settlement of disputes is the way to go, especially more so in PPP contracts where the very name says public-private partnership. You begin as partners and somewhere along the path you become adversaries. So that is not the way you should proceed. In fact, amicable resolution of disputes does hold a lot of promise. However, I would also like to contradict Brigadier Katpalia to this, saying that our model concession agreements have come a long way from the standard form contracts that we used to have in our country. And our MCAs are to a large extent based on the FIDIC model, and many of the good things that are there in the FIDIC conditions, they have been adopted in our MCAs. Yet there is no, it cannot be gainsaid that they do need further improvements, and we all need to work towards it. At NHAI, initially the dispute resolution mechanism had 4 steps. Initially, the independent, in the BOT contracts, the independent engineer was, once a dispute had arisen, the independent engineer was supposed to mediate and help settle the issue. In case it was not successful, then the 2 chairmen or the heads of the 2 organizations were to meet. They were to take a call on the dispute. If they were unsuccessful, then conciliation could be attempted, and thereafter arbitration had to take place. So this model was not very successful, and even as on date, NHAI has about 138 ongoing arbitration cases in which the claim amount is of the order of 1 lakh crore rupees and the counter claims are of approximately of the order of 50,000 crores. And some of the cases are as old as 12 to 13 years, yet they are not resolved. So when this government came to power, thereafter a lot of stress has been laid on conciliation, and a conciliation committee of independent experts was set up in the NHAI, which also helps resolve the cases in which the ministry is a party to the contract. So recently, of late, the MCA has been amended, and the dispute resolution process is now, the first step is mediation by the independent engineer. Then the dispute resolution board has been reintroduced. Like Brigadier Katpalia said, they were not successful. Dispute resolution board have been recommended by the World Bank, and many of the contracts in the 80s had dispute resolution board. Even some of the old NHAI contracts have dispute resolution boards, but they have not been very successful. But now dispute resolution board has been reintroduced because it has a huge promise of dispute avoidance and dispute resolution, both. And thereafter, the conciliation through the committee of independent experts has been made mandatory before arbitration. In case the decision of the dispute resolution board is not acceptable, then you have to first go to the conciliation committee of independent experts, and only thereafter one can go for arbitration. You would be glad to know that in the last 5 years, about 280 cases have been referred to the CCIE, of which 170 have been successfully resolved. About 70 are ongoing, and only about 40 have failed. So this has definitely reduced. I think about 70 of these 170 cases were those in which the matters had already escalated to the courts and arbitration awards had come. So thereafter, CCIE has helped settle these cases. Of late, I have been associated with the implementation of this DRB system. And I personally see a lot of promise in the concept of dispute resolution boards. because initially they were not very successful. Maybe the reasons that I can think of is that the procedure itself was not very streamlined, how these dispute resolution boards are to function. Then there was a shortage of experts who would man these dispute resolution boards. And then there was, in general, a lack of commitment on the part of both the parties to abide by the decisions of the dispute resolution board. So the first and foremost thing is the two parties should convince themselves that amicable settlement of disputes at the earliest stage is the best way to go. And they should respect the decisions of the ADR mechanism that they set up. These days, starting from 2020, September 2020, DRBs were reintroduced. About 100 DRBs have been constituted in about 170 projects. The concept is that the DRB is associated with the project right from the inception, right from the stage when the contract agreement is signed. Thereafter, even before the appointed date is declared, the DRB comes in place. DRB is supposed to be manned by people who are experts on the subject, and they are associated with the project from the very beginning. They are aware of the progress, about the issues, the potential disputes, and one of their duties is, if both the parties agree, they help advise, give their opinion, which in the first place helps avoid the disputes. But like I said, in the last attempt it failed because streamlined procedures were not there. In fact, my present engagement, as I come to you, this month end we have a conclave of the DRB members, of the builders, so that we agree on a schedule of procedures, so that the procedure that the DRBs adopt, they are streamlined and there is no confusion about their working. So as far as disputes are concerned, you would agree that they are an inevitable fallout of the uncertainties in the contract, unforeseen circumstances of delays and defaults on the part of either of the parties. They will be there. But from my experience, I can tell you that amicable resolution of disputes is the way to go, especially in the PPP model of contract. Arbitration, like I told you, there are cases which are pending for more than 12, 13 years. The interest component itself becomes humongous, and it tends to protract. The ultimate winners are only the arbitrators and the legal professional that gain from it. Both the parties, they lose in one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us about the ADR mechanism and NHI and the best possible solution available through ADR. Now, I would like to open the floor for the question. The audience can pose the question before the eminent speakers. From the civil engineering department, if somebody would like to ask. Sir.
Rajiv ji, I have one question. That, the ADR mechanism is, as you said, around 170 cases have been settled. Now, this is a kind of big number, and what kind of inputs we can take from this as to improvise upon the contract? Of course, it is a continuous process. The disputes will always remain. But as we were discussing in the morning that we have an MCA, when our new MCA came, we improvised upon the feedback. The problems which we were facing in the last MCA, we got some problem, we resolved some of them. So since you have a, basic concepts are almost common, whether it is shipping or it is either about the cost or it is about the time or it is about rights and obligations. So means with either of the panelists means, what is your, what do you feel are the areas which needs to be addressed at in the MCAs or in the contracts, so that, with these inputs we can further improvise upon the concession agreements, or how these provisions of alternate dispute resolution need to be incorporated in the contract. Because what we find that the problem it comes is that either it is not part of the contract. Suppose we make it a part of the contract. A lot of times this happens that while implementing, the statutory force behind it, people at times hesitate to implement also, even after the conciliation, hesitate to implement, thinking that what is the statutory force behind it. Because that is a challenge, sir, which comes at times, you will agree with me, that despite a clear resolution between the two parties, the resolution is between the two parties, but there is an authority above which one ultimately has to clear. So how to strengthen that part also, the statutory part also. So one is with your experience or your experience, what are the general things which you find that these are the common errors which should be avoided, and how to make it when it comes to implementation. I don't know, I will also like to know from you what is the level of implementation after the 170 whatever awards have been given.
Like I told you, the first thing is the commitment of the parties. So in the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, it is a general understanding that whatever settlements are arrived at in front of the CCIs, they will be honored. So this is the underlying principle. So all the 170 settlement agreement cases have been finalized and settlement agreements have been signed. All those cases are closed. Then to put a statutory backing to it, like I told you about 2-3 years back, the model concession agreement was amended, and the CCIE mechanism has been made a part of the dispute resolution clause. The first step is mediation through the IE. The second step is the mandatory conciliation through the CCIEs, and then only they go to the arbitration if the CCIE fails. But these days, like I told you, out of the 270 cases, 170 have already been settled, 670 are ongoing. So a large number of cases are being successfully settled. As far as the law behind it is concerned, the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996, it permits conciliation. So the legal backing is always there. But the only issue is commitment and a will to resolve disputes through these ADR mechanisms. Because CCI, I would say, is more successful because the arbitration has its own problem. Institutional arbitration has not evolved the way it should have been in our country, and ad hoc arbitration has its own problems. The constituting the tribunal itself, then the issues of fees, the delays, and the awards that come out of these ATs are many a times not what can be said are very reasoned and reasonable awards. So, like I told you, PPP, we are partners, so we should have definitely commit ourselves to resolving disputes through the ADR mechanism, especially conciliation, because the time and money that we waste in arbitration, as of now, arbitration is almost akin to the litigation that it was began to prevent. It has almost become akin to the litigation. The judges are manning the arbitral tribunals. They hold oral evidence. They also have evidence. They follow almost the entire CPC verbatim. So the informal mechanism is not, as of now, informal mechanism, and the cases are taking a lot of time to settle, even after the timelines that have been prescribed in the 2015 Amendment Act. So I think CCI is.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, Mehra sir.
Just I want to add one point, supplement, because many of the people in the port sector, especially the engineering department, they are of the opinion that when you have gone for the arbitration, there is no chances of any conciliation. But the Government of India order in 2016, 5th of September, clearly states this conciliation can be done during, after, and even prior to this arbitration. So this is the point actually I'm telling to my friends in both Calcutta Health and whoever involved here, that even the arbitration is going on, even then also we can sit together and sort out these issues. And I can give an example. One case in Vizag, it was arbitration award was 42 crores. Finally, by settlement, making a committee headed by Mr. Narayan Rao, he was the ex-chairman, CMD of the Midhani Limited. We have settled only 18 crores. So even there are instances not to challenge. We have decided not to challenge to the court because we know that it will continue for 5-10 years. Let us sit together and finalize. So this is one point I want to make it clear that even arbitration में गया है because इसका मतलब नहीं है, this conciliation cannot be done.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope that legal department and civil department will take the clue. Now I thank all our eminent speakers for this insightful discussion and the inputs given by them, the international best practices that have been described by them, what are the best ADR mechanism that is suitable to us, and what is the future roadmap ahead. I thank all of them. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I would request all of you to kindly come forth for a group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to heartily thank our speakers, Mr. Gopal Krishna, Mr. Rajiv Lochan, and Brigadier Amit Katpalia. And a round of applause for our moderator, Mr. Samrat Rahi, Deputy Chairman, KDS, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. Thank you so much, all of you gentlemen. And now it's time that we move on to the last and the next session for the day. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, would call it Spotlight on Port Tariff in India. The session will focus on the existing trends in port tariff in India vis-a-vis port tariff in neighboring countries. The discussion will be focused on ways to reduce port tariff and charges and learn from global best practices. We have our moderator and speakers right here with us. We shall be welcoming them on stage in a very short while once we are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Jibu K. Itti, Chief Executive Officer, DP World Navasheva. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Please welcome Mr. Ranjan Sinha, Chief Group Shipping, Tata Steel. Please welcome Mr. Abhijit Gupta, General Manager Finance, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. And the moderator for the session would be Mr. Jeffrey Thomas, Partner, PwC. So since all our speakers and our moderators are on stage, we'd request Mr. Abhijit Gupta, General Manager Finance, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, to kindly welcome our guests. Please welcome Mr. Jibu K. Itti, CEO, DP World Navasheva. I would request Mr. Gupta to welcome Mr. Ranjan Sinha, Chief Group Shipping, Tata Steel. I would request, sir, to once again welcome Mr. Jeffrey Thomas, partner, PwC. Thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are absolutely ready to kick off with the last session of the day, Spotlight on Port Tariff in India. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And welcome all the panelists. And I hope it's the last but not the least in terms of the impact that we could have. So looking forward to an engaging conversation. So with regard to port tariffs, and I'll start with Mr. Sinha here because proximity is most. So let me start with Mr. Sinha. So Mr. Sinha, over the last couple of years, all of us have seen the global supply chain crisis pan out, right? And as a user of port services, you would have been also witness to this across the globe, how supply chains were impacted. And even in your own organization, I believe, there would have been a certain degree of impact that you would have experienced. What we are also seeing is globally ports taking learnings from the whole crisis and adapting going forward. What are some of the things that you're seeing ports globally do? And how do you see some of that could be replicated in the Indian context at ports in India? If you could share some light on that, that will be great.
Thank you. We always say that not only relating to cargo, everywhere else, the world is becoming what we call VUCA world. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Okay, so, and last 2 years, as you mentioned, is just an example of that. Okay, so obviously it was very ambiguous. We did not know what kind of recovery will be there. Every economist started showing V or W or L or any alphabet, okay? And so as many economists, as many alphabets were, they ran out after 26, okay? So, so it remained ambiguous, okay? So what I'm trying to say that if you really look at events over last century and then over last 10 years, you will see what we used to call black swan events, okay? It means once in a lifetime kind of, or once in a blue moon kind, because black swans are not common, right? So in first 100 years, say 1900s or 2000, you could say World War, you could say advent of internet, etc. We're changing, okay, world-changing scenarios. But look at last 15, 20 years, okay? The kind of event which has happened, okay? So 9/11, okay, because of that, the security apparatus that developed around it. You look at GST implementation in most parts of the world, okay? And so many other things, okay? The climate-related incidents, the separation, you can talk about recent Russia-Ukraine, you can talk about COVID, all were black swan events. So it's very difficult to predict. If someone says that, okay, I am going to, okay, I know about it, that what's going to happen 2 years or 3 years from now, okay, I think they are lying through their teeth. Okay, so given this situation, okay, what you can do, okay? So in a VUCA world, what happens, the constraints keep on shifting, okay? So look at our situation in Tata Steel. We were importing, say we are importer of raw materials and we are exporter of steel. So when we import raw materials, okay, all the raw materials are headed. You know the supply chain is long. The vessel needs to call and say Australian or US ports. And then, obviously, it waits there, it loads, it comes here. So total supply chain is about 60 days worth. But in India, everything is stopped. You don't have a market, okay? Already, you are facing the glut. All your stockyards are full. So you want to control your supplies coming in because you can't produce anymore. And so the first thing is the supply, the constraint becomes that when the vessels are coming, where do you keep this cargo, right? And the secondly, if the cargo is there, okay, how do you pay for the cash if you are not able to sell the material, right? So first thing is about the space. We needed to create a space. Port became a stockyard actually for us because we couldn't do anything, right? And then the problem of cash started. And by the time we solved all this in 3 months, 4 months, the recovery happened, okay? And then the pipeline is totally dry. Okay, so what I'm saying through this example that the constraint has kept on shifting and you cannot manage all the constraint. So a very robust risk management program for the company as well as the port is very, very important. That you are not able to predict the risk, but if the risk happens, what is your management plan? So I will say the first thing in a VUCA world that we are seeing or we need to learn is that we must have a very robust risk management plan because we cannot know in advance that what risks are going to play. But if the risk plays, okay, what is going to be there? So I think the risk management is very, very important. The learning in terms of, say, our ocean transportation, first was towards humanitarian aspect, okay? You know, because of COVID, most of the vessel crew were not allowed to disembark or embark at any of the ports, okay? And it became a humanitarian crisis, okay? After 11 months, 15 months on the vessel, they were not able to come back. And so it really, Tata Steel being very focused on safety and health of all the people associated with it, we were very concerned about it. And we had to intervene at many places, okay, on humanitarian grounds to take care of that. Second thing that we saw was very important, that if ports are idle, how can you utilize that capacity to for something else? And how quickly you can adapt? Like at that time, and just giving an example, oxygen cylinders and oxygen tankers, okay, became a priority. Now, how do you quickly import them, okay? Through air, through ships, container ships, etc. How do we quickly facilitate its movement? That became important because that was a national crisis, and everyone, although we are talking of public-private partnership, in a time of crisis, we all come together as a country. And that's what we needed to do, where we help. Third was the vessel, when the cargo space becomes restrictive at all the ports, how do you manage the flow? Okay, because train capacities, the port capacity, and as I said, constraint keeps on shifting, and if plant is not producing or producing at 40% of its capacity, then there is a problem as well. So that started, so you need to look at how do you plan the flow rather than just the stockyard capacity. So I will stop here.
Great, thank you. So very interesting points you mentioned, and that reminds me that I was reading somewhere earlier that your typical disruptions in supply chain used to happen at an average of about 8.7 years earlier. Every 8.7 years on an average, you would have a large supply chain disruption, and that's come down to 3.4 years now. So very valid point you make that the disruptions are a lot more frequent, and the focus, and even some organizations and production companies have stated their objective very clearly, where they're moving from just-in-time supply chains to just-in-case supply chains. So where the whole focus on having a very robust supply risk management plan, as you mentioned, needs to be there. And because the constraint keeps shifting, I believe the collaboration framework across all stakeholders needs to be strengthened a lot more in that sense. I'll move to Jibu quickly, and Jibu, getting more closer to the whole tariff topic that we have. This is a very opportune time, I think, for this question as well, that we now have situations where major ports will have private terminals which will continue to be governed under the earlier TAMP determined ceilings. While at the same time, you will also have newer terminals coming in, which will have the flexibility to charge tariff on their own, right, which will not be regulated by a ceiling. What is your view as to how will this pan out? Because we have terminals with significant amount of concession period still left in the country, and them being co-located in the same region or even at times the same port, right? How do you see the whole tariff scenario in the country panning out in those terms?
Good afternoon, all. It's a very interesting and actually important question for the period, like what we are going through. 25 years back, way back in 1997, the first private container terminal, was incorporated in Nhava Sheva. It was named NSI City. I'm in a way fortunate to be heading that terminal today. But if you go back to the history, I would say when this concession was being planned, there was no tap. Somewhere in March 1997, MPT Act was amended for constituting TAP. Somewhere in March, within a day or two, NSI City as a company was incorporated. Somewhere in July the same year, NSI City signed the license agreement with the port. In 98, you came out with some guideline by TAMP in 1998, somewhere in April or something like that. And at that time, it was a cost plus tariff. Then thereafter, a few more licenses signed maybe in Chennai and Tuticorin and likes, and maybe one more in GTI in 2004, somewhere in the mid of 2004, August, I suppose. And in 2005, that was revised. So earlier it was cost plus, then again, cost plus. At that time, it was told that your cost, which is a royalty or revenue share, will not be a pass-through. But in 2008, when the initial guideline came, that pass-through was allowed. So in 2005, that pass-through was removed. In 2008, again the new guideline came, wherein it was told it is an upfront tariff. At that time, it was also permitted to have about WPI of 60% change in the tariff on a yearly basis. However, again, the cost of royalty or revenue share remains not a pass-through. In 2013, in 2008, I would say it was more like a normative tariff, but in 2013, again, you came out with a comparative tariff, wherein the tariff was set according to the highest tariff in the port or in the closest port. In 2019, all the 2005 were migrated. Now in 2021 Major Port Trust Act, it says like it's a free market. So as we stand today, we have got many concessions, let it be on container or in bulk, all of them lying in all different guidelines, but serving the same customer. And in 21 Major Port Trust Act, few licenses are getting signed very soon, but they are yet to be operationalized. So I would say this is in a mix of in a confusion. I would say how you actually put your tariff. Like for example, if I in Nhava Sheva keep my tariff as 5,000 for a container, and if I have to pay 3,000 or 4,000 per TU, that is not counted as a cost, whereas I have to take care of the OPEX and the other financial expenses. So this problem exists. But the way forward, see, way back in 1998, there were no competition. So it was the need of that hour then, because to bring in more players to come in, and also to ensure that because there are only limited players, they don't overcharge the customer. So there was a requirement. So therefore, certain guidelines were brought in. But today we are in if I take the case of Nhava Sheva, there are 5 terminals there. There are 8 million TU capacity, has done about 5.6 million in 2021. That is about 65% utilization, with another 2.4 million being built. That means that at the current tariff level, current volume level, your utilization would be in the range of about 50%. 50% of your capacity is idling. So enough and more competition is there. But there again, you have got different terminals working under different tariff guidelines. And the newer terminals will come with market, they can set their own tariff. So this needs to get addressed for the existing operators also. How does it serve the country, or otherwise how does it serve the end customer? Is like, see, when there are situations, it is a demand, supply situation. When there is a supply issue or a demand, accordingly the tariff get changed. But when you want to actually revise the tariff, maybe the market condition may not support it. So I think the most important thing they have to look at is to see that how we can have the existing operators also getting into that new market-driven this thing where the tariff could come down because of the competition also. It's very likely. But going forward, it is not about individual terminals or ports. It is an integrated supply chain is what we have to look at, where how much the end customer spends. The end customer spend is what it matters. It is not just about the earlier days, because if you ask me, terminal by itself is not doing anything beyond just putting that container or a cargo onto a ship. But most of the other works are done elsewhere. So it's a small job, but very critical and an important role. So the bottlenecks there needs to be removed, because the ships which comes from far off, like for example, a 20,000 TEU ship or a 14,000 TEU ship would cost anything between about 1,500 crores. With the cargo, that many TEUs on board, the total cost of which is alongside your berth, it is humongous. Maybe multiple of the cost of building the terminal itself or a port itself. Waiting means its cost. So you need to actually promote efficiency in handling, which this tariff regime was not, I would say, not incentivizing efficiency. The earlier tariff regimes, it was actually disincentivizing productivity. Because if you do better, then your tariff will get reduced. So I think it is a mix, but I think it is the right step forward. We need to look at how we can get the earlier operators also brought under the new regime. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. A.T., for sharing your thoughts. And I think we all agree with you that now that we've also matured as an economy into a supply surplus market, as you were talking about, the whole view in terms of pricing needs to be looked at differently. And at least market participants who entered while we were a supply deficit economy need to be migrated accordingly, or needs to be addressed as well. That brings me to Mr. Gupta, and Mr. Gupta, I would have pretty much the same question, but the expectation from you, I think, is more for us to get a better perspective outside of the container handling activity itself. Because if you look at a port, there are a whole set of activities and charges which happen other than the cargo handling related part. So there are the marine charges, there you have the railway charges, there are the stevedoring charges for bulk cargo, etc. as well. So in the context of this whole relaxation for port authorities also to determine their own tariffs, how do you see this impacting tariffs going forward? What's your view around that, sir?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to say that it's a very humbling experience for me to be called upon to speak on such an august occasion and in front of Mr. Sinha, Mr. A.T. and yourself. So far as tariff is concerned, both for the port as well as the PPP operators, if we see the last developments that taken place over last 1.5 decades, you will see that fundamentally there is a conflict between two conceptions. Conception number one is a tariff based on what traffic can bear, and second is cost-based tariff. That is, the traffic should pay the amount of cost, the cost has to be recovered. This conflict has been a part since 1998 that Mr. Etty has been telling. In 1998, the first set of regulation, nascent regulations that was published by the Tariff Authority, and they had a hallowed principle that no, they will not allow the conception of the tariff, what traffic should bear. They will force you to go for cost-based tariff so that at least you recover the cost of the, there should not be any major cross-subsidization in that matter. But that experiment failed. In 2001, going by that experiment, Tariff Authority has increased the price of marine service of Kolkata dock system by 50%, which was unsustainable. Port has to step in, use powers under Section 53 to reduce it back. So 2005 guideline came with a certain amount of balance where it states, which was also applicable for the PPP operators also, which states that, what traffic can bear, this cross-subsidization should be phased out in a time-bound manner. But we'll allow you to continue with the existing level of cross-subsidization, but we will not allow it to enhance it. So that if you want that you will cross-subsidize a service by increasing a price where you are already surplus, you are not allowed. This conception of 2005 continued up to 2013, when it was replaced by another guideline, which is also a cost-plus guideline with a change in the matter that now the guideline states that within the guideline allows you to a total annual revenue requirement you calculate, and you can play among the rates like that. So now the government is not saying that you cannot charge differential rate. They only say that this is your maximum revenue entitlement, you work under that. This is for the port trust is concerned. So far as the PPP operators are concerned, Mr. Etty has already explained. Now the question that you have asked is that there are two aspects. So how we think that we should go about the new being given freedom that MP Act has given to us. First of all, I would like to say, so far as the port trust is concerned, there is only a freedom in the form of not involving tariff authority. There is no further freedom. Freedom remains as it is, because we were governed by a guideline, we are governed by the guideline, which are substantively same. Only that earlier we had to go to tariff authority, now we do not have to go to tariff authority. But given that also, so far as the second part is concerned, that what are the major elements of charges and how we are going by it in the other than container related services. Fundamentally, if you go by port tariff, what is meant by port tariff? Port rates. Normally we mean that port rates means the charge levied by the port, but the fact remains that the port tariff is not the exclusive domain of the port trusts only, port authority only. There are three different major types of charges. One is marine charges, one is cargo charges, one is railway charges. Marine services, most ports gives themselves. It is not outsourced as yet. So the service charges, whatever the port is charging, that is the charge the customer pays. Railway charges are governed by the railway authority. Port can give discounts, but it is within the framework of that. So now it leaves us to the third element of the charges, which is cargo-related charges. Here the problem comes. Here the problem comes because historically port used to be was given the opportunity to charge only wharfage, which include the basic port dues as well as the charges for the shore handling operation, excepting Haldia Dock Complex, which was the first port in India, which was conceived for providing onboard service also. But as days went by, most of the ports also did not have the capacity to service the shore handling charges also, services also. Now that part is also taken over by the private entrepreneurs. So there are three agencies, primarily three agencies are working. One is port, another is stevedores, and third is shore handling agents. These three elements, total charge is the charge a cargo interest presently pays. Now, port charges to some extent controlled through our regulations, and we are a government authority, so we are expected to act in a reasonable manner, which most of us try to do. But these two agencies are, earlier there was absolutely no control. Government had come back with a regulation for controlling the rates of stevedoring and shore handling agents. But unfortunately, the fact remains that the regulation largely stays in paper. Now we are having a rates, we are asking them to keep the rates in the rat, but it is a common knowledge that they charge different higher rates on different pretext. So this is a complexity we have to deal, and when we deal with the case of cargo-related charges, often the challenge is that even we reduce, will the port charges will come down? It is not necessary. We have historically, we have seen when the iron ore had come up in a huge number, we had reduced our charges by almost 30%. Customer was not benefited. Somebody else was benefited. So this is an area where a lot of effort is to be done. But we have found out in our port, we have also gone for another model to control cost. That is called contracting mode, where we have started giving services for the end-to-end services from unloading to delivery, by way of engaging two contractors. But that experiment, while it has been financially beneficial to the port, as well as given considerable control on the operation on the part of the port, was not successful in controlling the cost per se. There are two reasons behind that. Number one, due to the very poor competition, the rates that we have got, at least in the initial tenders, were very high. So if I procure a service as 10 rupees, I cannot offer you at 9 rupees. Number one. Number two, most unfortunate, even those berths also, the other interests on different pretexts are charging extra rates. So that experiment failed. What succeeded? The only success was full mechanization under PPP mode. We have a berth, which was one of the first projects in India where the entire mechanization has been done through BOT mode. That at that time it was an IDFC guideline model. There, say Steel Authority is one of the major customers. You'll be surprised that the same company operating at that berth is getting a rate which almost 50% what they are paying in other berths. So the experiments that we have done to contain costs has not been very successful, besides excepting for going for full mechanization through PPP mode. So finally, if ports want to control the rates, which they have to, perhaps there is no other option.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Gupta, for very candidly sharing your thoughts with us. Must appreciate that. At least the two takeaways that I have taken from what you mentioned very clearly was, one, that even if there are certain port tariffs which are brought down, the benefit does not essentially reach to the trade, because there are certain other activities which then overcharge the customer, and those are localized monopolies, so to say. And hence it becomes difficult for an entire packaged port price to be lower for the customer. That's one. And second, very clearly that going for a PPP mechanism is essentially one successful proven model to sustainably reduce and lower tariffs.
Just one thing I'd like to add, that under the guidance of Chairman Sir and Deputy Chairman Sir, one success story has happened in our port. In the lighterage operation was earlier very costly. Our bringing down the charge would not have solved the problem. So though, as per instruction of Chairman Sir, all their interests were brought into with a discussion table. They were being convinced that unless they reduce all of them come to reduce the rates, the cargo will not mature. Now, under the influence of Chairman Sir, and this has happened. This has happened. But this needs every activity will require this kind of force to be applied.
Which is a very interesting point you make, because what that essentially means is that the Port Trust took on the additional role of a 4PL by actually bringing in all the logistics service providers to the same table and ensuring that the required service was provided to the trade. So that's possibly a future strategic thought in terms of the direction that Port Trusts need to be taking. I'd come to Mr. E.T. once again, because since we're on the topic of tariffs and we just heard Mr. Gupta in terms of the limited ability on the marine side for tariffs, etc., to be brought down. But Mr. E.T., we know your company itself has been attempting for increase of transshipment volumes in the continent, in the country, right? What are some of the main challenges that you're seeing on that, especially from a tariff perspective? How does this compare with other ports in the region? And is there a potential to look at some of these tariffs, according to you, so that, because transshipment is a very, very cost-conscious business. So can we look at tariffs in that sense to bring in more transshipment volumes in the future, or to at least create that market?
It's again a very interesting topic. See, first and foremost, what is transshipment? Transshipment basically have containers coming. I'm just taking the case of containers coming on a ship and then loading onto another ship, maybe for a different destination. So normally, when a shipping line, let us say the ships are brought by the shipping line, let us assume that is our direct first customer. It's our direct customer. When they bring it, they book the cargo for taking it from, let us say, place A to B on a certain cost, let us say 100 rupees. And for some routing of that vessel, they may have to do a interim transshipment wherein they may have to offload the container for one ship and maybe connect it to the next ship, just like how we travel on buses and other stuff when you go long trips. This cost has to be met from that 100 rupees which is collected from the customer. If they do one transshipment, or in two places if they have to interchange the cargo, still it is a cost to your direct customer, which is in this case, I'm taking it as a shipping line. It is a cost directly to the shipping line. So now for India to succeed in transshipment, what the shipping line looks at is the cost of call at a particular port. So in that cost, it includes your vessel-related charges, your container-related charges. In case of container, if it is a bulk, I don't see that much of this thing. I'm just limiting myself to container for the time being. So these two charges comes in. Now let us consider, there are some few places where you have got huge potential to do transshipment in India. And maybe when you come up towards the north, you probably will have some limited transshipment opportunities. Let us say in Calcutta, you do have an opportunity here maybe to connect with Bangladesh and the likes. But if you go to the south tip, you do have a huge opportunity. So who are your competing transshipment ports? Colombo, by your side. You have got Jebel Ali, Salalah. You do have the Mediterranean ports. And on the other side, Singapore, Port Kelang and the likes. So what they do, why this transshipment occurs if it is a cost to a line? If it is a cost, then why this transshipment is happening at all? It is because they bring this container on bigger ships, put it into a transshipment hub and distribute it in smaller ships, into smaller locations. That is how they consolidated that place. So they see the overall cost. When it comes to the cost, especially in the south, I was also the CEO for one of the terminals there in South Vallarpadam. So I've done some extensive study that time. After giving 85% discount on your vessel-related charges, that is when it matches the cost of the tariff, what Colombo has published. They may be discounting it further, but the published tariff, for you to meet the published tariff of Colombo, you had to discount the vessel-related charges of a port by 85%. right? Now, so for a shipping line, when they look at the route, it is not necessary. They always connect with you and check the tariff, or negotiate with you and check the tariff. They go to that site, maybe to, I would say, the TAMP site, or in some other, maybe to the port site, and see what's the cost? Okay, 100 rupees. How much it is in Colombo? 15 rupees. Decision taken. Because this decision may be happening at a foreign country, wherein somebody who is allocated, maybe he may not be connecting with you to see that, can I get 85% discount? So the business is gone then and there. Second, if you see lighthouse dues, you have got lighthouse dues, which is in the range of about 92 rupees per TEU. I've just recently seen a circular. It is not effective, but as of date, it is about 92 rupees per TEU of all the containers which are on board the ship. On a ship, if there are, let us say, 10,000 TEUs, and I'm handling only 2,000 TEUs in my port, I still end up paying for that 10,000 TEUs, which after 85% discount, constitute about 25% of additional vessel charges. Then comes the GST. This is a container which comes in, not doing any harm to anybody, any outside. It's just connecting into another ship. I've got the GST. When the shipping line looks at it, what all they look at? They basically look at, do I have a cargo in a particular hub? Can I get cargo? Second one is, if I put my ship there, can my ship go there, first and foremost? Can it go? Enough draft is there or not? The third one is, if I put the ship there, can it turn around fast? You know, how much time does it take to turn around in comparison to your competing port? The fourth one is, how much will it cost? These are the four basic things which you will look at. From India's point, there is a big advantage for India compared to Colombo. What is the advantage? If a ship goes to Colombo, I would say about 15% to 20% maybe their export-import cargo, direct export-import. About 80 to 85% would be transshipment. I told you, transshipment is a cost to the line. Now, if they come to India, probably this could reverse. We do have cargo. Shipping line is interested to get the cargo if you are able to give that cargo also. So that advantage we have, because compared to Colombo, we do have large amount of cargo, and maybe it is growing. So going forward also there is a visibility. So what we are lacking is, one is the infrastructure. I'll tell you, Vallarpadam was created as an international container transshipment terminal, first one in India. At that time, in 2003 when it was, 2005 when it started operations, the big ships which were floating at that time were in the range of about 6,000 to 8,000 TEUs. Those were the big ships. Today you are talking about 24,000 TEUs. It's a huge jump in the recent past. But when you talk about draft, we again look back and say that, no, in the license agreement we have signed and we mentioned 14.5 meters, 15 meters, how can it go? So the ships are not going to come with 14.5 when they require 16 meters. So how fast you can change, how fast decisions can be taken. I understand maybe when it is the cost to a particular port, then they have to recover the port, recover the cost. Maybe we'll have to look at like a national highway, roads or railways. Can this water channel can be looked at as a national asset rather than a port doing the dredging? That is how it is done in some of the other competing ports. Some other places like in Colombo, they take it as a national infrastructure. So it's a national cost, just like how you build your roads. Thereafter the ship comes, so you are always up to date. So something of that sort needs to come, because otherwise, if you ask me, we do have the advantage, we do have the cargo, probably it is growing faster than any other country. We do have a population which is thirsty. I would say that in a way it's youngsters, so we can expect things to go, consumption would go up. All these are in our favor. Two things which we require, we need to look at the cost. Nobody is going to come and spend 10 times more than the competing port close by this thing. So that vessel-related charges, it's a cost which can certainly have to be looked at. Then you have got the lighthouse dues, which I assume that this was a discussion which was going on for the last 10, 12 years. So I think agility is the game. As Mr. Rajan was telling, it's a VUCA world, and Mr. Jeffrey was telling that it has come down from 7 years to 3.5, that risk can come to you. So I think like we need to be fast, because those are the areas which I felt we need to look at. Because if you assume that if I put a tariff and then discount, just like you and me do when we have to buy something, we go to that site and see what's the tariff, how much does it cost. Maybe we may not call back the salesperson or the commercial guy and ask, can you give me some discount? You may not do that. He'll say that the cost is high, I'm going to somebody else. So this has to be seen holistically, otherwise I think this could be a good dream to keep for this generation. Maybe next generation will solve it.
Thank you, Mr. A.T. for sharing your thoughts on that. I will come back to Mr. Gupta on a related question, but before that, I'd like to come to Mr. Sinha. Mr. Sinha, as a leader of shipping for Tata Steel, right? You would be looking at ports and you would be operating out of ports across the globe, right? When you look at tariffs across the globe, how do you see tariffs at ports in India? And are there any interesting models related to either clubbing efficiency together or any of those interesting models that you see which could be brought in?
Yeah, so I will enlarge this discussion. Okay, so for us or anyone actually looking at very objectively, it's a cost-value trade-off. Okay, so I don't look at cost. Okay, I look at value. Okay, so and just giving a very simple example. Okay, at a port there is a cost of 300 rupees for handling, and the discharge rate is 10,000 tons per day, vis-a-vis a port which has 500 rupees but discharge rate is 40,000. Right? So it's just one example. All right? So if you change the debate to value, then cost becomes immaterial, actually. What is the value that you are giving to the customer? And when I say it becomes immaterial in the sense that you first look at the overall cost, right? The cost is not what the port is charging me or what, because of the geographical location, that you look at the entire supply chain. Finally, in a supply, why it is called a supply chain? Because we are linked, isn't it? Port is one part of the supply chain, consumer is one, similarly supplier, vessel owners, etc. are part of the supply chain. And if you look at the entire supply chain, okay, we need to bring efficiency, right? The entire purpose of the supply chain is to have the efficiency, otherwise you will always be subordinate to the constraint. So I come back to my earlier point of constraint. And so if you are looking at that, you create value by unlocking the constraints, right? So giving the example that if instead of focusing on cost, if you start looking at value to the customer, okay, the thing changes. And the example that Mr. Gupta was giving, recently, we had this practical experience at Haldia, right? We are getting a lot of Cape-sized vessels, we were getting, and obviously Cape-sized vessels were discharging at some other ports, not here. And why? Because the overall cost of getting the capes, okay, and not to Haldia, to my steel plants in Jamshedpur was much, much higher. But the good thing was we could sit across the table, okay, discuss that this is my cost on an open book basis. It's like the supply chain. That's how there. And then, as Mr. Gupta was saying, that we could come to a solution that we can bring more Cape cargoes here if the tariff is right. Right? So, and we could work that out. So, I'm just saying the change cost to value. One example is this. Second example is also what other value-add service can be provided. What is value-add today, tomorrow becomes almost a mandatory requirement. So, are the ports looking at what is the additional value? And that is what the learning is from the, say, other ports globally. If India has to develop, then our ports need to be world-class. And when I say world-class, obviously discharging facility, draft, dredging, etc. are one thing, but also the value-added facility. If we are handling so much raw materials, okay, do we have automated sampling facility? Now this becomes such an important thing when you are getting bulk raw materials, and if you have a dispute with a supplier, what do? They will say, okay, where did you draw your sample? And you will say, I drew it in the stockpile. Okay, that is not ISO compliant. So you cannot win any dispute based on the sampling process that is there at any of the Indian ports, except for 1 or 2, right? So if you build an automatic sampler, you are thinking far ahead, and you are saying, yes, world across, I have lived in Australia and worked at various ports, there are automated sampler not controlled by the third-party inspection agencies. Okay, these are port infrastructure. Okay, and whoever is your third-party inspection agency, whether SGS or IG or others, they just collect the sample from there. But it's a port infrastructure, and it's not a high cost. But it's a value-added service because it saves you and it safeguards you against a dispute with a supplier whenever there is a quality issue. So that's one. Second is, again, learning across. See, no raw material is perfect for anyone's use. So people use multiple raw materials, right? So if we are using coal, maybe we import maybe 30 kinds of coal, and so will be SAIL, JSW, others. Do we have blending facility? Now, you can always say you can take it to the plant and blend it. But the point is, I have 5 plants. Do I put in blending facility at all the plants, or will it be more efficient to blend it at the port? So because in the port I have 6 stockpiles, can I blend it and send it to the plant? Now, if ports start thinking in this direction, I don't think cost becomes important. You'll forget about cost and you'll start thinking about value. And that's the point that I want to make. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think immensely helpful for all of us to start looking at it with a very different lens and with a very different framework. Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for that. I know I've been told to wrap this up, but just one last question. I'm still tempted to ask Mr. Gupta. Mr. Gupta, request you to keep this a short one. But in your view, do you think, specifically at your port, for example, do you have any levers currently which could allow you to look at a reduction in port tariffs? Because I think that will be a great news to end the session. But are there any such levers expected? Whether in terms of future cost reduction or efficiency improvement, any of those that you might want to just let us know of?
Now, previously, the mindset of the ports are changing very fast. Earlier, we used to, we never thought of reduction in tariff, we never thought. Sometimes we used to give discounts, but now we have understood under the guidance of Chairman and Deputy Chairman that if we have to survive the severe competition that we are facing with Dhamra and all, we have to reduce our tariff. There is no other way of it. Second part that Mr. E.T. was saying, that people will see your scale-up rates. They will not think fast that I will negotiate and bring it down. So there is perhaps a need to bring down the rates per se. Now the question is to what extent and whether we can do it or not. One part is what we are entitled to, which is based on last 3 years' cost figures. But last year's cost figures are the entitlement. We are now, as a committee, we are seeing what is going to be the cost figure of the next 3 years. We have to service that cost, irrespective of the fact that whether it is productive or non-productive, but we have to service that cost. But we are finding that the anticipated cost of next 3 years are likely to be lower than the last 3 years' cost. So if that we show, we may be in a position to give, perhaps for the first time, proposing a tariff which is perhaps lower than the existing tariff. But we cannot commit any figures now because it is under the preparation, but that is how we are thinking of it.
Appreciate that, Mr. Gupta. Thanks a lot for that. And I think the big takeaway, at least that I am taking away from this conversation, is that we are in a new market reality, and we are all adapting to that market reality. Whether it's in terms of looking at it from a value proposition perspective, whether it is in terms of looking at bringing in players who were brought in earlier regimes to to the new reality, or whether it's in terms of even for the first time, port trusts acting as 4PL providers as well. So I think that's a great direction in which you're all set. If I may just ask any one question we can take, please. Can someone share the mic over there? Just one question with any of the panelists. We can have a few questions. Great, that's wonderful. Wow. Can someone share the mic there, please?
I just want to say to Mr. Jivu that what he's telling about these high vessel-related charges and stating that 85% discount in Cochin Port, what you're talking about. But I have got my own experience of having it. But the issues came that port was not only dealing the container ships. It has got a huge volume of crude oil of the BPCL refinery, which is coming at the SPM. So when I was there, this question, everybody's mind will come, what is the purpose of stating 100 rupees and giving 85%? Not only 85%, further 15% के ऊपर भी कुछ discount थे. Ultimately, I think 88% was there. So what is the purpose of this? Then the issues came from the finance department, no, don't touch it, because if you reduce to 12%, then my main earning from the VLCC will come down. So that was the issue. That is why the port could not reduce the VRC, because of their main earning is not from the container. Container vessel is giving about 8 to 9 million ton cargo, but crude oil and all the other oil taking about 21 million ton of cargo. And these are all VLCCs, huge amount of VRC charges that is coming. So there are certain constraints port is also facing. And Cochin Port is not so financially stable, I know, but at this moment of time they are going towards stability. But this is a major challenge for certain ports. Even they know that this is not correct. And at that point of time, you all know that BPCL was talked about for privatization, and Aramco and some foreign refineries are talked about for taking. So there is another issue, people are telling, don't touch it right at this moment, tomorrow a private fellow will come and this will be a major severe vigilance issue. So there are certain insurmountable problem that the port has to face while dealing this type of major issues.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts on that, sir. And I think that's an interesting anecdote you shared. I do believe that the new flexibility and freedom that the that the port authorities have will possibly also allow in some time for them to create differentiated tariff regimes based on differentiated value propositions that they are giving. So possibly that should over a period of time help address some of these constraints that they are bound by today. Yeah, Mr. Eti.
See, at the end of the day, we need to look at what the customer needs. If you want transshipment, we need to have the ship coming in there. For the ship to come, it should be viable for them. If it is a cargo which is generated, I would call it as OD cargo, export-import cargo. If your cost is 100, as far as whoever is giving the service can make some profit out of it, there is a business made. Nobody will do charity. If there is a case for some margin to be earned, you talk about business. So I think even in case of OD cargo, suppose if that local, you can be competitive with respect to others, probably they may pay a little more, like I would say an export cargo originating from Calcutta may pay a little more on they may not mind the VRC charges, provided his earning is getting him some margin. In transshipment, if somebody else is providing, then naturally they will take it. You and me will do that. So that is what's happening. So we will have to see what the customer needs. At the end of the day, they dictate the business.
There was another question somebody had, please.
Hi, this is Aviral Jain, CEO and Director, Pristine Hindustan. So we've set up an ICD in Siliguri, and my question is to Mr. Gupta. Sir, for the last 1.5 years, we've been trying to focus and start reefer shipments through Calcutta Port. Now, in my immediate catchment area, which is just about 500 kilometers from Kolkata Port, there are 300 reefer boxes which are, even today, as of today, every month, there are 300 reefer boxes of exports which are going North Bengal, North Bihar. And currently, all of it is going all the way 800 kilometers to Kanpur, where I have my own ICD. And it is further going by rail another 1400 kilometers to Nhava Sheva. And at the end, it is going to Haiphong. 50% of this cargo is going Haiphong across the subcontinent. Now, for the last 1.5 years, we've been miserably trying to convert all of this cargo, and why not bring it much closer to my dry port and then further connected to Calcutta Port. It is a natural, like before setting up this ICD, it was a natural cause that automatically this cargo would come to Kolkata Port. Unfortunately, a year back, we did start this shipments. We moved full rake loads from Kolkata Port, bringing in empty reefers to our dry port and sending back all the reefers. What we realized, and like there can be a case study about it within Kolkata Port as well, and I think we're already discussing about it. The overall costings, despite this 800 kilometers by road and a 1400 kilometers by rail, still proves, the entire costing proves out to be a much more costlier at Kolkata Port than this Nhava Sheva movement. And I believe it is a national waste. We are burning so much of fuel, we are wasting so much of time. And the core reason behind it was the lack of feeder vessels at Kolkata Port, and thereby the high plug-in cost which incurred at Kolkata Port. Between two feeder vessels, there's an additional time, and all these containers have to be plugged in. And Kolkata Port is charging roughly about 4,500 rupees per day. And whereas a container in Nhava Sheva just stays for about 3-4 days. But in Kolkata Port, since there is a delay in the feeder, the connections are not that good. So the plug-in cost is extremely high. Now, we have the same plug-in which is there. Kolkata Port has, I believe, 350. We have 70 in Dabgram. And what I do understand, and operationally also, the per day plug-in cost, sir, is actually much lower. And our request to Kolkata Port would be, can you consider rationalizing some of these plug-in costs, which would probably, incentivize exporters to maybe use Kolkata Port. It is a win-win situation, not only for Kolkata Port, but for the trade at large also. And especially given that the OPEX cost, it is the same electricity connection which I'm using at Siliguri, which you're using at Kolkata, I suppose. So can you consider rationalizing this cost, which would really help us bring this shipment back to Kolkata? And what can be the process about it? That is just my question to you, sir.
First of all, this is not an issue of discussion on this panel, but as you may be aware that we are very proactive on the matters, this kind of matters. I would request you to approach the appropriate authority, because whenever any such a request comes, to that extent possible, our port has come forward to help the customers. Because reduction in tariff is in the hands of the power of the authority itself. It does not require a separate tariff fixation. So whatever issue, kindly approach our traffic GM traffic, and I think if it is possible, it will be sorted out. Regarding the vessel-related charges being high at our port, I will give you some statistics actually. In India, if you go by the total cost of marine, I have just worked out a 30,000 tonners vessel, say, working for 48 hours. The total vessel charges ranges between $0.76 to $2 per GRT. Our rates are around 1.7. So even though we are not still highest. So far as this port is concerned, you are perhaps aware that we have to maintain a huge channel. Government does subsidize a part of the cost, but it does not subsidize full cost. Secondly, the government money takes its own time to come. So ultimately the port has to incur a substantive financial cost towards servicing that channel, which is inescapable. So that cost most of the ports do not have on regular basis. There are some historical reasons also that we are getting rid of in slowly, that we had a very high cost of tugs. That now with a policy decision has been taken that the cost is we are hiring tugs, more efficient tugs, so that cost is coming down. But so far as marine charges is concerned, regarding Kolkata and Haldia taken together, I will not say. There may be some possibility, but immediately I am saying, subsequently after 2-3 years, there may be a serious possibility of reduction. But I do not see a major chance of possibility of reduction if you go by the cost. But individual cases, board has the power to deal with the cases. Kindly approach the appropriate authority. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. We have time for one last question, maybe. Yeah.
I am Devdutt from TC. Jibu, as you rightly told, the transshipment loss we calculated is about 5,000 crore per year for India. Now there are a lot of attempts, as you know, Vallarpadam, you have done Fisingam, all these are happening. But if you see, to my vision, all these are wish list. More than that, what we should do is, we should take at least 2 to 3 berths in Sri Lanka itself as a solution, which I had told 5 years ago to the ministry. The reason is, Sri Lanka is on the established route. The shippers don't prefer to divert. And if you see, even if the port handling charges is double of JNPT, they will go there only. So the best solution, Mr. Vinit Kumar, you can take it up with the minister. This minister is very, I saw, very receptive. If India can take 2-3 berths for Indian cargo in Sri Lanka, that's my submission.
See, I've got a completely different view on it. Like it is, as a nation, we being so close to the main route, we need to be a little more controlled and also self-sufficient, or I would say that you should have control over your cargo. And you do have a possibility to do that today. See, what you're saying is like today friends, maybe tomorrow's enemies, you never know. So therefore, I would say that since you have got a scope to do, you should do. And the advantage which will come along with getting a ship to come alongside, even for transshipment, is you are getting the direct service at your cost, at your place, wherein an exporter, importer can directly load. I told you we will be able to provide about 60, 70 or 80% of cargo into that ship. What does it mean is they save on cost, they save, that is the freight charges, let us say, and second one is on time, which is which nobody is calculating. When it is going to a transshipment port from Thoothukudi to Colombo, which is hardly 16 hours it takes, and stays there for 4 days for further connection. It is gross, it's a lot of cost there. So let us say that my view is, since God has placed us closer to the channel, we should capitalize on it. That's my view.
Also, possibly as an economy, doing that activity within our country creates more jobs in the country, etc. And there's an economic multiplier to that as well. But thank you everyone for the lovely discussion and the great questions that we had. Thank you everyone for that.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Didn't I tell you that the last session would be very invigorating and you would be having lots of questions? Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is the time that I would request all my speakers and moderator to come forth for a group photo. Please put your hands together as I once again thank Mr. Jibu K. Itti, Mr. Ranjan Sinha, Mr. Abhijit Gupta, and our moderator, Mr. Jeffrey Thomas, partner PwC. Ladies and gentlemen, on this beautiful note, we come to the conclusion of the first day of the conclave. And tomorrow, the registration begins sharp at 9 and we start the day at 10. And I am very sure that after today's amazing sessions, you would definitely join us tomorrow. Hoping to see you all tomorrow sharp at 9 at the registration desk. This is your anchor, Narima, signing off. Thank you.